So in 2018, in this very hall, is when we started discussing the data protection bill. That was, I think, in July, and the Sri Krishna committee had just been announced, and the white paper still hadn't come out. But we thought, let's have a conversation about what should we consider for the bill in terms of what are the core principles of the bill. We discuss everything from AI to IoT to differential privacy, and it's kind of surprising that some of those topics are not necessarily governed or covered adequately in this bill. The future of tech isn't really being considered as much as we would have liked. But this is also a significantly toned down version of the bill from what we've seen. But sometimes the devil is in the details. It is these details that we want to get into. So it's these details that we want to get into. We've put together some, I think, maybe 100 questions that we have on the bill, examples, and because that's what we do, we ask questions. And the idea here is not for you to just sit and listen, but for you to participate. Everyone here in this room, I hope, has, in some shape or form, has thoughts on privacy, on data protection, looked at the nuances. The idea is that I'll have questions for everyone here. I'll have questions for folks who are discussants with us. And let's have a conversation. Just participate. There are no stupid questions. You can ask situational questions. Think of anomalies. Think of what doesn't get covered. And the idea is to evolve a conversation. You're all coming from different perspectives, different backgrounds, different thought processes. And by asking your questions or giving your views, it's not just questions. If you have a point of view, say it. Your view might help someone else understand something better. So we only look at this from a participative perspective. I have my bias and my point of view. I'm going to try and keep that out of the mix as much as I can. But I'll have questions for everyone. I did a little experiment. I was playing around with it's OpenAI has this new chat software, has an AI-based thing where you can ask random questions to ChatGPT. And it's basically processed a lot of data, and like I had silly questions as well. I asked him to write a Monty Python script set in the UK during COVID, post-Brexit, with Boris Johnson as PM. And it actually put together some, I think, 8 or 10 nice sketches. And then I think my wife asked me to ask it to write a Hindi song, a Hindi love song between a croissant and a donut. So you can do silly things with ChatGPT. I'd suggest that you sign up for OpenAI and play around with it. But I also did something a little serious. I asked for principles, or what the principles of a data protection bill in India should look like, right? Which protects the fundamental rights of citizens and allows for innovation from Indian startups. So again, personal and sensitive data, which is not in this bill, that's segregation. The right to erase, which is somewhat restrained. Rectify and object to processing. Object to processing to some extent is diluted. Transparency, data minimization. Data minimization is not in the bill. Transparency is there, but again diluted. Robust enforcement mechanisms and the ability for individuals to seek redress for violations of their data protection rights. Again, can't seek compensation. So I guess looking at what everyone's been writing about data protection in India on the web, it's processed all this data and come out with suggestions which are maybe a little more in line with what protects our rights than what the bill currently has. But these are norms. I did a take 2 as well. And again, sensitive and personal data, sensitive personal data came up. The clear and explicit consent is another aspect. Of course, number 4 is an important one, the independence of the Data Protection Authority. with the power to enforce and compliance with the law. So, and it had innovation hubs and sandboxes which were there in the previous version. So this is just what AI recommends in terms of what the bill should contain. What you recommend is up to you. I hope you're all going to be taking notes as well, and everyone does filings, because that's what we want. We want as many views to go in to give the government more to process, and hopefully we'll come out with a bill that's maybe not as intense as the 2018 bill was, not as I'd say awful as the 2021 bill was, but not as flaky in a sense as this bill is. A little more specificity would help. Before I hand over to Valerie to give you a brief overview, we've what I was thinking about was that we may not have another shot at this bill. So please make the most of this shot that we have. Please make the most of that opportunity to submit your views. There are folks who've helped us put this discussion together. The Media Nama teams worked hard on questions, on the slides. Some of them will be presenting. We've also got support for this from Truecaller, from Meta, from Google, and our partners in CIS and the Internet Freedom Foundation. I'd like to thank all of them, and thank you all for being here. I think it's been a bit tricky getting here today. That's why we're starting late. But hopefully this is going to be the first of many discussions we'll have on many subjects, because we're also going to probably have the Digital India Act out before Christmas is what the rumor is. Like every year, the end of the year kind of gets spoilt by new bills and new regulations coming out. But I guess there's never been a more exciting time for tech policy either, right? This is the space to be in. There's always something to think about, to debate, to challenge, and we want to have that kind of a conversation here today. Valerie, thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. So we'll start off with the longest section of this bill, which is obligations of data fiduciaries. So this section starts off with a very short clause on grounds for processing of data. Basically what it says here, that a data fiduciary or a data collector can process a data principal's data for any lawful purpose. And it also explains lawful purpose as any purpose which is not expressly forbidden by law. It doesn't talk about purpose limitation or collection limitation here. It's just this short clause which then goes on to notices. Now, with notices, what we have seen is that compared to the previous versions of notice, this version is much more diluted. For example, here it only says that we need an itemized, the data principal must be shown an itemized list of all the data points that will be required for processing and the purpose of processing. If you see in the 2018 bill, it was much more detailed. The notice had to talk about the basis of processing data, the potential cross-border data flows, all of that has been removed from it. And then it goes on to talk about consent. So it says that consent from the data principal must be free, specific, informed. It should be an affirmative action. It's the data principal's, the data collector's responsibility to make sure that the consent is taken. So in case the situation goes to a court or something, it can show that the consent was expressly taken and the data was processed. Also, when seeking consent, say a significant data fiduciary has to share the contact details of a data protection officer, or any data fiduciary has to give the contact details of any officer. And it cannot seek consent for anything that will infringe on the provisions of this act. So for example, they can't seek consent from a data principal to waive their rights. But the problematic part in this part of the section is about the right to withdraw consent. So usually if a data collector, if a data principal says that they have withdrawn consent, you have to stop the processing of the data. The data collector has to stop the processing. However, here it says that a data fiduciary can still process data if it is required or authorized under law. So here the right to withdraw consent is somewhat diluted. And another point is that the data principal's consent is managed through a data collector known as a consent manager, which is basically a data fiduciary who creates a platform for managing consent. But again, the details of what this consent manager is, how will he be appointed, all of those details come under the phrase of as may be prescribed. So we don't know what's going to happen over here. What they have introduced is this new concept called deemed consent. Now, what it says is that a data principal is deemed to have given consent to the processing of their data for any of these situations here. So to give you an example, for voluntarily providing consent, say you go to Chayos and you order a cup of chai and you see that your facial data is being recorded and you do nothing. So now it is deemed that you have given Chayos the consent to process your facial data just because you went to get a cup of chai. Now, there are also other situations listed over here. One of them is public interest. And within public interest, there are again more situations like credit scoring and operations of search engines, which are rather ambiguous. We'll talk about them later on. The section also, we'll take questions later on in 5 minutes. This section also makes a classification between significant data fiduciaries and data fiduciaries in general. Now, in previous versions, a social media platform was also considered a significant data fiduciary, but now that is not so. There are very specific criteria under which a data fiduciary would be considered a significant data fiduciary. We will show you those criteria later on, but what you have to remember here are that the responsibilities remain more or less the same, except record keeping has been removed. And in terms of general obligations, you can see that the data collector has to make sure that the data is accurate and complete. In the previous versions, if the data was incomplete, the data collector was required to take steps to make sure that the data becomes complete. But here there is no mention. And an interesting point here is that in terms of data retention, so usually once the purpose of processing data is completed, the data is removed. However, here it says that the data collector can retain data if it is necessary for legal or business purpose. So how the bill explains it is that suppose you go to a bank and you open a savings account and you share your personal details. After a few years, you close that account. Now the bank can say that under KYC rules, they are required to retain your personal data for a certain period of time. So using that rule, they can retain your data. There's also a one-liner on grievance redressal. Again, this was much more detailed in the previous versions. There were talks about the timeline within which the grievance had to be addressed. But here it's just a one-liner saying that the data collector has to create the mechanism for this. What has been definitely removed from this section is privacy provisions, transparency provisions to make sure that the method used to process data is fair, safeguards for sensitive personal data is removed, and after speaking to some experts, we see that processing under law or in compliance with law is also removed. What this basically means is that usually previously the government could ask private companies to share the data that they have processed in certain situations. We don't really see any specific provision here anymore. And I'll quickly just run you through the rights and duties of individuals here. So like any other bill, obviously this bill talks about certain rights that the data users are entitled to. They are obviously entitled to know that their data is being processed or has been processed. They are entitled to know, according to this bill, the identity of all the data collectors with whom your data will be shared and the categories of your data that will be shared. So it will be all in one place as we have talked about it in notices. They are also entitled to have their data corrected, have their data updated, have their data completed, and erased. However, in terms of erasure of data, again, we see a certain dilution here. So previously, if you want your data erased, typically it can be for a variety of reasons, right? You could have withdrawn your consent and you want the data removed. You could know that a private company has suddenly gotten access to your data and you want it removed. But here in the bill, it says that you can only have your data erased if it is being processed for a purpose other than what was told to you previously. And again, in terms of grievances, we have some relief here. There is some explanation. It says that a data user can go to a data collector and voice their grievance. And if it's not addressed or not properly addressed within 7 days, you can go to the data protection board. Or you can nominate someone else to exercise your rights. What is, again, definitely removed from this section here is the right to be forgotten and data portability. So previously, data principals had a right to port their data, and it was only denied for technical non-feasibility. But we see nothing about right to be forgotten or data portability over here. Instead, we have these things called duties now. So what are the duties that a user has to keep in mind? You can't voice a frivolous grievance. We don't know what a frivolous grievance is, but you can't voice it. You can't give false information. You can't impersonate another person. So these are some of the points that we have seen in this bill in these parts. We will now open for discussions. Yeah, so just before we open this to the House, I think we would like to hear from Lalit, Panda and Sreenidhi, Srinivasan about their initial comments about these two sections.
Hi, thank you so much, Medianama and all the partner organizations as well for having me. For the initial remarks, I just want to point out my broad and brief understanding about my position about the bill. And secondly, I just want to mention a few remarks about us as a community, as an ecosystem, as a group of people who have been involved since the last few years on this particular subject, data protection. All right. So about my brief position on the bill, my sense is that so far as compliance of regulated entities goes, this has become a bill which has considerably reduced the compliance burden and has allowed for many ways in which entities that are regulated can treat themselves to have done something legal when they're using personal data. There are some ambiguities which we will discuss, but largely it is very light. But what this has meant is that there has been a massive dilution, as I see it, of some of the core principles of the right to privacy that a data protection law should have. What are the principles that I have in mind? These are principles that we have heard ad nauseum since the last 4 decades. All right, we are not new to this. These are principles like purpose and collection limitation, storage limitation, the process of how we implement consent meaningfully. There is the question of transparency, a key question in data protection law, the aspect of data sensitivity, which is important to ensure that a data protection law implements some nature of proportionality in data usage. And finally, there is the question of how this vision of data privacy relates with other fundamental rights. Relates with other fundamental rights like the right to information and free speech. On all of these counts, there has been such a huge dilution that we should actually be quite worried about this bill passing. And we should have some very clear views about what should change in this bill. Now to my second point, as compared to my clarity at least, and I'm sure I will hear contrary views, as compared to my clarity about what I think should be our priorities regarding what should change in this bill, I find that as a community, we have been talking past each other. We have not been talking along the same lines. As people who have been working on data protection for 4 years, I do not think we have to speak in the same voice, but we should at least be in the same book. We should be speaking the same language at least. I do not think this is the case, because as I see from a number of public comments by commentators on what this bill should be viewed as, no one is viewing it in this sense as a massive dilution. To give you a sense of perspective, I think that if the previous bills were something like 100, and I think maybe many of you won't call it 100, but let's say it's 100 for the sake of proportion, this is about a 10 so far as data protection goes, privacy protection goes. In comparison, what we have instead is organizations putting front and center their primary problems with this bill as being about the fact that this is leaving too much for prescription. Now, to me, this is a little bit, not just a little bit, it's quite confusing why this should be a main problem. Let me explain this in 3 points. Number one, anybody who has been following data protection and has been seeing how it happens in other jurisdictions is well aware that privacy is a contextual aspect. It depends on sectors. It depends on particular situations. It cannot be provided for in the law in terms of details, which means that in a very natural sense, there is going to be a lot that is left to delegated legislations in a data protection law. In and of itself, it is not a problem. Number two, the fact actually is that this particular data protection bill does not require certain things to be done by rules that should be required to be done by rules. Examples of these abound. For example, there should be safeguards about how exactly publicly available information should be used by any data fiduciary. It can't just be a blank check, which is exactly what this bill currently provides. If some data is in the public, you can use it. No safeguards. There was a requirement in previous bills that rules or regulations need to be made about how publicly available information rules, publicly available data should be used. Similarly, the right to erasure. There are various details about how it is to be implemented that could have been left for prescription, specifically how it is balanced with the right to free speech. Instead, it is left as it is. My view, therefore, is that actually we needed more as may be prescribed suggestions in the bill, not less. And it's quite strange that somebody should just count the number of as may be prescribed in the bill and suggest that that's a problem. Some examples that were mooted as being situations in which as may be prescribed is being used the wrong way. One example is about the data regulator, the data protection board. They've used as may be prescribed about its conditions. Very fair, this is exactly the kind of place where things should be put into the law, but it's a separate situation. It's not a problem about the whole bill, it's about the independence of the regulator per se. I leave that aside. Second, there has been suggestions by commentators that something like fair and reasonable purpose should not be left to rules because that is actually this displays considerable disinterest and complete disregard of what has been happening in previous versions of the bill. Anybody who's been studying the GDPR, who's been studying the previous editions of the bill, will be aware that fair and reasonable purpose was a method by which legitimate interest under the GDPR, a ground of processing which was delegated in a way to private bodies, was taken on in the 2018 and 19 bills as something that the state would do without leaving it to private bodies. Therefore, it isn't a question of excessive delegation so much as a question of the state choosing that it should be doing something that shouldn't be left to private persons. Complete misdiagnosis there. Second, if the as may be prescribed thing can be set aside, the second big problem that people find is surveillance reform is missing in this bill. This is an old story we've been hearing in relation with the previous bills. I agree very much that surveillance reform is a very, very significant thing that we have to engage in. But we can't be tying it up in this problem, especially when upstream problems like your basic standards of data protection applicable to private parties and to ordinary government departments are so loose as they are right now. Just think a little bit. Would you think this government would be likely to engage in surveillance reform when they have left their data processing by government departments to be so loose? Why would you put this as your priority, that surveillance reform needs to be front and center what you're pushing for, when they're not even dealing with ordinary government departments the way they should be? You have to think about this coherently. They're not going to do that if they don't do this first because it's incoherent. Why would they regulate surveillance reform if they haven't managed normal government departments? Is this America, where they have decided to do some level of surveillance reform? A complete disregard of how India as a country has its governance functioning. We are a very state-heavy country where we have given less space for private bodies than the government so far. If you at all have recognized this, you wouldn't think that this is your priority. There have been suggestions that when you have your constitutional principle of necessity and proportionality, that data needs to be processed so far as it is necessary for a purpose and is proportionate to your aims. there has been the suggestion that that bit of proportionality, the second aspect, that should feature in the bill. Astonishing. Where in the world do you actually see the word proportionate used in the law itself? It is an extremely contextual balancing obligation that is placed against the state, and it is done often in judicial review. But esteemed commentators have been saying that you need to have proportionate mentioned in the bill, and this is a main issue about this data protection bill, that you have to mention proportionate in there. I'm not actually against this. Maybe it's possible that you do need to regulate by including this obligation of balancing proportionality. But can you at least recognize that this is a very exceptional proposal to make, and it is very different from how data protection has been done in the past? Lastly, we have some esteemed practitioners of data protection who suggest that we should deviate from the ordinary principles of data protection and should implement a harm and accountability measure instead. I'm sure you recognize what I am talking about. They don't think that we should be doing purpose limitation and all of that. We should actually be implementing rules that prevent harm and accountability measures. And this gentleman who suggests this, I haven't actually studied his book in detail, so excuse me if I'm making a mistake, but they feel that there is nothing really wrong with this bill as such, except for the fact that data sensitivity is missing. I don't understand how this is possible when the question of harm is very much linked with some of these aspects of limitation, and accountability measures aren't possible to implement when you have a regulator like this. In sum, what I want to say is that what we need is to be speaking the same language, and you don't need to be speaking the same language as I suggested. Please don't believe me on this. I am a snot-nosed child who was born yesterday from an organization which has been considered the devil incarnate in data privacy. Don't listen to me. At least listen to the fact that in the last 4 decades, we have certain core baseline principles on the basis of which data protection has been implemented and designed, and deviations from it have to be done in a considered manner. Let us recognize this, let us speak in the language of data protection, because I sorely find that missing in the last 4 years. That's, I think, where I stand right now. And what I mean by these points, I will try and explain in the specific provisions.
You're audible.
We'll get into the specific conversation about various aspects of the bill and the questions that we have. But Sreenidhi, I love a good rant.
That's a tough one to follow. But thank you so much for having me here, and very interesting remarks, Lalit. And I will try not to make the same comments that you just so passionately critiqued. But I will offer a slightly different perspective and maybe get into some of the big picture themes, thoughts on the bill, especially perhaps from the conversations, some of the issues that we've been pondering over and speaking to a lot of the industry folks as well on how to implement a law like this. So a lot more sort of operational questions that have come up and that need slightly more sort of clarity in the law. But I do think overall, sort of like a leaner law, it does stick to core aspects. Whether it covers all of the core principles or not, I'm happy to sort of discuss in the next hour or so. But yeah, overall, I think the last iteration tried to do a lot with other aspects, non-personal data, algorithmic accountability. This one is sharply focused on personal data protection, so kind of laying the ground for us to focus only on the issue at hand. And I think overall the approach is fair to have a principle-based law where the meat of implementation comes through insubordinate legislation. Whether that should be the government or a specialized regulator is a different question altogether. But I'll touch upon a few of the big themes now that I hope we can discuss over the next hour, for which are kind of relevant from an organization's perspective also, and obligations of data fiduciary. I think the first is just interplay with sectoral norms and existing sectoral regulations. While we've been waiting for a data law, sectoral regulators have, of course, gone ahead and made their own norms around several aspects of how their regulated entities are collecting and processing data. The prime example is, of course, the RBI, which has done a bunch of things. I think the most key one would be asking payment system operators to store data on local servers, the digital lending guidelines, which have fairly granular specifications on even the kind of phone permissions you can access, And we were just pondering over clause 29 of the bill, which talks about interplay and consistency, coordination with sectoral norms. And there are two clauses to that. The first one says that this law is to be read in addition to any sectoral, not sectoral actually, any law that is already in force. And the second clause says in case of a conflict, this one will prevail. So we were thinking of examples. So for instance, if the RBI has gone ahead and said store all payments data on local servers, whereas this law says that under this, say tomorrow India were to sign an FTA with the UK, and as part of those negotiations, we've agreed to free flow of data between India and the UK. Would we read this as in addition to, or would we read this like a conflict? Would the RBI regulation prevail over this? Similarly, with the digital lending guidelines, here there's deemed consent, that you can infer consent for purposes like credit scoring and debt recovery. In the digital lending guidelines, we have granular prescriptions on you can access, one time you can access microphone, location, camera for KYC or onboarding. Again, would this be kind of read in as a conflict or consistency? So just some questions that a lot of fintechs have been asking us, and I think similar kind of considerations across different sectoral regulated entities. So just interplay with sectoral norms, and I'd love to hear the room's thoughts on that. The second aspect is transparency, and I think Lalit also briefly touched upon it. Valerie mentioned that in her presentation as well. As such, this draft is not talking about a privacy policy anymore. And we were curious as to why that was the case. Of course, the notice provision says that you notify individuals about the type of data and the purpose, and the consent clause says you should also give them details about a grievance officer or a data protection officer. But we have seen several laws at least list down what are the different aspects that a privacy policy should contain. There is a requirement, one of the obligations on data fiduciaries is to have appropriate organizational and technical measures. But what would sort of be the ambit of that? Would we read something like there's no reference to privacy by design in the law anymore in this version, but would we read those appropriate technical and organizational measures to include some of these sort of transparency principles and other requirements to be able to abide by the law? That was one theme. The third was the consent manager framework. Now, like Valerie mentioned in her presentation, the consent manager has to be registered with the Data Protection Board, and there is an addition in this version which says they'll be accountable to an individual and will act on behalf of the individual. But we do think this is a fairly untested model. We've seen examples of this construct in the account aggregator framework, where the account aggregator, a registered entity, is sort of managing consent on behalf of individuals. But what might something like that mean at scale? And would be useful to understand what the thinking is, what are sort of duties, responsibilities, what is their accountability as well. If they act negligently, what are the consequences, and so on. Another theme that stood out to us was just how breach is thought of in this law. The definition of breach includes unauthorized processing as well. Most data protection laws in the world, or even security laws, we've seen breach kind of contextualized to security. Data breach typically would be a security related sort of breach or an instance. Here it seems to be a lot wider because of the addition of the words unauthorized processing. And would that mean any non-compliance you're thinking of as like a breach? And there are significant penalties associated with a breach, so I think some clarity there would be helpful as well. I think a lot of the other things maybe we'll come to when we're talking about and digging deeper into each aspect. For instance, in deemed consent, while state instrumentalities can assume consent for the performance of any function under law, what about sort of businesses when they're complying with the law or are required to collect or process data under a particular law? That's sort of not provided for. Similarly, on cross-border data transfers, I know there's a separate session for that one, but I guess that's also some level of unpredictability on what really happens. Still, the government notifies some countries. Does that mean sort of de facto local storage? I'll pause there and hope to kind of dig into some of these and all of the obligations that find their way in the law here.
So I'm going to start with a fairly innocuous question. Why do we have a separate section for consent manager? It's not tried, it's not tested. why, I mean, if you have to define why can't it be treated like any other data fiduciary? This is a definition that was created specifically for enabling account aggregators, right? Why do you need a specific clause for a consent manager in the bill? Is there a need, either of you? Anyone else in the room, do you think that there needs to be an enabling framework for a specific type of data fiduciary?
The person back there, I think.
Go ahead, there's a mic right behind you.
Yeah, right behind you.
It's off, I think.
Yeah, it's gone.
Okay, yeah.
I think they're going to impose separate obligations on the consent manager. If you look at the section, they are asking them to register with the DPB, and there would be other guidelines applicable to them, which would not be more than the normal data fiduciary. So that's why they're wanting to have a separate section for them. Yeah.
I know, I'm just curious about why do you need a consent manager here?
I'm just hazarding a guess. So compared to other data fiduciaries, consent is going to be the cornerstone on which the entire privacy rights will be based. Now, data fiduciaries, for them, it will be a very big, it will be a very heavy lift for them to manage the consent in a way that is exactly compliant with the law. So that is where getting a third party to manage consent. Also, what happens is individual is single, but the number of services may be too many. So for the same individual to manage the consent across 10 or 20 or 50 platforms becomes very difficult. And that is where a consent manager's role becomes very critical. It will be good for the data fiduciary because there is somebody else managing the headache. It will be good for the individual because from the same place they can manage multiple consents. So the concept is, in my view, very essential. Probably the people who drafted had this in mind.
Or rather, it's because there is already an entity which exists that needs to perhaps be validated by law that you're creating the consent manager.
So I think there are 2 points here. One is we have this, voluntary but mandatory, the way you mentioned. This was something same as, even in case of Aadhaar, it's the same concept. But specifically on consent manager, my suggestion would be, if at all there's a separate sort of classification of consent manager, all consent managers by default, the moment they get registered with DPBI, must be classified as significant data fiduciary by default. That's one suggestion. Because otherwise, because too much is riding on them. So for example, suppose you have a bank account with 4 different banks, as Chandra just mentioned. Instead of managing it all with 4 different banks, maybe you just want to have similar type of parameters and you just give it one go. But if that is the case, and because these people will be intermediating between the 2 sets of people, I think they must be classified in law itself as significant data fiduciary by default, not to be notified subsequently later on.
Just on consent, one of the things that I notice, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is no notice required when there's deemed consent. Is that what everyone else is reading as well? So if someone's assumed consent from on my behalf, I'll never get to know because I don't get a notice for it.
I thought I'd just chip in about these 2 points. The consent manager question, conceptually the way we have to understand it, I think, is that what this particular entity is doing is that it's not just a data fiduciary, it's a data fiduciary that is implementing consent itself. And so far as consent is a kind of personal data, it is implementing consent as an intermediary between the actual data fiduciary and the data principal. This makes it a slightly peculiar data fiduciary as compared to other data fiduciaries. And the way in which it is supposed to do it, have some regard about what meaningful consent is, will require some targeted regulation of it. What is it actually doing, precisely speaking? It means that if somebody is trying to give their consent or withdraw their consent, not directly with the data fiduciary, but through somebody else, that somebody else needs some dedicated regulation about it. What are the operational, security, and other safeguards, substantive safeguards that need to be in place? may have to be determined. This was specifically mentioned as something that needs to be specified by regulations in previous versions of the bill. I'm not sure whether it is there in this bill. There's no as may be prescribed here for this consent manager. So maybe they won't prescribe anything, or maybe they will under their general rulemaking power, we don't know. But I would think that's what it does. So far as this first deemed consent goes now, so you were saying.
And you can link it to the idea of a consent manager as well.
No, that's what I was talking about. This is the consent manager, the person who is acting
No, as in deemed consent without notice linked to a consent manager.
Right, so no, I was so far just talking about consent manager, about deemed consent now. To start with, I think we need conceptual clarity on what has happened with that provision, which is titled deemed consent. Actually speaking, the only thing within that clause which deserves the name deemed consent, or actually doesn't even deserve that, but it can get the name deemed consent, is the first subclause, which is the one which says that when you voluntarily provide, that one, 8.1. That's the one that was supposed to be called deemed consent. That's the one which in Singapore is called deemed consent. Now, for some reason of switch and bait, the government has decided to move in all the non-consensual aspects and park them right there after this question of implied consent and call them also deemed consent. This is an insult to personal autonomy. Do you realize that when you are literally not consenting to something, the government is saying that you are deemed to have consented? It is conceptually unsound, because also, yeah, so after 8.1 you will see 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, 8.5. These are not new things. These were all there in the previous bills. What am I talking about? Processing under any law, processing for a function under any law, medical emergency, fair and reasonable purpose. All of this was there in previous laws, but it was called what it was, non-consensual processing. It allowed for a conceptual distinction between when you use consent as your ground and when you use non-consent as your ground. You can't switch between the two, because when you use consent, you're not supposed to move into non-consent. GDPR requires this, no switching grounds. Here you're calling everything consent. You're calling this deemed consent. This is going to create a lot of conceptual clarity, conceptual confusion about whether you can you withdraw consent in deemed consent? I mean, it has that word, it's deemed consent, right?
That was going to be one of my questions, but just as an example, one of the grounds for deemed consent is also credit scoring. So you have a situation where you have a consent manager, which for historical, I mean, going by historical examples, is going to be a mix of, is going to be, as we say, voluntary but mandatory. So for example, if you want to take a loan, or if you want to get insurance, even car insurance, which is mandatory pretty much, you will have to go through probably a consent manager in order to make that happen. An account aggregator will allow an insurance agency, or on the other side, it will allow your bank to take your consent through the consent manager. Post that, all of that data then can be accessible for credit scoring through deemed consent. So what you're doing is that you're creating this account aggregator system which enables a vast amount of data collection about each individual, and then you enable credit scoring linked to that account aggregator through the deemed consent mechanism. If you connect the two, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's the way I'm looking at it, that basically every citizen will mandatorily have to engage with a consent manager and then mandatorily effectively be part of a credit scoring mechanism. You could take this differently as well. You could take China's social credit system, right? Have to operate through consent managers, link it to a social credit system where for bad behavior you might not be allowed to take credits. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but doesn't the law enable this?
I think there's going to be a little bit of difficulty if this is implemented as it currently stands, from considering everything that is mentioned in deemed consent as being the same as consent, which means that consent manager will apply to it. Why? Because immediately then withdrawal of consent will also apply to it, and nobody wants that with a non-consensual ground, because that doesn't make sense. You're supposed to do it where consent isn't necessary or isn't appropriate. That's where non-consensual grounds are implemented in all data protection laws across the world. So if you don't want withdrawal of consent to come in, I think it's unlikely that consent manager will sneak in as well. Somehow they will manage to create that conceptual distinction. Where it will fall apart is on deemed consent, clause 1, which is what I will call implied consent or a reasonable expectation consent. I think this particular clause is going to get a lot of focus, especially when we are talking about private bodies trying to find out what is the ground under which they can comply with this law. Everybody is going to go after this one thing. Everyone's going to go after reasonable expectations and voluntary implementation. What exactly has happened here? The GDPR makes it very clear that you can't be doing implied consent. They had some model of implied consent under the directive. They removed it, saying that consent is now conceptually, to make it sound, we are going to only make it affirmative actions. Only affirmative consent exists. They disregarded implied consent. But a number of laws across the world still have this concept of implied consent. But what do? They make sure that it is linked to a purpose, which means that what you're consenting to, even if impliedly, is always to a specific purpose. It's missing here. It's not even going to get linked with the consent ground where there is some mention of purpose. In implied consent, 8.1, there is no mention of the word purpose. You will see that the word purpose features in the Singapore version of this. So they have hacked this from the Singapore version, missed out the word purpose, and then they're not even talking about reasonable provision. They've brought in reasonable expectation of provision, which, as it happens, is used in PIPEDA, a 1990s law from Canada, but that adds certain other grounds, certain other reasons why you can't use implied consent. PIPEDA from Canada says that you can use implied consent if it is reasonably expected. It also says that you cannot use implied consent if sensitive data is involved or if there is likelihood of significant harm. Missing here, but reasonable expectations. A standard of privacy that was dismissed by Judge Rohinton Nariman in the in the Privacy 9 judge bench. It has been brought in and made part of the statute, made part of data protection law now. It's going to not make any sense when we look at consent, normal, proper consent.
Lalit, I'm going to bring
just a quick point, because you mentioned notice.
Yeah.
As soon as you bring in this concept of reasonable expectation, notice is out the window. So you can be clear that they do not want notice, because the idea of reasonable expectation is a stand-in for notice. They can't come together, because if you bring in notice into reasonable expectation, there is no dividing line. Notice is a way in which you can say that, hey, I received notice, now I expect what is going to happen.
Correct.
But the reasonable expectation ground is saying that you can only use that notice model if something is reasonably unexpected. If something is reasonably unexpected, then you will be forced to use consent proper from section 7. Otherwise, everything is on expectations.
Well, my primary problem is if my data is being processed, I won't even know.
Yeah, but the reasonable expectation model suggests that you should have known, which is why it's a problem.
Yeah.
But that's what they expect to implement. Now, I want to ask people who...
We'll move to at the end, we'll move back to how do we fix this. But Renuka.
I have a question. Even today, there's a lot of data being shared under a statute, let's say from banks to credit information companies, or under the IBC from banks to an information utility. So I'm not understanding how this changes when a consent manager comes, because it's happening now, and from the reading of the law, it seems to me that because it's under a statute, it will continue to happen and there is deemed consent. So I'm not understanding the role of the consent manager here. How does this change? And secondly, just again, I think somebody mentioned it, but a confirmation that if the information utility is a private entity or the credit information company is a private entity, then does it have deemed consent, or is it only for state and instrumentalities of the state?
So on your first question, I would say, sorry, I lost my trail of thought. I thought of something. Anyway, anyone wants to respond to that?
So, in a situation where there is no privacy law or there is no privacy norm and no privacy framework, what is being collected about you by various entities is presently in the air. Anybody can do anything with it. So, just extrapolate this to a situation where every entity collecting your data is accountable for purpose limitation, they have to give notice, you have to give consent, etc., etc. And in a situation where every service is digitized, it will become a virtual nightmare how you will manage your consent across 100 entities. Where you want to change, suppose your name changes, or suppose you want to withdraw your consent, or you want to be forgotten, will you contact 100 entities to tell them what is to be done with your data? So that is where the concept of consent manager comes. So in a situation where there is a framework for managing all your data, it becomes very easy either for the entity with whom your data is and also for you to have this intermediated. I don't think that was... Achha, I'm sorry. Sorry, maybe I got your...
Well, just I remember what I was going to say. To use a technology cybersecurity phrase, you're basically creating single points of failure. But but that's actually it, right? You're creating single sort of repositories of managing consent and data collection, which will then be accessible to public. For me, whatever I see that happening around data protection, I link it to two primary use cases: lending and insurance. India is an under-credited society. India is an under-insured society. Insurance and credit agencies don't have enough data, and within the absence of credit cards and the spread of credit cards, you don't have enough data to provide credit, to provide insurance, and to be more accurate in terms of their estimations of what should be in terms of. So all of this links back to empowering profiling and credit scoring of individuals at the back end. That's your end goal. So I start from that, and then I look at what are the provisions and what is it enabling towards that end. No, I'm just going by what has been said in the past by people who've determined a lot of the data protection law in terms of what the eventual objective of digitizing many value chains in India is. Renuka.
No, so I think if I just understand what you said, let's say I'm a consumer, I use a consent manager to do banking and insurance and many other things. The consent manager has a full profile of me because that is the entity that is looking at my data. Now there is a credit information company on the other side which has never talked to me because it has always gotten my data from the bank. Correct? But now it can also get my data from the consent manager. And not just the data that it was getting from a bank, but all other kinds of data that may rest with the consent manager. Is that how you're seeing it?
That's exactly how I'm seeing it, because also, like I said, underinsured, undercredited.
Got it.
You have mobile bill payment data as well, right? Which is what's being used in Kenya, also for credit scoring. There's a company called Tala, which does this, founded by Shivani Suroy, I think. So there are companies that are using other forms of data. What you're seeing happening in a lot of fintech is exactly this. So I'm just looking at this as enabling those businesses and those entities to take data through the deemed consent mechanism, is the way I'm seeing it. Sreenidhi, then.
On the same point though, I mean, I would look at it slightly differently. Why should the consent manager have my profile and all of that data? I think the consent manager sits slightly differently in that they're acting as that dumb pipe, that funnel, which is transmitting data from one end to the other. And if we do have enough safeguards, I mean, that's like the account aggregator framework where it's intended to not view the data necessarily. There is that consent artifact. Your job is to manage consent. And under this law, you're also fiduciary for the individual. It says that you're accountable on behalf of the individual. So you're kind of funneling that data, but does that necessarily mean you have access to all of that data and it's sort of free to be distributed elsewhere? I'm not sure that is a reasonable way of looking at it.
Okay. So I just want 2 points here. One, I think, as Srini just mentioned in terms of, let's say, consent manager only acting as a dumb pipe. I don't think that's exactly only as a dumb pipe, because even for me to allow a particular consent manager to act on my behalf, I'll have to register with that consent manager. So I am also giving some data specifically and some consent to that particular consent manager itself. Second thing is, I would just say that we could also look at this whole concept of consent manager in a very different manner, which all of us are using. So whether you are using an Android phone or an iOS for that matter, there are certain settings which you can do at the app level, okay? But you can also disable or enable certain things at the OS level itself. So for example, at the OS level, if you say that, okay, I do not want my location to be tracked by any of the apps, so that is something which can be done at the OS level. So I would say that when we are thinking about this whole concept manager, we should also look at these type of proxies as a potential examples of likely consent managers?
Just very briefly, to just create some conceptual distinction, I can see three different ways in which consent managers can operate. One, they only deal with your consent, which means what Sreenidhi mentioned is the consent artifact. It mentions what is the type and nature of the consent artifact will just contain yes or no, did they consent? Two, what did they consent to in terms of purpose and type and data. You can say that consent managers will just do this. This is the only kind of personal data that they will ever hold. And that is what the bill currently talks about. At the same time, it can be doing what Sreenidhi is mentioning. They not only hold this consent artifact, they also act as a dumb pipeline to carry the data between different parties. So they're also dealing with other personal data while also dealing with consent managers. And finally, there's a third model which we're all afraid of, is that they are not only doing the consent managing and not only funneling data around, but they're also using that data for other purposes. The thing is that model A is what the bill talks about, but model B and C are not prevented, which means models B and C are possible. Consent managers can do it. Nothing is stopping them from doing it.
They are data fiduciaries. They cannot do like this.
No, but all data fiduciaries are allowed to use data.
Mike.
So they can consent to the fact that they will be consent manager, and also then they can get consent that we will use the data, or they'll have some other ground to use the data, like deemed consent.
Yeah, so if they have the consent of the user, then there is no problem. But what Nikhil was suggesting was that it could possibly be misused and it could possibly be used for profiling. That is not going to be possible, because consent manager would be significant data fiduciary of the highest sort of sensitivity. So there will be a lot many obligations to the companies, to the individuals, etc. So I don't think that will be a danger. Now, as regards...
So let's say it just does exactly what the bill says, which is take consent and then allows the transfer of data from one individual to the other, like from an individual to an organization, right? Now, within those organizations, there's also, I'm just bringing deemed consent into this mix because there are the misuse of that provision, once your consent is taken and data is collected somewhere, is substantial. Because what happens post that in terms of, let's say, credit scoring, in terms of recovery of debt, in terms of prevention of fraud, there's also one line that I'd noted, which was about reasonable expectation. Sorry, I'll come back to that in a bit. I've forgotten where that one is, but
that's under 8.1, deemed consent, right? The one that Lalit was speaking about.
Yeah.
So potential definitely, because it will be a repository of data. So I agree with you that there is a potential, but that is where the safeguards will have to be built in.
Okay. Any comments? There's one there.
Yeah. So thanks, Nikhil. So I think the way I look at it from a consent...
Sorry, I just forgot I was told this. Please identify yourselves.
Okay, sorry. My name is Partha, and I work in a product company. I think the issue of consent manager and the work that they have to do, the way at least that I see it is, they got to manage the consent, right? So yes, I agree to it, and maybe also manage the revocation part to it. Do they necessarily have to view the data and the metadata? And I think that's where technologies or mechanisms like zero knowledge proof can come in. They can have my consent, but they need not see what is it that I consented to. And I think that's where the interplay of technology to be able to solve this quagmire of the intersection of the legal things versus how technology can benefit can come in. But of course, I do agree that they have a higher burden of responsibility to be able to ensure those consents are managed. But I think the greater thing is, how do we bring in and then interlace technologies like zero knowledge proof? If someone has to say, okay, I'm below 18 and I need not be admitted in a drinking bar, you need not have to really get to know the entire attribute. It's just that above 18 or below 18, right? And if it is above 18, take the consent. That's it. You don't need to probably get into the metadata part of it. And I think that's where we need to probably think a little innovatively rather than just getting boxed into these consent. And deemed consent, just another part of it, and I think that's borrowed. They have tried to conflate that to the other, legal basis under GDPR. But to me, deemed consent, equating deemed consent to a performance of contract or legitimate interest is a very languid reason. I find this a very weak argument. Thanks.
I'd like to draw your attention to 9A over here, 8, 9A. This is one that really scared me. Can someone explain this to me?
I mean, the simple, whatever evolution that this thing has taken is that in previous versions of the bill, what this was supposed to stand in for was the legitimate interest ground in the GDPR. In the GDPR, the balancing for legitimate interests is done by the data controller itself. They decide whether the interests of the data principal or the data subject outweigh the legitimate interests of the legitimate business interests, because that's only supposed to be, remember, for private parties, not for government. Whether they have to do the balancing act, and then there is a principle that they determine whether it's disproportionate or not. We arrive here on proportionality because otherwise it's been already determined. Proportionality has already been determined in the other grounds. Whatever's left is legitimate interest. And in the GDPR, because consent was so strict, many private bodies are forced to move into legitimate interest. They're all herded into it, like, many cow herds are herding cows into legitimate. Everybody went for legitimate interest. This was felt to be a little risky in the Indian situation because we don't have great oversight, not great state capacity. So instead, it was considered that there would be prescription or specification by the regulator about what are these legitimate interests, here called reasonable interests. And the state would do the balancing and try to come up with safeguards. To explain what are some of these reasonable purposes, in previous versions of the bill, there were a list of such reasonable purposes that were laid down as things that could be implemented through regulations by the regulator as fair and reasonable purposes, with some safeguards also specified. This was the model in the old bill. What has happened here is that those examples of what can be considered fair and reasonable purposes have been made into grounds. That's in the immediate previous subsection, subclause 8. These were all things that were supposed to be reasonable purposes. Now they are grounds, directly made into grounds. So some of these are defensible. Network and information security, you can use it on legitimate interest. You can't ask for consent for it. Private parties won't have any other ground, so they go by legitimate interest. Certain other things also get called legitimate interest in the same manner. These were culled out from the European discourse and placed as examples that could be kept in. Now we don't have examples. These have been made into grounds. So now we have a loose cannon about what is going to come out of this.
Well, this is one loose cannon. The next one, which 9 is, I don't understand how then everything is deemed consent. Who decides in this case whether the legitimate interest of a data fiduciary in processing that for that purpose outweighs the adverse effect on the rights of the individual? Who decides?
The government is going to prescribe it. So only if it is prescribed. This is not going to be used without prescription.
Is this limited by prescription in the bill?
Yeah.
For any fair and reasonable purpose.
The reasonable purpose will be prescribed by the government, but they'll do this balancing exercise. In the GDPR, actually, all of this balancing is done by the organization itself, but here the purposes will be
So the government
set out by
is
the
going to
government.
restrict this particular ground. Okay, they should. One here. There's one back there. So we'll.
Hi, my name is Karthik. I'm from XKDR Forum in Mumbai. I have a very basic question. What would be the source of revenue for consent managers?
Probably the companies that they are enabling consent for.
Okay.
So
then
let's say I'm a lending firm. I need to collect data. To give you a loan. You use a consent manager. I pay either a registration fee or an annual fee or a transaction fee to the consent manager for processing that consent.
And that would be determined by the notice served to the data principal?
No, that will be determined by the financial relationship between the consent manager and the company that's collecting the data. Or the consent manager could choose to charge the customer, to charge the data principal as well. Okay. It's up to them. So think of, if you look at Google Pay, look at Phone Pay, look at Paytm for UPI, effectively they're consent managers. They are only enabling a transaction from one bank to the other. They don't, no money passes through them. They just capture consent and enable that exchange. and they were supposed to get something called MDR, which is a merchant discount rate, for that transaction, which is now zero, which renders them largely unviable, but that's outside the scope of this conversation.
No, because the purpose why I asked this is I'm just curious what kind of would the scope of the data that the consent manager will have to deliver to the data fiduciary differ from the notice that the data fiduciary will give to the data principal. That's really it. So,
anyone have an answer to that question?
Yeah, the way I look at it, I don't know how it will finally pan out, is that for companies to comply with this huge amount of consent that is required with thousands and lakhs of customers, it becomes quite nightmarish, and also the compliance burden is quite heavy. So it is easiest for them to have an intermediary, which is also a significant data fiduciary, called the consent manager. So let us say I am Facebook, Google, etc., etc. So I have two choices. Either I invest in the hardware, I invest in the entire compliance mechanism, and I also face the compliance risk, or I transfer this risk to another entity who aggregates this consent. So I feel that the large companies who are dealing with huge number of customers, they will be the ones who will be paying the consent manager, not the data principal.
So let's go back to deemed consent. There's a point there, then there's someone there, and we'll come back here.
I have a question related to notice and consent. So this is Dimple here. I come from a telecom company and my questions are more from the operational perspective. So just to clarify, the bill says that if the consent has been taken before the commencement of the act, then I'm here just to provide the notice to the data principal. So if the notice gets missed out in the emails, or there can be multiple notices once the bill becomes the act, there's no responsibility. Is there a responsibility to ensure certain kind of frequency, or to ensure the reading of that particular notice? Or, I mean, if the bill doesn't talk about it. The second thing is that the bill says that for the children, we cannot provide the services, or there are certain limitations. So as a telecom company, if currently I do not provide my service to under 18 years age data principal, but I do not collect their KYC, will I be required to collect KYC to ensure that I haven't provided the services to under 18 age people going forward? So does that bill make me require more of data than earlier in that case? So these are the two questions.
So on the first one, you're right, this is only a notice requirement. I mean, they could have easily added the words retake consent, but they've consciously sort of not done that. And I do think that it's intended to be some kind of an opt-out perhaps, where you give a notice, and if the individual is okay with, I mean, you assume then that the individual is okay with that processing. But I just wonder what that means for future processing. Because in the course of you interacting with the individual, you still have to justify it on the under clause 5. You can only process data in the future if it is, if it's in accordance with consent given or deemed to have been given. So once the bill comes into force, you've given them a notice, but if your consent that you've taken earlier is not sort of free, specific, unambiguous, informed, I don't know how you can justify sort of future processing, because you'll continue to amass, sort of collect and use data. So I do think that there is some sort of scope to kind of read in consent. I think with 6.2 it seemed to have been like an opt-out sort of scenario, but for future processing, wouldn't you rather sort of then take consent only from the individuals?
You're right on the processing front that there is a clause on the same, but even when I'm taking a new consent from the data principal, it only requires me to state the purpose, why am I collecting, and what does the kind of data that I'm collecting, what does that mean. It doesn't ask me to inform the data principal how will it be processed, among which parties will it be processed, will it be cross-borderly transferred among third parties, for how long will the data be stored. So that kind of things are already not included while I am taking the consent. So even if I have to process the data, although I have to be obliged by the law, but I'm not obliged to give the transparency to data principal on the same.
Yeah, I think it doesn't really say other details, and there's no other requirement for a privacy policy. In one place, it does refer to when they say notice can be a separate document or electronic form, part of the same document, or in such other form as may be prescribed. I wonder if that leaves open room for even some of these details to be what will be the form and manner in which the notice has to be described. But yeah, this is a departure from earlier versions also, which listed out all of those things that you just mentioned on how long you're keeping it, what are the security safeguards. But I would also read this along with something like a 9.3, which says you will implement appropriate technical and organizational measures to ensure effective implementation with the Act as a whole. And generally, I mean, organizational measures will include some measures to indicate transparency, though that's not hard-coded in the law, so it is left to sort of interpretation.
Okay.
Yeah. So just 2 points here. One, okay.
Yeah, hi. I'm Omer from PRS Legislative Research. So this question is related to deemed consent 8.2. Right? So it says that the state is providing any service, deemed consent will be applicable. And there are a lot of services that are provided by state entities and private entities also. So do you think the bill is according differential treatment to two entities providing the same service? For instance, state-owned entities providing insurance services and also there's a private entity. Deemed consent will only be applicable to the state entity. That's one. And second, if that's the case, do you think this is reasonable?
Yeah, I think 2 does not actually, it only mentions instrumentality of this state, and Lalit can correct me if I'm wrong, I think previous versions did not ring fence it to just state instrumentality, or one of the earlier versions at least did not, because even for performance of any function under law, if you're complying with a legal obligation or say its performance under a statute, that was sort of covered, that you could infer consent in those situations. Not infer consent, but it was a different sort of ground for processing than consent. So it does treat those two situations differently, which I'm not sure is entirely fair here.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is accurate. Instrumentality of the state would include government companies, right? That's what we get. The only saving grace, and this is actually probably, it is a problem, it was there in the previous bills as well. This ground was restricted to the state. So one of the saving possibilities is that that kind of a use of this ground would be considered failing the test of necessity. Remember, deemed consent, section 8, the opening paragraph starts with processing that is necessary. So if you have processing that is necessary and then you come back to number 2, necessary for the performance of any function or for the provision of any service by an instrumentality of the state, this processing will not be necessary. And one of the ways of saying it is not necessary is that you could have done this by consent. And I think this would be the way it should be read. But appropriately perhaps state entities engaged in profit-making activities maybe should not have been included or should have been explicitly excluded from this, even in previous versions. To make a quick point though, there's something worth pointing out here is that this doesn't talk about requiring authorization by law or a law which requires that state function for these other 2 things. So there are 3 things in this subclause: performance of any function under any law, service or benefit, and issuance of certificate. 3 things. Only the first thing is bounded by a requirement of law. One of the requirements, remember, that is there under the Puttaswamy test. The other 2 don't talk about a law. And especially because it mentions law in the first one, but not in the second and the third one, a court would ordinarily read this to mean that the government can provide services without a law authorizing it, and it can engage in issuance of certificates without a law authorizing it, where the purpose normally would have been specified to some extent. And there could have been, assessment by a regulator about whether that was correctly done. So it's something to keep in mind. That
okay, I think Renuka wants to respond to this particular point.
Sorry, on that, because it says performance of any function under any law, if I'm an insurance company and it's the Insurance Act which allows me to perform the function of providing insurance, and I'm a private insurance company, will I not be able to use that?
But it's qualified at the end by the state or any instrumentality of the state. I'm reading that to apply to each of those ors.
Yeah, so I think what helps here is the fact that if you see the third line for any action or activity of the data principal, there is a comma. Now in legal reading, that comma is going to become significant. The by the state applies to all three things. It doesn't just apply to the last thing, all right? Because there is a comma after data principal. If there was no comma after data principal, it would apply perhaps only to the last thing, or it would have been ambiguous.
But then let me come back to my credit information example. So I'm a CIC getting info from a bank. I'm not getting information directly from the consumer. Will that get affected by this? Because as a consumer, I've given deemed consent to the bank. Now the bank is giving data to the CIC under the Credit Information Act. How does that change? Because there is a law that is allowing the bank to do so.
No, the law is allowing it. So is it a state company? Is it a government company? So then
but it's authorized under a different statute. Yeah. Yeah. So I think then what might be relevant is clause 29, whether you read it in addition to this law or you read it as a conflict. I would read that as in addition to, perhaps. I mean, one way to read that conflict sort of clause would be that earlier there were no baselines or whatever. I mean, there may be other laws that there was no baseline. This is the baseline. If there is any sectoral law or any other law which goes above that baseline, then you also abide by that. But if there is something which didn't exist only there's a vacuum, say in the health sector, if there's no law as such which is governing how health data will be used, you apply this as at least a baseline.
So, Deepak, and then there was someone here who raised their hand.
Okay. So, 2 points here. One, I think within the instrumentality of the state, perhaps there could also be a situation, for example, insurance companies or telecom companies, etc., which are specifically licensed under a particular statute, because normally that particular thing has been, let's say, reserved for the state. So perhaps this instrumentality could be extended even to those entities also. Second thing, I think many of the issues that we are talking about today, that okay, this is a new provision or there's likely to be a new provision, is not really so new, even in the Indian context. For example, if we go back to the reasonable security guidelines, which were issued on 11th April 2011 under the IT Act Section 43A rules, many of these things under the sensitive or personal data or information rules already existed. It's a different thing that for past 11.5 years, these have not really been enforced very well. So I would also urge everybody to please go have a look at those rules also, because many of these, not all, but many of these type of provisions are already there on the statute book as a form of the delegated legislation in the country. The third thing, I just want to make a general suggestion to everybody who is making a comment on this, whether through MyGov or otherwise.
Is there another option?
I don't know. I mean, for example, some of us have written in media, and hopefully somebody is taking note of it. Some people, obviously, a lot of people are using social media otherwise, and maybe, I mean, I can share example. I've personally given many years back a submission which was anonymous, in the sense on a paper, no name, no signature, not even a date. It was submitted and it was acted upon by one of the statutory regulators. But that's a different thing. One specific suggestion is this, that it's one thing for us to make these type of comments, etc. But what will actually work best is if somebody says that, okay, this is the current provision, this is what the provision should read like, so do a track change, and then in the other column give a rationale for that. Because that's something which forces people who are crossing all these comments to take note of much more focused manner, and also to say yes or no or something like that when they have to put up the file. I mean, on the green sheets, literally. Thank you.
That is typically the best way.
Hi, I'm Anirban. I practice law here in Delhi. So I had a question regarding deemed consent, consent manager, and let's say withdrawal of consent. So let's say if I look at deemed consent as a sort of default yes, would there be anything like a dashboard or a place where I can...
There's no notice. There is probably no information anywhere.
And suppose I want to withdraw this. Is there something we can add in the act?
That goes into an infinite loop, right? You withdraw, it gets deemed. You withdraw, it gets deemed. You withdraw, it gets deemed.
Absolutely, but I have somewhat of a control over this, right? Now, it can't be applicable for everything, which I look at here, but let's say network information.
So if you I think you came a little late. I remember what we discussed initially. That was actually one of my first few questions. There's no notice for deemed consent. So let's say if a political party has collected your data, and I don't know if that'll be covered under deemed consent, one, you'll not get a notice. They're processing your data, you will not know. And so you can't withdraw consent that you don't know exists, right?
Or file an RTI and then
Political parties are not under RTI.
So the way I look at deemed consent, the way I visualize deemed consent, please correct me if I am wrong. I am walking into a premises. It says that this premises is covered by CCTV. There is a small board. I may or may not read it. That is going to capture my biometrics, my gait, and my time of coming and going, with whom I was coming, etc. A lot of personal information. But the fact that I have entered that premises, it indicates deemed consent. So it is not captured anywhere, it cannot be withdrawn. So that is an example I think of, maybe it is right.
I mean, I can hypothesize
Just
that
a-
it's
just a
captured,
note.
but
I can add another layer to that as well.
Just a quick note to help organize this. I think every time we talk about that clause 8, we have to make sure we are clear which subclause we're talking about. 8.1 is what I've been calling implied consent, the clause that deserves or can be called deemed consent. The rest of it, non-consensual, currently classed under deemed consent, but making no sense as deemed consent. So when we refer to deemed consent, it would be good if we refer to which one of these two we mean, because it will mean different things. Referring to the latter will face the problem that Nikhil is talking about, that you can't withdraw that consent, it's not feasible. The first one, maybe it's possible.
Hi, this is Jakub. I'm working in a law firm.
We can barely...
Am I audible now?
Much better now, Jakub.
I'm Jakub, and I'm working in a law firm. I just want to point out an issue about the significant data fiduciary.
Can we close deemed consent first? I just want to close that loop.
Okay.
Any other points, questions, thoughts on deemed consent?
Answering your question on deemed consent, that if the legal basis for processing is deemed consent, it does not mean that the fiduciary is not obligated to give information to the data principal relating to the processing, how it is happening, where the data is going, the category of data subjects, the category of data that is being shared with the third parties, right? If you read section 12, there is an obligation which talks about information to be given to the data fiduciary. So just because your ground for processing is deemed consent does not...
No, I can ask for it, but the problem is if I don't know...
It is to be provided. It's not that you...
No. The data principal will have the right to obtain, which means the onus is on me to go and get.
So how, if I talk in how it works in GDPR, consent is a different requirement. Under Article 13, information, giving notice is a different requirement. So these two are different requirements. Does not mean... Again, my point. I'm coming back to this.
But there is no requirement of notice for in this case, right?
But you're still supposed to comply with the requirement of Section 12.
You can compile it, but you don't need to provide it unless it's sought. Is what I'm reading.
To make a very clear distinction between these two, notice should not be confused with the right to information. Notice is what is proactively given by the data fiduciary at the time of collection. At that time, the right to information is something that a data principal has to go out of their way after figuring out that that person might have your data, request them, wait for the answer, and then find out. There's a considerable distinction between these two, and it is very relevant because of the simple fact that data processing is a very opaque area, and you don't know who's using your data.
So you're saying you're not obligated to provide this information unless asked for?
Only when asked for. Whereas normally transparency requires proactive disclosure.
So while we get to Abhishek, I just wanted to point out one little aspect. Deemed consent also has an exemption for recovery of debt. What we've seen is a lot of harassment of individuals when lending agencies have access to their phones, they start pulling out all sorts of data. Even in that case, they take the consent. But that's not necessary to the processing of their loan application. But they've threatened to share personal images in various places. Sorry, Renuka. I think they do need to know your contact information. No, it's not just contact information, right? What they do is they take your entire contact book and then they start calling up people. They take photographs and they threaten to, like your access to personal photographs, and threaten to expose your personal photographs to the world. So all of that processing, all of that collection also happens.
But
so, Mike there, please.
But like she
I
said,
would
isn't
say
that
that's covered under the RBI guidelines on debt collection. I'm not sure how much that has to do with this. Because debt collection by itself, both under the IBC and under the RBI are very well regulated. Now, of course, there are instances when things go wrong, but the onus on that, I would think, is not so much data protection as guidelines on debt collection.
Yeah, I think all this is doing is, and anyway, this is also qualified by the processing has to be necessary for debt recovery. I think there is some level of ring fencing qualification there on how you, I don't know if sort of calling
is
up
it
people.
necessary?
Here it is. A data principal is deemed to have given consent if such processing is necessary in public interest, including for recovery of debt. And I mean, you do need to have some contact information about the individual to be able to recover, and it's in fact required by RBI certain directions.
So, not a lawyer, but there's one part of the another part of the deemed consent bit that I felt a little uncomfortable about, and from a constitutional perspective, if someone can help me out, it creates grounds called public interest, which I believe are not under any law otherwise, and I was just wondering about how that plays with Puttaswamy.
So I think one quick point to note is that first, the way in which this has been drafted is very higgledy-piggledy. It doesn't make sense. It's incoherent.
Is very what?
Forget the word. It's very incoherent. So if you see 8.8, it says that you can process if that processing is necessary in public interest, including for A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? But then public interest is defined in the definition section as meaning things like sovereignty, integrity, prevention of crimes, right? Your definition, the definition of the word public interest is largely in relation with state interests, plus one thing about crime prevention, which can be applicable also to private parties. That has nothing to do with this list. What does this list have to do with the definition of public interest? So is it even meaningful that A, B, C, D, E, F, G is something that is included in public interest, when public interest is defined in the statute as meaning those things, state sovereignty and all of that. So this is just incoherence to start with. Second, we don't know what else public interest could include apart from what has been mentioned in the list. So that's a loose cannon. It will probably be only guided by the definition. But since the definition doesn't match A, B, C, D, E, F, G, maybe somebody will come up with something else, which can be considered included in public interest, right? So far as constitutionality goes, on the other hand, as I had mentioned earlier, at the very least what is mentioned in A, B, C, D, E, F, G are things that in other jurisdictions are considered something that can be coming under legitimate interest. We all know that there is this ground, right, in GDPR called legitimate interest. Now, what did we think was going to come up in that? From the research done those many years ago, 4 years ago, these findings were that these are the kinds of things that often you can't take consent for, you should not take consent for. It makes sense that consent is not appropriate. But the fact that consent is not appropriate does not mean that privacy disappears. You need further safeguards, such as what we have been discussing about recovery of debts. Just because consent is not necessary, you have to have non-consensual processing of that debtor's data, does not mean you can't have safeguards. So those safeguards are supposed to be made through regulations. Now that's not required because they have been directly made into grounds. You can just use this ground and say, I thought it was necessary, and then do it.
I just want to add something here.
Deemed consent, I'm just closing that out,
Yes, it's about this public interest. This list is not new. I think it was under the reasonable purpose in 2019 bill. Now the reasonable purpose may be prescribed by the government, and this list has been put under the public interest. Yeah, so this is not something that is new.
But how it's treated is new.
Yeah.
How it is treated here is new.
Yakub, earlier they had to specify that this is something that is now going to become a ground on which you can do data processing. And when specifying it, you're also supposed to specify safeguards.
Yes.
That is not there now. It is directly a ground, and there is no need to create safeguards. That is what is different.
Just another point on deemed consent. It says, how does, I'm just reading out my question, how does processing of publicly available personal data impact privacy? Does it, for example, enable Clearview AI, which basically scraped social media images of individuals for training their AI, which is then providing to law enforcement? how does it impact the government's social media monitoring service, which it has released tenders for on multiple occasions, and the Supreme Court eventually criticized them when someone filed an appeal and the government withdrew the tender? Does this now create grounds for scraping publicly available information?
Yeah, I mean, in the previous versions of the bill, like I mentioned, processing of publicly available data was mentioned as one of the ways, that one of the things that can be considered reasonable purposes. But there was a clear requirement that when you specify this as a ground,
you would have safeguards.
You have to have safeguards. Now, no safeguards. This is actually something that is there in Singapore, if I'm not wrong. They've allowed for free, open, processing of publicly available data. It's important to keep in mind, because this is going to come up as a defense by the state that we have actually copied Singapore. Look, they're doing so well with their data processing. It's not the case. Graham Greenleaf, a person who studied data privacy laws, says that Singapore's law is somewhat like less cheese, more holes. This is what he called it. Considerable deviation from the requirement of finality as per the OECD principles. And if you are aware about it, Singapore has an extremely sophisticated surveillance framework in place. So if you were considering what are your priorities, keep in mind that when you lose your basic principles, you will end up into a surveillance state. It can't be from the other way. You have to start from the basics.
Just about the public interest aspect that we were discussing. So when I was going through the note on the bill, so it mentioned that the government has tried to define what public interest means over here, so that this ambiguity in this term that's there in other laws and bills goes away. But what I see here is typically what is there in general also. They've said that we've defined it, but this is essentially what the loopholes are, how public interest is misused. So is that not mere lip service to just trying to define it? I'm just trying to understand, have they done something that makes public interest more secure, or is it just merely been put in the bill and it simply can be misused again?
Just to start with, public interest is not something that is there in other bills, as far as I know.
It's not defined, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, it's not even there. Is public interest one of the ways in which, on one of the grounds to process personal data in any data protection law? I don't think so. So just to start with. But on the definition point, the definition is in 2 subclause 18, right? Now 2 subclause 18 is talking about various state obligations. Some of them are actually covered under exemptions, so I don't know why they are here.
Exactly, yeah.
The last one, preventing dissemination of false statements, and the second last one, preventing incitement of commission of offenses, are something that maybe private bodies can talk about, right? Now, those things can become part of public interest when they are trying to, when a body is trying to find a ground to declare itself legal. But what I mentioned earlier, what does that have to do with ABCDEFG? That is in 8.8. What is mentioned in 2, whatever, I forget it, the definition of public interest in clause 2 has nothing to do with the list in 8.8.
No, while they don't, I agree that there is that clash between them.
So now the term public interest is, legally speaking, demarcated by the definition, but this inclusive list is not demarcated by the definition. What is going on? Does that mean that there can be other things apart from what is in the definition included within this? I'm not sure, because it's clearly illogical. The framing is illogical, so I can't say anything.
So essentially, it's again open. It
may not be, in a strict reading, you can't read public interest to mean anything except what is there in 2 subclause whatever and this. 8 here. Arguably, this is all public interest is.
So just in addition to that, one last thing on deemed consent. What's the process for receiving an exemption? Is it like you are self-certifying that you are exempted because, let's say, you are preventing fraud or you're doing debt collection? Is there going to be some kind of a registration? Who gets greenlit and how? Is there, like, what's the process here for someone to be exempted, and who takes that decision and how? Or is that also that ball kicked down the road to saying that there will be delegate legislation?
You mean 8.8?
Or all of these? How do you kind of demonstrate
Anyone,
that you assume? You keep records, I think, on some. It's the same as, I guess, GDPR when it says legitimate interests or any other grounds.
No, in the sense, is there going to be a process where you're going to have a registration of those who receive exemptions, and there's going to be, or how does...
To start with, this is not an exemption. We need to be clear on the terms, right? This is a ground. It's a ground of processing which they're calling deemed consent. An exemption would be where you have no obligations. Here you continue to have all the obligations under 9, right?
Okay.
So,
as an entity, how do you get? How do you?
Your specific question, I don't
work?
think there's a registration requirement unless they decide to make rules on it.
Yeah, no registration. It's not like you have to apply and say that this was reasonable expectation and this is what I'm doing, but you do keep some records, I would say. I mean, that's what we advise organizations to do as well. Like, how do you demonstrate what you've done is justified under what ground?
So it's only when someone, let's say, complains that my data was being processed that you can then seek protection under these grounds, saying that this is how this applies to me.
Yeah, but you do still have to, like Lalit said, this is an alternative to consent, but everything else you still have to abide by. You still have to show that you're in, like, under 9(1), you are, you know, responsible for complying with the provisions of this act. So the only way to kind of abide by all of it is to keep your records internally, saying that this data we've collected for this purpose under this ground.
On this point though, I think this is a good way to tie it in with the question of purpose specification. Ordinarily, what's supposed to happen is that when you have a legitimate interest or a ground like this, you specify purpose at the time of collection.
Correct.
Is this obligation in this law? You can twist and turn it and read section 5 as meaning that you have to specify the time of collection, but that's not there.
But that assumes that you then you have to take consent, or you have to provide notice.
No, but
purpose specification will come in.
No, 5 talks about consent and deemed consent both. But all it says is that you need to have a lawful purpose. It doesn't say you need a clear specified lawful purpose. It says you need a lawful purpose. So we don't know whether you can switch between grounds, whether you just have to mention a ground in section 8, or you need to mention a purpose, a specific purpose, which is more specific than the ground. This is not required anywhere. So bodies can simply switch between grounds, and they can refer to grounds as purposes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is with regards to 8.7 for the purposes related to employment. Do you think it's a sweeping provision and there is like absence of some safeguards so as to say that my employer can ask for any type of data under this grounds?
Just mention what the change was in the previous versions. What is mentioned after including here for the purposes related to employment, including A, B, C, D, most of these, except for 2 which have been included afresh, most of these were mentioned as the only purposes of employment. Now they have been made as some of the examples of purposes of employment. All other possibilities that somebody might come up with about what we require to engage in an employment relationship will be brought in as well. So I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, because I don't know whether the old list was exhaustive about kinds of situations where employment related data is used, but this is the change.
I just want to...
So my employer can... Hello? Yeah. So my employer can ask for any type of data set that is not mentioned here, right? Because it's including.
Yeah, as long as it's necessary for the purpose of employment. They have to prove that somehow.
I just wanted to also, get your views on this employment part, considering that in an employer-employee relationship, there is a huge power asymmetry or an imbalance of power, and also given the fact that the labor codes in our country typically are kind of quite ambiguous, and also for the fact that a fundamental right in India cannot be challenged with private bodies. Now, considering all these complexities, how do you see this contour of deemed consent playing out in the employment? Because how does an employee even say, okay, deemed consent, he got to do it? And considering that there is a power asymmetry and a huge imbalance of power, and consent is not freely given here. It might be informed, it might be unequivocal, but it is certainly not given freely.
But I think for that very reason, it's the law kind of deems that in employment context, consent can never be meaningfully free. So it sort of deems certain purposes which are relevant to the employment to be purposes where you don't actually need to take consent. Because consent will actually never meaningfully be free, and also the organization needs to process some data for these purposes. But I do think, like Lalit said, in the earlier version, there were some purposes which were hard-coded in the law. Now it is left a lot more open-ended, but again, it will be qualified by whether it's necessary for the purpose of employment or not. We've seen instances under the GDPR, for instance, where, of course, there's also a collection limitation. So an organization being fined for collecting excessive data about employees, where, what vacations they took, their religious, political beliefs, all of that, that couldn't be justified under purpose, like a legitimate interest or something for the purpose of employment. But here, I mean, we'll have to see how this sort of plays out as well.
No, and I also feel that this is a huge minefield. Say, for instance, in an area like recruitment, and if there is an AI tool who's probably trying to do some kind of a automated decision making, right? There is so much of opaqueness that happens, and I'm speaking from my practical experience on the ground, where on one hand, definitely it helps to kind of really source, shift, and slice and dice resumes and all of that. But employee doesn't really have a choice. And therefore, the only best option that can be left is legitimate interest, but I suspect that is even not true. For instance, in France, the CNIL, the data protection authorities, have very clearly said that consent has to meet very specific criteria, and one just cannot use them arbitrarily. And therefore, under the employment context, it would have been better if this aspect, typically for body corporates in the private sector, could have been deemed. For instance, biometric, right? Now, it is sensitive personal data. It requires that amount of, but what if someone doesn't want to provide his or her data under diversity? Now, there has to be some lawful purposes to do that, right? For diversity, inclusion, and all of that. So I think this is conflating, right? Lots of things over here, and it's kind of really muddled up, my views.
Yeah, I think we can, I'm completely on board with what you're saying, and I think we need to, I need to repeat what I had mentioned about the nature of this entire clause, clause 8. Clause 8 is not actually about consent. So 8.1 is about implied consent, but the rest of it, including 7, is not consent. It is a non-consensual ground. The illustration is actually misleading. It is a non-consensual ground. They can take your data without consent. The understanding that we have to have is that in previous versions of the bill, employment was made as a ground separate from consent exactly because of the problem that you're mentioning, that consent is difficult to obtain in a free manner in that situation. It is often inappropriate to take in the situation of an employee-employee relationship, and therefore necessity is made as the second best possibility for the purposes of employment. That was the intention at that time. There were safeguards put in place in the previous versions of the bill. You will see it's mentioned that they can only opt for employment if consent is in fact inappropriate. Look at the past versions of the bill. Lastly, about the legitimacy of this ground per se, as you're mentioning, legitimate interests is in fact the ground on which employers in Europe would be often using this particular kind of data. And they would have to do the balancing requirement to see whether or not that data is causing more harm than it should be. So,
hi. So we're sort of running out of time for this session. We started half an hour late, so we'll extend this by half an hour. But we'll sort of move to shorter questions and answers.
I have a short question.
Yeah.
So I'm a journalist, and I had a question from that perspective. As a media company and as journalists, we often deal with a lot of personal data of several individuals. Say something like the Panama Papers or the Pandora Papers, etc. So now under this bill, and I couldn't find any safeguard, so to say, when as a journalist or as a media entity, we are dealing with personal data of people. So can hypothetically a person file a RTI request with my company and ask me what kind of personal data of mine are you dealing with, and then potentially also request an erasure of that data? So that is my first part. And second, if that doesn't happen, if I end up publishing someone's personal information, the financial details about what kind of offshore accounts, etc., they hold outside, what are the potential ramifications of kind of publishing that kind of personal data about someone when, once it comes out in say like a website, which is like a digital platform or whatever?
Journalists, when given one question, often ask as one question in two parts. But go on.
Yeah, so this was actually something that was supposed to be dealt with and was dealt with in previous versions of the bill in two ways. Number one, the right to erasure, and now we are on data principal rights. The right to erasure, often confused with and distinguished with the right to be forgotten in a very confusing manner, but let's just understand what erasure means. Erasure means deletion from storage. It also means deletion from publication. So in a way, the right to be forgotten is there in this law. You can erase something that has been published or shared or disclosed. You can erase it from that disclosed page, right? So free speech was supposed to be balanced. That was what was done in the previous versions of the bill, where you approach, if you want to have a right to be forgotten, erasure from publication, restriction from publication, restriction from disclosure, you approach the adjudicating officer of the Data Protection Authority and you ask them, that authority officer does the balancing between free speech and privacy and then determines whether the erasure can be done or not. Now that is not there. Now it is illegal for you to continue disclosing data that somebody is now telling you to erase because it is their data. It is illegal for you to continue disclosing it. If you are a whistleblower, if you are a researcher putting out personal data for public interest, you have to delete it.
Which basically means that you can also censor news articles.
Yeah, what's the safeguard that is there? If you can call it one, look at the right to be forgotten. 13? Yeah. 13 says you can erase personal data, no longer necessary purpose, unless retention is necessary for a legal purpose. Now, what is a legal purpose is unclear. That can mean many things. Does it include the right to free speech and expression under the Constitution? Is that a legal purpose? I don't think that's how we normally call legal purpose. So I think you have to delete that. You have to delete it because somebody asked. Secondly, there was an exemption, a proper exemption for journalists in the previous versions of the bill. It is there across the world, all data protection laws. What is going on? Why did they delete that? Also, you will notice in the list of reasonable purposes, one of the purposes in the list of reasonable purposes in the previous versions of the bill was whistleblowing. Whistleblowing was mentioned. That is the only reasonable purpose that has been deleted and brought into deemed consent now. Why? Like, what is going on?
So I just want to go back to that eraser slide. And Yakub, I know you've been waiting for a very long time. Completely forgot. I'm sorry about that. I'll just come to you. Let's look at erasure. And I think we discussed this, Sreenidhi, about there's a dissonance between, I think in terms of withdrawal of consent for legal purposes and erasure for legal and business. Could you run us through that?
Sure, yeah. So this was 9.6, which talks about that a data fiduciary has to sort of cease to retain personal data once the purpose for which they've collected it has been met, unless the retention is necessary for a legal or business purpose. Legal purpose, I would read it as, like Lalit said, I think there's scope for interpretation, but legal purpose, I was thinking about, like RBI says, KYC, under KYC, master directions, keep transaction records for 10 years. That's a diktat that's kind of handed down. So you can't retain data because the RBI, you can't delete the data because RBI is saying, hold on to that data. Business purpose is a lot more, perhaps purposes like fraud prevention, detection, defending yourself in a claim tomorrow. Even under this law, you're required to, show that you've taken consent appropriately. So if an individual makes a request for deletion at some point, but I do need to hold on to that audit trail for my consent to be able to show tomorrow that I took consent in a meaningful, valid manner. So that's sort of the reason I think why legal or business purpose is included, but I don't know what the contours of that business purpose might be. But so 9.6 talks about legal or business purpose, whereas the right to erasure, clause 13D, which talks about erasing when an individual seeks erasure, you can retain it if it's necessary for a legal purpose, but that business purpose exemption is not sort of provided there. So some disconnect between those two provisions. I don't know if that's conscious or if it's an error.
About data retention, a quick thing that I think everybody can try and work on. I've not been able to. It's a clause that's been picked from Singapore, right? If we've looked at the Singapore law, they also have this exact phrasing that you can retain it for legal and business purpose. Graham Greenleaf says that the term business purpose has to be read as legitimate business purpose, but he wrote before it was actually implemented properly. So I don't know what case law is developed in Singapore, but it was supposed to be restricted in some manner. This is apart from what she's mentioning, that the erasure and retention requirements.
I'm just wondering about why we haven't ring-fenced this business purpose, because effectively a company can define business purposes for which it needs the data, and so the right to erasure basically doesn't exist.
Yeah, and also it doesn't make sense in the very simple sense that for normal processing, you're supposed to have a ground, right? One of the grounds in deemed consent or consent itself, and you're supposed to have purposes according to that. So if your processing is supposed to be on a purpose as per collection, now what is this additional thing called business purpose? Nobody is going to retain and store data and sit on it. and say that that's the business purpose. It's not something like a company will tell its investor, hey, we have this great data set, and as per the law, we can retain it. If you're retaining it, you're using it. So what is this incoherence between uses of processing and uses of retaining? What is business purpose apart from deemed consent? Do you have another ground? It doesn't make sense. Are you just sitting on the data? If you're retaining it, what are you doing with it?
Yakub.
We are discussing users' rights, right? User rights. I have a concern about the grievance redressal mechanism. In 2019 bill, in previous bills, there was a particular scope of complaint. What would be the complaint? That is the contravention of bill, provision with the bill. Now that scope is not available here. So a data principal can file a complaint before a data fiduciary against anything that data fiduciary is not obliged to comply. So do you think that there should be a particular scope of the complaint? And one concern that is from the industry, that usually there should be a particular fee we should charge from the data principal to exercise the right of grievance or any particular right under the rights framework, because if we look into the RTI Act, there is a particular fee of 10 rupees. The idea is to reduce the unreasonable, like unnecessary complaint. So what do you think about that?
Doesn't say one way or the other about whether you can charge fees or not, though. For I don't know about this grievance redressal, but I think for all, what you're referring to is generally if you're seeking information, if you're seeking any other sort of action on the data, I think the GDPR allows businesses to charge a reasonable fee for that. There's no specific allowance in the law as such that either allows that or bars it. The first question, I'm sorry, I've lost track of what the first question was. On complaints, whether you can...
the definition of a complaint. They haven't defined, you mean grievance, right? When you're complaining to the fiduciary.
There's a 7-day time frame for responding to a grievance.
Yeah, but he's asking what is a grievance. So this will just have to, I think people won't complain on just things which they dislike. They'll have to end up doing a grievance. But you're right, in terms of compliance, people are going to be confused that did I violate the law because I didn't deal with a grievance that somebody was having which has nothing to do with the law, because it's not defined. So
and typically what we've seen historically, what happens in terms of complaints like that is that people tend to deal with them no matter what because they're afraid of non-compliance. So you probably what you're saying is that should there be delicate legislation in terms of determining what kind of grievances are feasible here, and should we restrict them in some shape or form?
No, I think you're just saying that here it just says grievance. It's not qualified by non-compliance with this law. But I think it would be fair to read it as sort of non-compliance with this law, because I'm sure if it's unrelated to completely any aspect of data processing, then this law simply doesn't kick in, like doesn't cover that.
On that point, should there be compensation for users? Because that seems to have been completely done away with. I mean, you're filing, what is the incentive for users to file a complaint if there is no redressal mechanism apart from a penalty against the data fiduciary? So should there have been compensation for users? Anyone?
Yeah, can you? Okay. So with regard to what Yakub was... Go ahead. Sorry, my name is Tejaswita. I'm from Center for Communication Governance. And regarding the second question about having, let's say, a fee for application for registering a complaint, there's something much worse. Reading section 16 and 25 means that if it's a false or frivolous grievance or complaint that's made to the data fiduciary or board, so it's even if you send a complaint to the data fiduciary and it's a frivolous one, and later on at some stage you can be penalized for it, and it's for 10,000 rupees. So not having a cap doesn't not having like a fee for application for complaints, it really doesn't make any difference. It's in fact much worse. And like you said, there's no compensation mechanism. It's been removed. It's been removed from the amendments as well as the actual act, which was at least there in the previous one. So now there's no reason for you to actually go and file a complaint, because it's very likely that if there's a good possibility that it'll be deemed as a false or frivolous grievance. So it's not just it's like this active act of ensuring that data principals don't complain, if anything.
That's what I was also getting at.
Yeah.
I personally believe that there should not be any particular fee. But this was a concern of industry, and Sri Krishna committee also deliberated on this issue, whether there should be a particular fee or not. So in this concern, I thought that we should discuss about. Yeah.
On the question that there should be compensation for the users who are aggrieved users.
Mike. No, you're not using the mic.
Okay. On the question that there should be compensation for the aggrieved users, I think the incentive should not be a compensation, but the motive should be that I'm actually aggrieved by whatever wrong done by the data fiduciary or data processor. Because I mean, looking at the current situation, the deterrence is already there. I mean, the user files a complaint, there is a chance of penalty being imposed on the company, and no company would like to have the fine being imposed on them. And in India, where we have more than 400 to 500 million users on a platform, large big tech companies or whatever we look at, if we start giving the incentive of compensation unless actually aggrieved, I mean that would be that would lead to more frivolous complaint. People may take it like, okay, take a chance, what if we may get a compensation? So that should not be really an incentive for filing a complaint.
Hi, my name is Akshat. I'm from Media Nama. I have a question regarding right to information. So if I ask a social media company what kind of data it is processing related to me, and it gives me a list of 10 things, what's preventing that social media company from not lying to me? It can tell me anything. How will I know that I'm being given the right information at the end of the day? Yeah.
For this, you're supposed to have a regulator that proactively does monitoring of compliance, proactively looks into whether or not the duties are being complied properly. But here you don't have that. You have a regulator that sits on its ass and hears complaints.
No, but do we have a regulator for this space?
No, we don't. We don't have a regulator.
We'll be going into that discussion in a later session on the role of the regulator, which is going to be the Data Protection Board. So
Which is not a regulator.
There is not a regulator. So how will the exemptions of one class of data fiduciaries impact privacy? There is this open-ended thing about on the basis of amount of data processed, et cetera, there's going to be an exemption for them. I'm just curious about whether anyone's thought of any risks that might be there for rights.
Yeah, so I would say that when it comes to exemptions, when you look at section 18.3, that's the one that caught my eye, because that's the one that says the central government may by notification having regard to the volume and nature of personal data processed. Yeah, 3.
We don't have 3 on the slides.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll just read it out. Having regard to the volume and nature of personal data processed, notify certain data fiduciaries or class of data fiduciaries to whom the provisions of section 6, subsection 2 and 6 of section 9, section 10, 11, 12 of this act shall not apply. So first of all, section 10 is on children. So having a full exemption on this on the children clause, that's already a big enough problem. Then you read that with section 11, which is significant data fiduciaries, which implies that a significant data fiduciary can possibly sit down, get an exemption under 18.3, and not comply with the provisions with the section 10 requirements for protection of children. And section 10 has its own exemptions of its own, but it ensures that, so section 10 in subsection 4, it provides that 1 and 3 shall not be applicable to the processing of personal data, right? So that one, it's ensuring that there is a mechanism for when exemptions can be provided under section 10, but when you use 18.3, that means that subsection 2, it's fine, we can go to, so subsection 2 provides that of 10 provides that data fiduciary shall not undertake such processing of personal data that is likely to cause harm to a child as may be prescribed. So 18.3 is creating a situation where a significant data fiduciary can actually sit down and undertake processing of personal data that is likely to harm a child. So I don't know if this is mistake on the drafters or if it's just something that's missed out, but the combination of exemptions here is actually pretty problematic because who is a significant data fiduciary? That's supposed to be based on volume and nature, but even the exemptions. Yeah.
To just put this in, 10 and 11 are supposed to be clauses by which you identify those data fiduciaries which might cause more harm, either to children or generally, right? 10 and 11 about that. 18 has now said that you can exempt it on certain grounds.
Yeah, the grounds.
This is bad drafting because whatever these grounds were, whatever these grounds for not calling them significant data fiduciary or not putting on them certain obligations, they could have been in 10 and 11. Why are they here? So I don't know what's going on. It could have been in the identification of a significant data fiduciary. It could be the identification of a fiduciary that deals with children's data, because there are separate clauses which are about such identifications. So put it into that criteria. Why are you putting it as an exemption? This is just I'm not good at this word.
No, actually, this collection of, I kind of agree. This collection of provisions 6, 9, 2 and 6, 10, 11, 12, I couldn't kind of glean out a theme there on why these provisions and not the other ones. Because from what we hear from the government is that some exemptions for early stage startups, but I don't see how these would be the ones that are relevant from that perspective. These provisions, especially on sort of retention, the children's one that she mentioned, I don't think that the intent would be to exempt any data fiduciary from the application of section 10, which is on processing children's data. So this set of exemptions I was unclear on as to why these provisions.
Like 6 and 9.2 and 9.6, maybe it can make sense in terms of compliance burden. But 10 and 11, what do they have to do with compliance burden per se? Is that what you mean?
But then why those alone?
Some of us are not very well versed with numbers and what they mean in this regard. Just letting you know.
6 was notice, 9.2 is, what is it, data security or retention, and 9.6 is retention, and 9.2 is security. Security safeguards is supposed to be a basic thing, right?
No, but 9.2 is accuracy.
Oh, sorry, accuracy, my bad.
So it's just that I couldn't glean a theme here among all of these provisions. So I'm wondering if there's some cross-reference.
You can collect data of children, but you don't need to be accurate about it. So anyone else have any thoughts on this aspect here? And then there's someone there and there. Okay. One, two, three, 4 then.
Hi. I'm Charitarth. I work for EY's Data Privacy and Trust team. So one of the things that I was wondering when I was reading this was, some of the key things, as you mentioned, as you started out mentioning, that they've been missed out, right? Like certain key, like gap principles, for instance, are missing, right? So, and now we're looking at some, really
sorry, you have to speed up. We're running out of time.
Sorry, yeah. So we're seeing some very conspicuous things which are missing here. And the government did have a rush in actually bringing this bill. So do you think this is just lackadaisical? Is it just lazy of them in terms of drafting? Or are these very, motivated in itself, right? Like some of these things that they have missed out. Is there a specific motive?
Sorry, I'm going to skip that question. Motives are not under discussion.
Okay, can I ask
Sorry,
another question? Sorry.
I'll go there. Okay, whoever's got the mic there, start. Yeah, go ahead.
I had a question about the data, the duties. So you want me to come back to that? Or should
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Pratik Wagre from the Internet Freedom Foundation. So a couple of things on the duties of data principles, rather, right? Was that one is, is there precedent for something like this in other laws? Have we seen the imposition of duties on the data principle or the data subject, as it may be? And the second part is specifically around subclause 3, right? Which is, shall under no circumstances include while applying for any document, service, unique identifier, etc., etc. Is anyone reading of this that it's sort of precluding the ability to use the internet under pseudonyms or any form of pseudonymity?
That's a great question.
So 16.3, actually, if you look at it, is another example of a beautifully drafted provision. I just want to illustrate it for you guys, okay? A data principal shall under no circumstances, and then there's this whole bit about including, and then what is the actual operative obligation? Furnish any false particulars. So the core obligation actually is a data principal shall under no circumstances furnish false particulars. Including is just a list to explain what it could be. This obligation, as currently phrased, is an obligation against lying. It says the data principal should not lie.
Or be mistaken.
Anywhere.
Or be mistaken.
Or be mistaken. You can't make mistakes. You can't lie anywhere. Forget the internet. The including is only supposed to illustrate where these things could be. But that's the nature of the drafting here. All right. But now as to the specific thing about, let's say it was just about the internet. Now we look at the words. While applying for these things, you can't give false particulars or suppress material information. So I think the key question, if, for example, you put this before a court, the key question would be, you have applied to get an account on Twitter, you have used a pseudonym which is not reflective of your true name. Is that a false particular? Strictly speaking, it is not a false particular because there is no obligation to be true. Is a pseudonym false? Or is it just a pseudonym? I don't know whether this is a, it's a question that can come up, but it's a little bit of a stretch to say that this removes anonymity entirely. It's just a badly drafted clause that makes no sense.
We need to rush because we're getting late for the next session, but
No,
very quickly.
that's fair. I think I don't know if aliases are covered under this. We actually discussed this at length in our internal training sessions, and people were, right down the middle on whether this will cover it or not. But I don't think it's false particulars. I think if you give a false email ID or someone else's email ID to the platform while signing up, maybe, but not an alias necessarily. It was never true or false in the first instance.
If my recollection of my height in centimeters is wrong, then I'm furnishing a false particular as well. Sorry, there's someone there, yeah. So Prateek, were both your questions answered?
The first one is about, have you seen this anywhere else in terms of duties on data?
Duties. North Korean privacy law.
Hi, this is Asif from Article 21 Trust. So what the Prateek said, I'm going by with the same because this clause 4, which speaks that our data principal shall furnish only such information as is verifiably authentic. It kills the anonymity, the privacy that we are talking about. Because it's going, we read this with the telecommunication bill, it's going the same. And Supreme Court has let down not in the Puthaswamy judgment, but also in one of the judgments, Supreme Court said the anonymity, privacy also includes anonymity as well. So this is the first one of my concerns. Second
Great.
is...
So grounds for IFF to challenge.
Yes. Second is in exemption. In exemption, that is clause section 13. If we read the section 35 of the previous bill, the JPC had recommended that the procedure that was provided in subsection 2 of section 35, the JPC had recommended that such procedure should be reasonable, fair, and justifiable. Now where the provision in the section 18 of the 2020 speaks on that ground. So this is what I feel is a conscious drafting where the privacy judgment, Puthaswamy judgment, and the recommendation of the JPC have been omitted by the present bill.
Okay, Gangesh, and then.
I wanted to just clarify. So, with the doing away of sensitive personal data and critical personal data,
We didn't even go into that. The sensitive personal data, should that be in this bill? Thoughts? That's a controversial
So
one.
the question I had was because they have done away with it, but there are provisions which reflect this sort of ghost element of categories of data, where they say nature and type of data will determine what will be exempt. They also say the nature and type of data will also determine the quantum of penalty. So what is the basis of determining this nature and type? And
that will be decided later, right? I guess. That's the thing. But sensitive personal data, guys, last thing, should that...
Just to make the baseline clear, what was there in the previous bills is that sensitive personal data mattered in consent, which meant that you can't have implied and loose consent when it came to sensitive personal data. Currently,
also, for the next session that we're going to do about cross-border data flows, it has an impact there.
And secondly, it wasn't allowed for employment, as Sreenidhi mentioned. You can't have it in the course of employment, where biometric was a question perhaps, but anyway, it was not allowed previously. And lastly, it is the examples that you mentioned. It was used as a criteria for determining penalty and significant data fiduciary. So the main substantive obligation was in relation with consent. And as I illustrated previously, even in Canada from 2000, the year 2000, the law PIPEDA, they said that you can't use implied consent for sensitive personal data. Now we've brought in implied consent, but we're allowing it even for sensitive personal data. So this is how it is going to impact rights at least.
So should we have sensitive personal data back as a definition in the bill? Thoughts? Disagreements? Anyone? Okay. First, Shekhar, you want to say something?
Yes, in my view, it should be there because the entire purpose of this bill is to protect privacy and personal data and more specifically to protect what is very sensitive to an individual. So without having those criteria, the entire bill falls flat.
I mean, absolutely, because the way that you will classify data as a company on your end will end up determining what kind of proportional security measures you will be giving it. They've taken away privacy by design and default, right? This would be a key principle that would be there, and they've taken this away. And again, this is something that they borrowed from Singapore, again, a law which,
so I actually had a
PDPA
counterpoint to this. One argument that I've been making is that, let's say, people in their resumes often put their caste, and caste was a part of sensitive personal data in that definition. So would that mean that Naukri.com will have to treat all personal data that is shared in a resume as sensitive personal data, because for them to make a distinction in a doc file and separate that out not possible. There'll be instances where you will find sensitive personal data if you're defining it like this as a part of the overall mix, and that becomes extremely complex for businesses to parse and process. So mixed data sets are very complicated to deal with then.
Exactly, that's one of the major problems that they face, and they haven't particularly addressed this. No laws generally address this.
They basically said everything is personal, there's no sensitive.
Right.
That's how they've addressed it.
But one thing that companies are generally managed to do is have a data inventory, right? So know what data is. Generally, that's very hard for unstructured data, right? So you will be looking at, like, generally on our OCR you can do this. This can turn into structured data, but it's in very many places. So the fact that they don't have a sensitivity classification will be a major problem, because it takes away such a key thing that you put on a controller under GDPR, for instance, right? That you are now you now have the data, you've collected it. Now what do you do with it? You look into what kind of data it is, and accordingly you give it some sort of a protection. That goes away from the baseline if you've removed, like, the sensitivity classification. So, and again, very much they've given, like, business a preference more than anything else, which Singapore's law does.
Back to Shekhar very quickly. I have one last question also pending on processors. Mike, can't hear you.
Yeah, classification of significant data fiduciary will be contingent upon volume of data and type of data. They themselves are saying. So when they have not said type of data, then how will you classify significant data fiduciaries?
Wow, okay, yeah. Thoughts? Okay, one last question that I hadn't asked was that should there be a clear distinction between the obligations and liabilities of data processors and data fiduciaries? Since the role and responsibilities of these parties are different, should the liabilities and penalties be different? Sorry, Deepak, you've been waiting for a while, sir.
Just one thing on the previous discussion that Sreenidhi had mentioned about alias. Now, today what we call as email ID, 20 years back, 25 years back, it used to be called email alias, okay? So that's one point. Second, specifically in terms of data processor and data fiduciaries, I think here it should be, as far as the data principles are concerned, it should be basically their relationship with so the data fiduciary should have a higher level of obligations compared to data processors. At the same time, I think the data processors' obligations should be primarily with respect to the data fiduciaries rather than directly with respect to the data principles, because otherwise we are leaving the distinction meaningless.
Anyone else? Vivek, since you're a data processor, distinctions between processors and fiduciaries, how should that be governed?
Obviously, I'm going to take the party line, but I think one of the challenges that we've had as a data processor is, we've often seen regulations, especially in India, being framed around the inability of data fiduciaries to implement what is actually required of them, and having some of those obligations being passed on data processors to implement for them. The challenge there is we as data processors have no visibility on what's being done at the data fiduciaries end. And that's a legal Chinese wall, so to speak, as well. So passing on the obligation to us actually does no good to anybody. I think, if there is a sense of obligations sharing or legal liability sharing, I think we must examine who is supposed to be responsible for what very carefully, and have an understanding of whether the ability to actually implement that lies with the player who has that obligation. Because, just making up for the deficiencies that the average fiduciary may have in or around this country is not a good enough reason to pass on obligations to people just because, they're a bigger entity or a smaller entity.
Sometimes the processors are bigger than the fiduciaries.
No, that's more often the case. That's more often the case. But that's not a reason for the obligation to be passed on to the data processor.
So in a nutshell, safe harbor.
A quick point on what was there in the previous bills. And in the GDPR, in fact, the only obligations that are placed on data processors are that you must comply with the contract that you have with the data fiduciary, and number two, you have to have security safeguards, right? That's what was there. And I think those are pretty much fair. What's happening now is that there's no obligation of security safeguards for a data processor, which means you can't proceed against the data processor for doing that. Everything rests on the data fiduciary and their contract with the data processor. So it's... Is it? Oops, okay, sorry. Right, okay. My
goes a step ahead and says you also notify breaches which act to individuals, which might be a problem because processors don't really interact with individuals as such.
But otherwise, any other violations of the contract itself, you don't proceed against the data processor, you proceed against the data fiduciary. The fiduciary proceeds against the processor through contract law in a court, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? I guess we'll have to hold on to them for now. We have a few other sessions coming up. We're going to... thanks, Lalit. Thanks, Srinivasan. Thank you, everyone, for a fairly deep discussion. I'm going to ask Ashish to join us to discuss cross-border data flows. We have cross-border data flows next, right? Yeah. Sorry, I've lost my sense of timing or schedule right now. So I'm going to go through the clauses first. So something that was turning out to be a very complex and complicated and geopolitical subject has largely been written down by the looks of it. You've got a single sentence that basically says that the government may, after assessing factors they consider necessary, notify countries and territories to which a data fiduciary may transfer data. Now, the way this was working initially, and the initial reactions that came out from people was that all data can go out, and they felt that this ball is being kicked down the road. But the other way of reading this is that this is hard localization to begin with, and only those that are whitelisted data transfers to them may be approved. The exemptions are around enforcing any legal claim. The processing is by any court or tribunal for performance of judicial or quasi-judicial functions. The data is being processed to prevent, detect, investigate, or prosecute any offense or contravention of law. And the personal data of data principals not within India's territory is processed pursuant to a contract entered to with any person outside the territory of India by any person in India. So that's basically your BPO exemption, so to speak. Could you shift here? Easier then. And of course, the government can notify other exemptions regarding sovereignty, integrity, security of state, etc., when necessary for research, archival, or statistical purposes. What's changed is that the categorization of data as sensitive, personal, so as personal, sensitive, and critical personal data, that's been removed. Then the approval of the contract has to be approved. 2021 had the pursuant to a contract approved by the DPA and the center, and not against public or state policy. There were explicit data localization provisions that were done away with. I mean, apart from that, not much has changed. Ashish, your take on how this has impacted cross-border data flows. I have a bunch of questions which we discussed earlier as well, but first your take.
Yeah. Okay. So obviously this law is being drafted in a manner
Just
that
closer to the mic. Sorry, it's not very loud.
Non-legal experts should, or non-legal fraternity should also be able to make sense of what the provision says, right? And I was here 5-10 minutes earlier, and clearly I didn't get that impression. So that's just my own feedback from 10 minutes back. But on this cross-border data flow, I think if you look at it from a point of where we were in the earlier versions and where we are now, one of the things that was problematic was this default localization or default requirement to at least have a copy of data stored in India. And that was a problem, that's your default, right? And now that's not there in this provision. But clearly, and before we get into this provision, let's look at it from a point of view of trade, right? Because I want to probably talk from that lens. So there is obviously data coming into India that is getting processed, and then there's data which goes out. The biggest use case in India is data getting processed in India, which is data of over 120 odd countries. So any kind of transfer regime that needs to be implemented, forget about the fact that whether we feel it is strict or disproportionate or just fair, is that it needs to be implementable at scale. So compared to that, where earlier each such transfer scheme or such transfer would have required a approval of the authority and the central government. So whatever was the framing in the earlier version, that wasn't implementable at scale itself. So forget anything else. So I think we have moved away from that kind of a regime. And what do we have here for data coming into India? We have the security standards. So today we don't have a data protection law. We are processing 120 countries' data. There are instances of fake call centers and some frauds happening, but if you look at it largely, things are working well. We of course have the Information Technology Act, which have the SPDI rules, but our industry is older than that. So primarily it is working through contract and the technological safeguards which you implement as a processor who is processing data. And we have gone through the pandemic, and we have gone through hybrid, where employees have been working from homes. So even the entire idea of what kind of safeguard you can implement in a workplace vis-a-vis what you can do in a hybrid model, all of that has been tested, and pretty much we have come out in a scenario where if you look at it from a global supply chain or processing perspective, more and more countries and more part of the world actually is comfortable that their data is getting processed in India. So therefore, what does this law do? The only thing this law should do is to help that situation. And in that sense, you have the security safeguards, which are obviously, we don't know what they will be because they'll be prescribed. And to that extent, I think it has two advantages. One, it doesn't create scope for, hopefully, incompatibility with the laws of the host countries vis-a-vis what we have in our domestic law, which we want to apply to processing of data of people in India. The second thing which it does is that obviously it takes away the problem of scale. And now we have to see the standards which are set through the security safeguards will they be generally at a higher level than what a typical contract entails, because the contract does have security safeguards, or if it is at a lower level. In both the case, the contract stands, and then if they are pretty much at a matching level or similar level, I think it should be a plus. And even if they are at a lower level, in that sense, will it be a negative? We don't know. So that's the point I wanted to talk about when we look at one part of data which is flowing in. And when we talk about data flowing out, which is, I think, what is probably more interesting in terms of the way this law is, there, I think, one of the big use cases is just employers. So today, we don't have a Twitter or a Facebook equivalent in India, right? We are not, at that scale, we are not profiling data of Indians sitting out of, or data of the world sitting out of India. But definitely, we have a huge lot of industry which maintains its employee data at anywhere in the world, and that's one kind of a use case. So from that perspective, if you look at it, the employment-related processing itself has been eased, and there was some discussion earlier about whether there are some concerns about that or not, but it has been eased. And then on top of it, you don't have that default localization as I articulated, but that's when I think it gets into the problem area or the challenges area, and that's where I will talk a little bit before I stop. The other use cases also is there's a lot of people still use processing power outside anywhere in the world based on what is useful for them in terms of cost and efficiency and so on and so forth. Now, all of that will come under the transfer provisions as we see is now. So how does it impact that there? And then there could be other use cases. Obviously, future, if you look at it, a lot of our startups could be catering to the world and processing individual information. So how does this impact? So therefore, the outward movement of data is going to be important. Now, the way this provision is drafted, it can lead to many interpretations. So that is one big challenge, that we have a provision which lends itself to multiple interpretations and therefore is concerning. So that's issue number one itself. Now let's illustrate what kind of problems it can result in. So I'm not a lawyer, so I'll not be tackling very deep legal questions, but even in my non-legal lens, I see a word may in the clause 17. So is it what Nikhil said, that is it putting a roadblock up front that if you don't on the day of enactment come out with a list of notified countries, all cross-border data outward flow stops? One interpretation could be it is may notify. So status quo doesn't get hampered and government will notify. Now, it could easily be that that's not the intent, so but I want to park that thought. The second point about this is that how do you notify countries? On what basis? So even in SPDI rule, the basic test was same level of protection as in your country. Now this 17 doesn't even put that kind of a framing. And there are 230 countries in the world. So this could be a very long exercise based on what you want to do with it. And then how does it play with the fact that what happens in the interim and how do you do this? It's also a bit of a diplomatic chaos in some sense. So if you have a positive list, then it's a mammoth exercise. If you have a negative list, then you are suddenly calling out certain countries to say, we don't trust you. And the third aspect too is that, let's say, and this is about the intersectoral coordination. So you have the RBI, which does its own thing. You have the SEBI, which has just come out with outsourcing guideline discussions at draft stage, where it is trying to suggest that all data outsourced to cloud service provider, the data center should be in India. Any type of data, personal, non-personal, any type of regulated entity. So we have all these sectoral regulators. Then we have health data. So if government of India says these 180 countries are trusted, and I would think, given India's stature in the world, we can't say we only trust 10 countries. That doesn't sound nice. So let's say we are trusting 180 countries. Then how will RBI justify that the whole of government trusts 180 countries, but I will not allow data to be processed outside, period? Which again is not a very incompatible thought, but it is nothing to do with privacy. It is probably nothing to do with supervisory access, because supervisory access, in my view, can be ensured through the obligations you have on your data fiduciary, and with the contract with the data processor, you can provide supervisory access to the data. So the only reason why you don't want certain data to be processed probably anywhere in the world is that you think of it as some kind of a critical information system or something like that, and you want to make sure that should something go wrong, all the processing is happening here, so you're not disrupted as a nation, which I think RBI should still be able to do. But beyond that, can Government of India have a different view once they notify some country as a trusted nation and sectoral regulators doing their own thing? It seems difficult. It seems difficult to reconcile with that. So I think this is a major problem with the law. The other thing is that while it seems like it is enabling data flow by focusing on countries, it is also putting everything into one scheme, that we will notify country, and that's the way forward. Now, if you read 9.9, which is the basic requirement, that's relying on consent. So if you have consent, you can transfer data to another fiduciary or to a data processor. So if you just read that baseline level, that should also allow cross-border data transfer. But then comes 17. So I think one way to think about it is that even EU, when it regulates an importer of data, it essentially relies on the standard contractual clauses. And in those clauses, there are broadly two themes. One is country risk assessment, which EU does not do. It leaves it for the data fiduciary to do. In this case, we seem to have, Government of India seems to have taken a view that it will do the country risk assessment. So we'll have to see how that plays out. Second thing is that it imposes obligations, including of supervisory access, to the importer of data to enable that. So one would have thought that that could have been a nice way to think about it, that you think of standard contractual clauses, you think of binding corporate rules, and you put the obligation on data fiduciary to make sure that the concerns of the regulator in terms of access and so are addressed. And beyond a point, it is the data fiduciary who is responsible for enabling compliance with the law. So I think that these are the opening thoughts. Nikhil, happy to chat on anything else which we might have missed.
Does anyone have a different interpretation of the word may? Do you think it's whitelisted or blacklisted to start off with? Like, just anyone, any thoughts? Abhishek? Mic's off.
I think it's a whitelisting approach by the government. Basically, the government would, give the list of the countries to which you can transfer the data, without which, as it reads right now, there's a blanket prohibition on the transfer of the data.
You're saying it's a blanket prohibition?
That's how it reads. That's how it reads to us. Yeah.
Okay.
I would say this would be something similar to the adequacy decisions that we have in EU. Now, the government might whitelist certain countries where data could be transferred without any additional safeguards, such as SECs or technical measures. This could be one way of whitelisting. Now, the countries which are not whitelisted, right, there the data could be transferred in accordance with the terms that may be specified. And those terms would be something similar to the SECs or the risk assessments that you're calling, the TIAs, that the private parties are doing. So I think it would be more of a two-tier approach, where one would be whitelisted countries and then non-adequate countries where you could transfer data with additional safeguards, both technical or contractual.
Do you have a different view within the company?
No, I was just agog as to how they don't have anything else on this, and you very clearly state that it's a very single line sort of a declaration that we'll do however we want to do this. But I'm thinking, why do they not have SECs or just generally anything else? Like Singapore is something that we've been heavily influenced by. They have their own MCCs, right? So why have they not looked at any alternative way in the meanwhile that this adequacy process is figured out? And I guess and I know you talked about not talking about motivation, but one of the motivations here probably is to leverage India's huge, data source that India will be, and CAC in China is also trying to do the same. So it's not very different in that sense. But they have some sort of an MCCs and SCCs criteria, which they don't, which India doesn't at this point.
So also blacklisted first, whitelisted later. Is you're going with that as well?
That is the way that every other jurisdiction has gone. Europe has gone that way as well.
Okay.
So,
Shekhar, then Partha.
Yeah, may, I feel that it's very open-ended. That is whenever, as and when.
May, shall,
could,
could,
honge,
would.
bekd in types.
They're all interchangeable? Do they mean the same thing in legal language?
May
I'm not a
means-
lawyer, so.
Yeah, in this case, I feel that it may happen whenever, as and when convenient.
So it's blacklisted to start off with?
No. Whitelisted, and there would be plus.
Whitelisted and plus. I'll come to you, Lalit.
And just another observation, because we are running short of time. I'm very curious why they dropped all these localizations, because last 15 years in my career I've only been hearing.
That applies only if you're assuming that everything's okay and then countries will be whitelisted, which logically doesn't make sense.
Previously it was the other way around, that data is the new oil and this is data sovereignty and we are not getting access to data, law enforcement access problem. All these arguments have been just thrown out, and it's like...
But Shekhar, that's the point. They've not been thrown out. It's localization to start off with is the interpretation where your rationale right now also makes more sense, right?
Yeah, thanks, Nikhil. I'll spare myself the agony of elaborating May before lunch, but I think more pertinently what is important, the way I see it, is how's the word trusted interpreted? To my mind, it's kind of a very loaded term, because essentially the government of India should have at least thought, or maybe if they are thinking, not sure, if they're thinking in terms of essential equivalence, right? At least.
Or maybe the way they've done it in other regulations that countries with physical borders with India.
Correct.
And have to go through a government approval process.
So I think that becomes quite bureaucratic, but at least an essential equivalence. No one is asking to mirror everything word by word, but an essential equivalence of it. And another important point when we always talk about cross-border, which is often neglected, and that's also a myth under GDPR, you need not have to physically store the data here. Even access of the data remotely through a VPN service is also considered as processing and cross-border. At least that's the way how CNIL or many of the EU data protection regulators would look at. Not too sure about how this is interpreted under this particular draft bill, but this is bound to probably open up more questions than answers, because if someone is viewing this data from the US, but the data is physically stored here, that in my view is also a cross-border processing. So, and thirdly, my point would be that, whenever we're looking at cross-border, the word trusted again, we need to at least identify the criteria on which the trusted geographies would be identified. Is it basis the trade agreement? And if tomorrow India says, okay, we are okay to do with UAE, but not okay to do it with probably Germany, then there has to be some rationale on that, right? And I think it would really behave well for everyone, including practitioners, to really get that clarity in terms of some codified guidances. That's my point. Thank you.
Hi, sorry for taking up more time speaking, but I just wanted to have a small legal note on how this can be read. The idea that the central government may notify certain countries and then you can send data to those countries suggests that ordinarily there's supposed to be some baseline, right? This is as we discussed earlier. So there's two ways in which you can look at this. One, there is no obligation currently placed on not sending data abroad, and therefore this is actually saying that there's no obligation that is placed saying that you should not, there's no prohibition placed separately anywhere saying that you can't send data abroad. So if you read that seriously and then look at this, this is simply saying that you can send data to countries that you could have sent data to anyway. Now, as per legal interpretation, this would be a redundancy. And there is a principle of interpretation which suggests that no clause is put into a statute which is meant to be redundant. How can you save this clause from being redundant? Two ways. One, you imply that there is in fact a blanket prohibition on sending data anywhere, and then this makes sense. Otherwise it does not make sense, remember. Or second, you say that this clause only applies when there is some sectoral prohibitions. And that's a very narrow interpretation of what this clause is supposed to do. But this is the only way in which a court can make sense of this clause, either by saying that it applies to sectoral prohibitions or that it applies to an implied blanket prohibition.
Okay, good and interesting thoughts. I think what before Chandrasekhar you mentioned, right, in terms of breaking it up into two tier, actually that would make a lot of sense, at least from what I can think of. But to your point, I think on terms of redundancy, I think what I was trying to say is that, and I am also arguing for an interpretation which would be a good interpretation which we would like to have. So if it's not clear, it should be probably clear in that manner is what I would suggest. The baseline is 9.9, so consent. That's the baseline. And then for notifying countries with assessment, terms and conditions. So that builds on top of it. But again, no debate. I think it's open to interpretation. Chandrasekhar, I won't respond to what you said, but I think we have built enough data centers over the last 7-8 years in the country, and I think that boat has sailed. A lot of stuff is happening in India just on its own merit, which we had said would happen anyway. But yes, this entire what is trust, no kind of guardrails to say that what kind of terms and conditions we are talking about, it's problematic. Just to move away from this debate, since we are discussing the entire ambit of this cross-border data flow, and there was some discussion in the previous session, but the entire idea of this data classification of personal, sensitive, and also critical, right? What was it? Was it really providing some true protection, or was it just adding another layer of consent? And it also had two unintended consequences in my mind, if you think about it. One, the fiduciary said that I'm going to transfer your data outside. Do you consent? Now I've consented. And after that, if something has gone wrong, then when I have consented, what application of mind I have used as an assessment to say that this is a very informed consent. So I know if you transfer my data to US, it is perfectly safe, and therefore I consent. What capability do I have to make that assessment? So I think that itself was in some sense, unless you randomly say, I will say no to everything, right? Or yes to everything. So that was one thing. Second thing is, if you look at it from an industry lens, and we talked about mixed data set, and I used this analogy with Nikhil and we were chatting, that typically if you are a seller and you don't know which GST rate applies, you say, okay, let's charge 28%. We will not be fouled, right? So if you don't know whether the data is sensitive or not, treat it as sensitive, because that will be the default. You don't want to have non-compliance, which would have been a huge unintended outcome of a data classification regime. And then you have something which is like critical, which you don't know what that is and why that should be. And so I think removing all of that has definitely eased the baseline of cross-border data flows. Removing a copy storage requirement removes all that baseline. And I completely agree. Data doesn't travel in sacks from one country to another. Most of the time, it is remotely accessed. That's how we process the data of the world. And that's why it works on contract, because you can't pretty much do much with it other than what is intended on it as per contract in some sense, right? Largely. So from that point of view, I think another layer of thinking. So we talked about trusted countries, which should be free flow on some basis. We talked about sectoral. We talked about contractual terms as SEC. And I think there can also be a certain level of thinking where India can probably take lead, which even EU, they haven't really discussed, that should each kind of transfer be treated similarly. So if it is remote access, vis-a-vis data actually going to another server in another country, does it present the same level of risk? Or should we have a lower threshold in terms of what we are worried about when it is just remote access? So I think in a lot of these spaces, we need to have a discussion where people who understand technology and people who want to draft policy need to sit together to understand what is the harm that we are trying to solve, and what is it that we are specifying in the law, and what is it that technology can actually enable. So I think that is a missing piece in the legal drafting in the digital space, and we have seen it in multiple legislations, and probably this is one place where we do need to kind of fill that gap.
Time to come on, yeah. Is there a concern that in the delegate legislation that follows, the concepts of sensitive personal data and critical personal data may be introduced? Is that room open still, or you think that's been closed?
I definitely think there is scope for it, given the nature and type and all of that. So I think that can happen, but again, because we are all having conversations, right? Everybody is thinking, what is the interpretation? And another way of looking at this is to say that, when you think of these transfers, can it be that the central government can say that, look at all these scenarios, so there are certain sectors which are regulated, and these are the sectors which probably end up having sensitive data, right? Maybe, other than children's data in general. So in that case, can the rules lead to a situation where they actually let RBI say, or other or health authority do what they want to do, and let them define for their purposes which are the trusted countries? Because it says government, central government may after an assessment. So how do they do that? We don't know. So it could actually be that there is no it's not that once one country is notified, all kind of data can flow freely. So it could be actually very complex. That's another way of maybe thinking about it.
Are there alternate grounds for cross-border data flows that can be involved here, like the standard contractual clauses or certifications for companies? Does the law allow for that to come into place?
So we would want to read the terms and conditions as that under the terms and conditions.
You're also reading may as meaning that everything is allowed until it's until the whitelist comes up, right?
You have to start thinking in a particular manner to get there. So I think that's a good way. And definitely, I think in terms and condition is where, and definitely we want a better drafting. We don't want to have Ashish Aggarwal interpreting this for the industry, at least. So we definitely need better drafting. But having said that, I think there is no two-way that if you just stick to this as notifying countries, it's just going to be very, very complex. I don't think there has been enough thinking that once we have this now, how to make it happen. And I think given that the urgency is to get this tabled in the budget session, I think that realization hopefully should soon come in. And I think some of these flaws can be fixed. Yeah.
Hi, this is Shubhadeep, and I am part of an industry coalition. So Ashish, just one quick thought on 17, while it's sort of, projected as something in the nature of what we saw as an adequacy provision, but 17 read with 18(1)(d), which talks about personal data of data principles not within the territory of state of India is processed pursuant to any contract. So I'm just wondering that is there room for adequacy at all in the current sense of how it's framed in terms of 17 read with the exemptions that's being talked about with respect to data principles that are not situated in the territory of India, and and also on the subordinate part, I think trusted. The idea of trusted, as we are seeing, as I think Nikhil was mentioning, some notions of it are being developed in other regulations with respect to supply chains in telecom sector, for example. But in this case, do we have a sort of a clear understanding as to what sort of rationale or and certain countries are in fact also mentioned in the explanatory note to the bill as well. So there is a sense that those countries are being sort of being looked at for that purpose. So I'm just wondering all these factors considered, and also where adequacy, if at all, is really coming into the picture in this. Yeah.
Okay, so look at it this way, right? From a data point of view, broadly, largest trading partners, America and Europe. That's the 80% of, and of course, Australia does something, we do something. We don't do that much of outsourcing where Indian data fiduciaries have, let's say, huge data processors in another third world country and all of that, because we are the capital of the world. So if you just think about it from this perspective, I think the adequacy is a two-way dialogue, right? In the sense, not two-way, I think it's a two-pronged dialogue. One is data getting processed in India, foreign data. So who wants adequacy? India wants adequacy with EU. So, no, I'm posing it as a question because, and not, but first to kind of provoke that why should India have, or why should India want adequacy with EU, right? So, is it because we are not able to attract with our current law data to be processed in India? I don't think so. That's the good enough reason, because we are processing a lot of their data in India, and even the new standard contractual clauses will kick in, and we are in talks with the industry, and we don't see a significant challenge, right? So if you just look at it from a point of view of what is broken, there is no evidence that something is broken from that point of view.
I think what we're asking is that can something break?
Right. So again,
and
even
you know the question I'm going to come to eventually. I'll get to that later. Let's
Yeah.
finish this set of the discussions. But can something break?
I'll just answer it in two ways. So I'm not a futurist, so I wouldn't know the exact answer. But the way to look at it is to okay, look, even when EU looks at adequacy, it looks at what are the laws in the third country and whether they provide a similar level of protection and whether they're a democratic society and all of that stuff. And then there's a second thing they look at. In practice, how are the laws implemented? So
let me ask you, right? How does a weaker, non-independent data protection authority impact adequacy here? How does the lack of restrictions in terms of government access to data impact adequacy?
Yeah, I'll come to that.
Right?
Yeah,
So,
that's right. So when
that's
you
a
look
part of the assessment.
Yeah, fair enough. I think when you look at government access to data, both the points which I mentioned are important. One is what is the law and what is the actual practice of the law, right? So as NASSCOM, we did a study of about 250 odd countries. Sreenidhi is here. She helped us on that study, where we looked at a lot of countries, a lot of Indian laws to say which of these law actually enable access to foreign citizens' data. And then we narrowed down to 40 odd, which had some sort of provision of access to data, not just foreigners, anybody's data. And then we looked at what is problematic. So broadly, 3 laws are problematic. One is our CRPC, because we don't need warrant for stuff. We can access information under CRPC. Then we have telecom law. And then the last version of the JPC because of the government access provision, and which is a similar provision even now. So now that same standard of adequacy even today applies. So all I'm saying is that there doesn't seem to be, based on the experience, a problem. Now, tomorrow, could the government decide that I want to peer over every data processor's data who is processing a European's data in India? Technically, that's a problem. And we would ideally like that to be fixed, not just for the foreign data processor, but for the country, for citizens, for our own selves, right? The checks and balances which are probably required for government to access citizens' data. So I think that is an area which definitely merits focusing. It will strengthen our law, and that's something to be there. But does it in any way mean that it leads to a hard stop in terms of data flows? So that's a different question.
And that's the May question.
It doesn't, in our view.
Okay, right there. And then we'll come here. Akshay, just give that mic there.
Hi, my name is Makhnoon Wani. I'm from Council of Strategic and Defense Research. I think it's just an observation, and I'd like you to elaborate on it. So when they're talking about after an assessment, maybe that assessment is based on 2 principles of access for data on law enforcement, and the second is reciprocity, right? These are the 2 things that Rajiv Chandrasekhar had mentioned while talking about allowing data transfers. It was before the bill was tabled, before the bill was published. So is it that they'll be looking at maybe bilateral agreements under the Cloud Act, or maybe a specialized agreement for data transfers specifically for the purposes of law enforcement and national security? So will those factors be considered before allowing these notifications?
Yeah, so one, we have to go back, which of these factors are essential from a privacy and data protection perspective, right? You could have many other reasons, but if we are discussing this law, then I think at least that could be the framing, but you're right, some of these factors are relevant. The other thing is that, again, I go back to that use case thing, right? When you're looking at one use case where somebody's just having an ERP based out of USA, which takes care of worldwide employees. Now, what is the risk? What is the concern around harm? Whether it is US or whether it is any other country for that matter, other than few countries where it might matter. So I think we do need to think of a graded approach. This single section doesn't do justice to all of that. And beyond that, I think today, do we have a good understanding where beyond as an employment purpose or say big tech companies who are headquartered out of US again, probably where they are using our data in terms of processing and so on and so forth. Now, what kind of terms and conditions you want to impose, that's the second layer. But beyond this, where else is our data flowing? Data of Indians going out. Currently, I don't have a very good understanding of this. I don't know whether government of India has a very good understanding of this. And that would be a starting point, because that's where you start thinking of where we want to make sure there is no disruption and where we are really worried about a harm and we want to fix that. And I like that thought about some sort of equivalence, right? That's what we are trying to do. If what are we offering to Indians in India, and if there is something missing in India or in other countries, then that's where we would have concern. So by that default, can we have a problem with Europe? Because if our data is getting processed in Europe, which will enjoy the protections under GDPR, let us say, to some extent, then where are those protections which we feel are inadequate? Similarly, if our data is getting processed in US, then I think government access, US government access to that data and our own ability to access that data. These are two different things. Now, do we want to address it through mechanisms under this law? I guess, yes, some of it can be addressed under this law, but can it be fully addressed? I don't know, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Hi, so I have a point to make over here. I am Simran from APCO Worldwide. So I am talking on behalf of the ESDM sector. So all of electronic systems and design and manufacturing. So as we have mentioned over here, like we are discussing cross-border data flows, and most of the electronics and everything and the parts of them are actually being imported. So the JPC last year suggested that there will be hardware certifications. So, but I don't think so that thing is actually covered over here. So what do you think, that will it be possible in the future that maybe the government will maybe notify it or inculcate it, or what?
Just in terms of, I think one thing which this law is doing is focusing on personal data protection.
No, hardware is not, let's take that in a different session. Mic's off. Abhishek, mic's off. We're going to just finish. One second, mic is off. Let me.
Is it better now? Yeah. There's a follow-up question to your comment. You mentioned that India may not have a problem with EU being adequate jurisdiction. And there was a gentleman who was also pointing about the principle of reciprocity being followed. And Nikhil mentioned about whether falling into the test, whether we passing the test of the adequate jurisdiction for EU equally. I mean, do you think the cross-border data flow would be allowed where we are not passing the test of adequate jurisdiction, and EU is passing the test of adequate jurisdiction? In that situation,
there is a related question which Ashish has been expecting from for quite a while, which is about, are there grounds for a Schrems kind of a case being filed in the EU, saying that India doesn't, after the passing of this bill, India doesn't meet requisite protections because there is very limited restriction on, or no restriction on government access to data. The Data Protection Authority is fairly limited in its scope. So two parts to this question. One is, what are the rights of, what law will apply to the data of a European citizen when the data is being processed in India? So will the Indian law apply, or will GDPR apply? And GDPR can't be applicable to the Indian government, is my guess. And so in that sense, there's going to be a conflict? And then can a Schrems go to court in the EU and say that this is not a safe jurisdiction for European data to be processed, and challenge the law?
Yeah, okay.
And anyone else who wants to jump in on this, please. Ashish.
I'll just comment on this and Deepak will come to you. Otherwise, I'll forget the question maybe.
I can ask it again.
Yeah, but you have limited time, I'm sure, and so do I. But to answer, I think the second one is easier to answer because when the EU citizen data is processed in India, GDPR does apply. It applies through the standard contractual clauses, essentially. So, and that's reflected in the contracts with the data processor.
No, so the added question is, can, let's say, an Indian law enforcement agency go to a data processor here and say, give me that data, because under Indian law, you're an Indian company operating in India, processing someone else's data, but under Indian law, you are, I'm allowed to ask you for that data.
Yeah, okay. So let's look at our third directions. Cybersecurity, you can be asked for logs which might have some PII, right? These directions are in effect. These are legitimate purposes. And GDPR allows third country to ask for data for legitimate purposes. So we have to see in practice, we had OSP guidelines. A lot of our industry is OSP and they are required to maintain security logs and give access. What has the industry done? They keep that data in escrow. When the law enforcement asks, they notify the data controller and they provide access, and this works well. So the idea that the big daddy government of India will willy-nilly ask a processor from a point of view of snooping and surveillance, I think that has not been borne out visibly at least. So, and that's what EU also recognizes. So it doesn't just recognizes a gap in the law, but it says what is the actual practice. So that's why we are not worried about that entire point.
But the law still leaves that scope open, right? In practice, it might not be happening, but that doesn't mean that it can't happen in the future.
Which is at a horizontal level we should address by making the government access ring-fenced better for all citizens, including foreign citizens. And do you want me to cover the first part of the Schrems II judgment? See, again, you have to first look at the nature of our processing. What we do as data processing is very different from what, let us say, a global social media company does when it is directly B2C processing, right? Our processing is more B2B. So in that case, when a data processing is happening in India, 95% of the cases, we are not profiling the individual. We are not selling goods or services to the individual. We are merely doing processing what the data controller has asked outside. So all the associated harms are not applicable or relevant to that extent other than the security safeguards for which we have provided. So from that lens, should it worry EU that we don't have adequacy? My starting point would be no, and then I would investigate. Tell us what's your problem, let's solve it, right? Now coming to the Schrems II judgment, I think in the US you had a peculiar case where US has different standards for data protection for its own citizens vis-a-vis EU or foreign citizens. It actually allows law enforcement agencies to access the data of foreign citizens with lesser safeguards. And that was the problem which led to the Schrems II judgment, and Privacy Shield was struck down. Thankfully, India doesn't have different standards for different people. Whether we have good standards or bad standards is a matter of debate, but we apply them horizontally. So I don't think we have a Schrems II or a Privacy Shield kind of a problem. Yeah, thanks.
One is in terms of the type of data processing, as Ashish just mentioned. So when so there's a B2B relationship, and typically in this type of B2B relationship where the Indian companies are processing data being imported from outside of data principles or outside India, effectively it is that country's law which gets transposed over here, and that's one situation. Second thing is, when an Indian signs up on a particular service, especially in terms of B2C, which is being provided from a foreign jurisdiction, again, it's the Indian individual who is sort of agreeing to those clauses and those particular terms and conditions, again, superimposed from that particular jurisdiction. Okay. So in both these cases, I would say effectively we are subservient to an overseas jurisdiction in both these type of situations effectively. Second thing is, while this is true that adequacy, the lack of adequacy has not yet stopped data flows from EU to India, perhaps there may be a possibility that if we have an adequacy arrangement, there may be more businesses which might come to India, which currently people might be holding back. And second, some of the other countries might look at the EU's adequacy as standard, that if EU has sort of certified somebody, that's good enough for us, and we don't have to do our own assessment separately beyond that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I agree with you on the second point. I think the interesting thing to watch out there is what is UK doing. So UK is now trying to ease its own laws without losing adequacy with EU, presumably. And if that can work, then our benchmark probably need not be GDPR, but it could be what is happening in UK. And if people are comfortable with the UK, they could be comfortable with us. So that's just a limited point, but adequacy is always good. It eases burden, it gives greater confidence, but so we have to just look at it, is it a showstopper or is it a nice thing to have, right? So that's, on your first point, I have a different view. So if a US company in India is processing data in US of Indians for profiling or sale of goods or services, it is covered under the full force of this law. So it is not, we are not subservient to the US law then. In the bill, even in the bill. No, even in the bill. Even in the bill, if you are a data fiduciary and you are processing data in US of Indian citizen, you have the full force of this law. Now, where and when that can create an incompatibility with the law of the country where that data is getting processed, I think that's something to be considered and thought about, and then what that might mean is something ahead of us, but yeah.
Is there a time frame that you would be comfortable with in terms of where after adequacy or after that whitelist is created, transfer provisions are enabled? Like, how soon would you want the whitelist? How soon would you want after the whitelist comes into force, how soon would you want the transfer provisions to be enabled?
See, last law had some 2 years of transition where there was a default data localization, and 2 years covered many things. So essentially it was less than 2 years maybe. In this case, the answer will depend upon how tough the question is, because we don't know what this rule actually means. So I can't ask for 5 years or 5 months because I don't know what it means. So first level is clarity of what exactly we are supposed to do, because there will be somebody who will be saying as a business leader to the CTO of the company, please reorganize, and or to his law firm or the legal team, now it has to be done this way. That can only happen when there is exact certainty of what is that is expected of us. So currently that clarity is not there. Rules are yet to be, this has to be enacted, rules have to be published. So I think what, from an industry point of view, we want to be able to convey to the government is that, look, if you think in a certain way, then it will require this kind of time frame. And if you think about in the other way, which is my way, may, and in future, and let's not stress over all of this, let things go along. And as we learn to implement the data protection law and sort out basic privacy protection issues, then we start going deeper into the cross-border challenges and so on and so forth. Then in that case, that could be a better glide path to achieving whatever we want to achieve, rather than tackling this upfront and solving for this while we are trying to implement a potentially complex concept in a country which is as heterogeneous as India. Yeah.
Okay. Last comment. Lunch is ready. It's late. So last comment and we'll close.
Just to answer your question that whether SHREMS can happen in India, the correct question to ask would be
not in India, but to India.
To India. So the correct question would be not whether the government has access to data of, say, European citizens, but rather how that access is sought. Is it arbitrary? Is it in an unequal way? Or is it lawful? Right?
Fair enough, but at this point in time, there are no restrictive provisions, and SHREMS was initially based on the fact that there is unrestricted access that is available, which is the same case here.
So I would say that, again, going back to the point which Ashish mentioned, right? In SHREMS particularly, one of the major problem was that the executive order, right, in the US was being applied in an unequal manner. There was a differential treatment between the US citizen and a citizen from EU, right?
Okay. Anyone else? Last comments? Okay. Lalit. We'll close with this. Lunch is ready. Thanks.
No, I'm a little confused, and if anybody is clearer on this, they can clarify it. But I'm a little confused why we need to, when we are considering whether or not the EU can give India adequacy status, I don't see why we need to get into the question of surveillance, because we have, in the first place, exempted this law entirely from non-residents. What was the point of adequacy? EU was supposed to check, does this country protect my citizens' data when I send it to them? What has this law done? EU residents send their data to India, data protection bill exempts if you have contract. the question of adequacy doesn't exist, they're not going to give us adequacy. Am I reading this right? Obviously they won't.
No one else can hear you. One second.
No, there are two aspects to it. One part is, of course, what you said, whether there are adequate data protection laws in place, but that transferred data is also governed by the GDPR through those standard contractual clauses. I think that's pretty clear. I mean, it's the data exporter that is obliged under GDPR to protect that data and passes on several of those obligations under the SECs when that data inflow happens. The second aspect of adequacy, and also in an assessment of when you're transferring data pursuant to SECs or BCRs, is whether there are adequate privacy laws in place, whether there are adequate checks in place for public authorities accessing data or not, for which under the SECs, if you're transferring data, you have to conduct something like a risk assessment, a transfer risk assessment. And like Ashish had mentioned, you don't just look at the laws, but you also look at actual practice, whether there have been actual orders against that processor or data importer.
If there are no laws, are the contracts enough to get adequacy? Because the contracts aren't even something that India does. It's the private parties are doing it. I'm talking about the adequacy assessment only. Yeah, if there's a complete exemption, how are you going to get adequacy just from the contracts that private parties are entering into?
So, I mean, for that limb of data, what they're concerned with is, I mean, GDPR directly does apply to the controller, and it's up to the controller then to pass on those obligations. Whether the contract, and there's also this concept of, do you need to undertake additional supplemental measures if there is absolutely no protection in this, for the data import that's taken place. But yeah, I think it's not just that data protection, that transferred data, whether the law applies to it or not. It's also that sort of surveillance law and government access to data. What is that thread?
I think this applies only to data so the law applies only to data going out, and that's where the whitelisting is going to happen. And data coming in, like you're saying, is completely exempt, and therefore it's going to be up to the jurisdiction to determine whether there is adequacy in some shape or form or not. But in the absence of a data protection law, data being processed in India is again a free-for-all the way it exists right now. I don't think there's any difference. Great. I think Ashish has already left the building. Lunch is ready, guys. We'll be back and we'll discuss the rather interesting topic of government access to data. So we'll finish in lunch. We have about 45 minutes for lunch. Thanks.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah. I'll probably complete it in less than 5 minutes because we have just 4 clauses about children. But there's a lot to talk about in that. So my name is Akshit and I'll talk about privacy safeguards available for children. Privacy safeguards available for children in the new data protection bill. The bill empowers the government. So the bill says that data fiduciaries should obtain verifiable parental consent before processing any sort of personal data. These 3 words are quite important to note: verifiable parental consent. The 2021 version of the bill only asked data fiduciaries to ask for parental consent, whereas this version now asks for verifiable parental consent. It does not, the bill does not indicate how this consent will be obtained, how the companies or entities collecting data will be able to verify if the person giving consent on a website is actually the parent of a child or not. It is also important to note that the bill also states that a data fiduciary shall not undertake tracking, behavior monitoring, or targeted advertising at children. This can be of significant impact to startups and businesses whose services are for children. The bill also states that processing of personal data that is likely to cause harm to a child is not allowed. But if you look at the definition of harm, it is quite narrowed down when compared to the previous version. The current definition includes things like bodily harm, distortion, theft of identity, harassment, etc. However, the previous version, the 2021 version, included things like blackmail and extortion, discriminatory treatment. These things are now not included in the bill. So what's changed since 2021? First of all, age of consent remains 18. A lot of people had asked for the age of consent to be reduced from 18 to 13 or 16, but this change has not been made. The 2021 version asks for parental consent, whereas the 2022 version asks for verifiable parental consent. So what's been removed in the bill? Two provisions have been removed in the bill. One provision asks data fiduciaries to process data in a way that protects the rights of a child. This has been removed. There was also a provision which prescribed the manner of verification, a broad framework in a sense that could be used. This has also been removed. Yeah, so now I'll pass on to Aparajita.
Great. Hi, I'm Aparajita. I'm the founding partner of the Quantum Hub, which is a policy consulting firm, but I'm also the co-founder of Young Leaders for Active Citizenship that works with young people on engaging them in policy making. So I'm going to wear both my hats as somebody who works with young people and as someone who looks at policy and has been following the bill since a long time. I have a very small presentation, and I think I have named it a bit provocatively on purpose, because I think unlike the rest of the bill, which I think went into whether it's drafted properly, whether the language should have been better, this part of the bill has seen no imagination or reimagination of what we can do for children in India and how children's privacy should be seen online. And this is in sharp contrast with other countries where there has been a lot of discussion around what should be done to protect children online and what are the ways in which both their agency on the internet and also their privacy and security on the internet can be balanced. So Akshit said that there are 4 provisions, but I want to start with definition here. The definition of a child in this bill is that child means any individual who has not completed 18 years of age. That is, of course, something that is a standard across Indian laws. But in this sense, in this law, what it actually leads to is the fact that we have a condition where so many children are already online, right? So more than 200 million children are already online. And when I say children, I'm talking about teenagers here who are in the age of between 13 and 18. And we are bringing in verifiable parental consent, to which we will come, which will impact the way they access internet. And their parents can control whether they have access to some parts of the internet and some they don't, right? So the question is, where is the balance between safety and agency for children? Second, it is not in line with global standards. So across the world, the age of consent, I mean, the age gate is at 13 years of age. In GDPR, it is 16 years of age, but even under that, most of the member states have actually moved to 13 or 14. So GDPR says that member states can choose to reduce it if they want to, and they have. And there is also unintended consequences. I mean, imagine, we already know in our houses, I mean, and we are talking about India, and it's very fashionable to say that Indian laws for Indian setup, but I don't think we have taken that into account, the kind of society we live in. So for example, if a boy goes to their parents and say, oh, I want to make a account on a social media platform, versus a girl when she goes to tell her parents that I want to make an account on social media platform, we know that, you know, the girl is likely to face more resistance. What we see in the physical world, we'll actually see in virtual world as well. So on one hand, you're talking about the fact that, oh, women's digital literacy should increase, etc., etc. You're putting in this parental consent, when in a country, many times parents learn from their children how to use internet as of today. So are parents able to make those decisions for their children? And I don't want to even go into things where, for example, children want to explore certain things. And they could be as simple as, you know, somebody being forced to take science in 11th and 12th, and they wanting to explore humanities. And, you know, the parents saying, no, don't sign up for these courses online, ye bekar ka hai. And, you know, these things happen in our houses. We are actually legitimizing that kind of control on children. And we are taking 13 to 18 years of age. I mean, that's a big age band. We are clubbing it, all of it together. And I think that needs to change. And also, just in terms of, is there a precedent for it to change? Yes, there is UNCRC, and it says that make laws which are in the best interests of the child. We also had this phrasing in 2019 bill, but we have removed it from this bill. So in that sense, we've actually gone backward from where we were in 2019, and that is really, really concerning. Next slide. Okay, now coming to the clauses which are already there. So, one is age of consent. We need to think what that should be. Second is that it says, clause says that verifiable consent. So, data fiduciary shall, before processing any personal data of a child, obtain verifiable parental consent in such a manner as may be prescribed. Now, when we talk about age verification or age gating, we forget that for companies to make a decision whether a parental consent is required, they will have to verify everybody who comes and makes an account on their platform. So it's not just going to apply to children, it will apply to everyone, whether it's me, whether it's you. When we make a platform, when we make an account, then we will have to verify our age. Now, there is no guidance on how this verification will work because it says as may be prescribed, but there is no discussion on data minimization is there in the explanatory note. We already, I think, discussed in the day that it doesn't get reflected in the bill. But also, go back. Do we need a standard way to verify for all services? That is a question that we need to ask ourselves. Should it be the same for a website or a platform or a service which can cause a lot of harm, and something which is very benign? Should we have the same level of verification for all services? That is something that we need to think about as a community. And the next thing that we have is ban on tracking. So I've skipped actually one, which is the harm. The reason why I've skipped it is because I feel that if we get into the phrasing of that what gets covered in harm and what doesn't get covered in harm, we will actually miss the forest for the woods, because that discussion only applies when we agree with the rest of the basic premise of this entire provision relating to children's data and privacy. So the next thing is a ban on tracking or behavioral monitoring of children or targeted advertising related to children unless exceptions are given, and government will exempt data processing of children for some purposes from these obligations. So essentially, we are actually looking at a whitelist approach here, in the sense that we will make a positive list. We will ban it for all services, but we'll make a positive list that, you are edtech, you can do this. Now, the question is, what is edtech? Isn't the whole of internet edtech in some sense? Isn't YouTube edtech? I study from YouTube. If you're an artist, you look at Instagram, you follow artists of your choice to actually understand what is their artwork, etc. So what is edtech? We cannot slice and dice internet for children with these definitions when anyway, services have multiple features and may be serving multiple purposes for somebody. And the third thing that happens is that you are essentially stifling innovation for a child. And why should children not benefit from innovation on the internet? If I'm an entrepreneur and if I know that if I'm going to make a product for children, I'm going to get into these hassles, then I would rather put my money and effort into something else where regulation is a lot more clearer, where I'm not seen as somebody who's out to harm children. So the question is that, I know that when we were talking about rest of the bill, we really went into the details. I would like, though, that we discuss some of the basic foundations and some principles on the basis of which this provision has been written in the bill, and how does that play out and what impact it has on people in India, teenagers in India. Sorry, I'll just leave at the end, some thoughts. I do think what we need is a risk-based approach that has safeguards proportionate to the risks on the said platforms. So we should not do one size fits all, in the sense ban everything, ban tracking on all platforms, ban targeted advertising from all platforms. we should look for a co-regulatory model that presses platforms to be better for children, similar to age-appropriate design code in the UK. And I think this is really important. What we have essentially done with the current phrasing is, we are putting all the responsibility on parents. That parents, you take a call whether your child is safe or not on this platform, and you can consent on your behalf. I think we've had multiple rounds of discussions knowing that consent itself is broken in that sense. You actually had an opportunity to provide, to actually nudge platforms to do better in design itself, which you have actually taken away completely because A, we deleted privacy by design in the entire bill itself. And second, there is no obligation on the platform per se now to help children make better choices. We are assuming that parents know what is best for all children. Well, I think most of the legislation does that, but still I think we could have done better by placing more onus on platforms, and that would happen if you had a co-regulatory model, such as the age-appropriate design code in the UK. I think immediately what we need to do, because I understand that now there is not that much political will and possible appetite to completely rewrite certain provisions. So maybe one thing that I wanted to put to this forum is that change the age to 13 in this bill, but make provision for rules that will come after a detailed consultation around this very specific issue of children's privacy and safety on the internet. In India, frankly, we've not had that yet. It's been just one of the provisions that get discussed with the rest of the PDP bill. But if you look at other countries, even California and now New York, they really have put in a lot of thought into how this problem needs to be solved. What we also need to do is conduct more surveys on how children already use the internet and how their privacy is negotiated in their homes. Because when we talk about privacy, we also need to think about privacy in their homes and not just on platforms. What if somebody is exploring their sexual orientation or somebody is conflicted about something? Can they seek help without having to go to their parents? So also need to think about that. And the regulator, MeitY, as of now, has not really gone into this discussion around how age verification will happen or parental consent verification will happen. We need a deeper discussion on that. The landscape has started suggesting that it should be more and more hard verification, which we obviously all do not like, which is taking government IDs, etc. However, if you look at the age-appropriate design code in the UK, even the extent of age verification is actually dependent on the kind of harm that can occur on a platform. And therefore, for that, we need some discussion within the industry on what are the technological solutions that are available, how can they do this in a data minimizing way, and what extent of age verification is required for what kind of service. That's all. Sorry, okay. So that's all I had to say. I just wanted to read out something which was interesting. I think there's been a lot of discussion around this earlier, but always it has come to, contract law has 18 and therefore we've made this 18 for it to be legally valid. But if you look at some other laws for India, we have taken a different graded approach to age of children as well. And one of them is actually, the child labor law. So that actually prohibits employment of children below 14 years, but it prohibits the employment of adolescents in the age group of 14 to 18 years in hazardous occupations and processes, and regulates their working conditions where they are not prohibited. My question is, if we can do this for labor law, why can't we just have the same approach, which is risk-based and graded for this law? That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thanks, Aparajita. I'll just come to you. One thing that I remember from our conversation with Sonia Livingston a few months ago was that the difference in the way the UK approaches this particular part of the regulation is that they come from a point of access to the internet, saying that access to the internet is important for children. By the way, there are these 5, 6, 7, 15 odd cases where where a large amount of data is being collected, where you might want to impose greater regulations. So you start with the point of everything is whitelisted, and then let's put some other, like put criteria for other aspects. Here what we're doing, and what we've done since the beginning is, first let's block everything, and then let's give parents the key to that door and let them choose which door they will open. So in that sense, you don't, as if you're below the age of 18, you don't have access to start off with. So if you're looking at what you talked about, that India's youth being removed from the decade or happening without the youth, that's exactly where we're headed, because you're starting with a blocking first approach. And is this like the way the government generally tends to think about laws? Perhaps we've seen, I mean, my reading of cross-border data flows is exactly the same, that first they're blocking and then they'll create a whitelist. That I think we need to reverse that approach and say, let's whitelist, and then where we think there's a problem, we'll start creating greater regulations around that. But also to the point about, we'll maybe come to what kind of approaches we should take. You had a point. You had your hand up, right? Yeah. Also identify yourself, please.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Varun. I'm from NASSCOM. I had one small quick comment that would just help what you just concluded on, and then I had a question. So the comment was that you mentioned that we should look at other laws where you differentiate between children. I found, and what I think we would like to explore more, is that the Guardians and Wards Act actually in section 17 says that if the child is old enough to form an intelligent preference, the court may consider that preference. And that's in a determination of what is the matters that the court has to consider when appointing the guardian of the child. So my logic is very simple, and like the Law Commission said that age should be 14 years. It's very simple, right? Like if courts have to ask children about their preference when it comes down to custody battles, then probably that same sort of standard would work for much lower risk decisions that children would have to do on a basis. This doesn't mean that we automatically hand over agency to the children. That isn't what that law would lead you to conclude. But it is relevant to point out that this is an existing standard in India and under Indian law, that you differentiate between kids that are above 14 and kids that are below 14 in custody battles. So I don't think we need to even run around looking at UNCRC and stuff.
So we got two examples now.
Yeah.
Any more? Any other examples? If you're making a case for this, two great examples. Is there a third example, anyone?
I think even in the Juvenile Justice Act, even in the Juvenile Justice Act, the court has said that when it comes to 16 to 18, they will determine whether the child is able take decisions like an adult. I mean, they did bring in that distinction.
Okay, I guess using all three of these, one can make a case for lowering the age to 13 and then looking at regulations that follow about how to improve.
Yeah, and just to conclude, because I had a question also.
You had a question as well.
What would be great to also discuss, and this wasn't brought up that much, is that there is a clause in the bill which says that processing that may cause harm to the child will be bad, right? What we're talking about, right? My question is, who is assessing this? Who is determining this? Who is the can somebody go to the Data Protection Board and complain that this isn't stopped?
I have a related question. At one level, you're saying that you need parental consent to allow the child to access stuff. Why don't you just leave it at the prevention of processing that may harm a child, and just leave it at that? Just leave it at that.
Yeah, I don't know how that entire determination itself happens.
Exactly.
So once we answer that question, then you could answer that verifiable consent isn't even required.
What's the point of having both?
Yeah, what's the point of having both as valid?
Both those
Right.
clauses.
So you're absolutely right, and that's what I was coming to as well, that we need a risk-based approach. And because what I said earlier about us deleting this whole privacy by design from the bill itself, where is that impact assessment happening? So it's happening for significant data fiduciaries, but not for everybody else. But if you look at the age-appropriate design code, you have to do it before launching a product in all cases if it's likely to be accessed by children. And therefore, there is a requirement in the law for you to do that assessment. We don't have that. Because we've anyway just banned everything. So you're absolutely right. So how does that even processing of harm, I mean, how does that risk determination happen? And sorry, since we are talking about that provision, I do want to, before somebody asks, yes, the list of harms has been reduced. Because you wanted to have a uniform...
It's in my questions actually. But yeah, it is in my questions.
Yes. So it has been reduced also probably because you wanted a definition that works for everything. But children face some very specific harms as well online, like, mental health. We work with a lot of children who face mental health issues. They have esteem issues. They compare, their life a lot more with their peers, etc. Now, because you have this one-size-fits-all policy, you actually had to reduce the harms. Because you're not taking a risk-based approach in that sense. You just want to ban. So you just took the bare minimums and you kind of, made that as a standard.
So in that sense, do we need a separate law for children, and why are we looking at this here?
That's a good question, but I think the appetite, yes,
another
it
law
should be.
So then shouldn't everything be kicked down the road to delegate legislation approach instead of doing it here?
That's what
without accounting for specifically heinous harms, etc., that you want to restrict for, because this clearly requires a lot more
deliberation
and focused deliberation, because you're looking at this currently in the context of an entire bill, which means that this is probably going to get the least amount of attention because they're mostly grown-ups commenting on the bill.
Absolutely.
Partha.
Am I audible? Yeah. So I think as I read this section, there is another important point that at least we should deliberate is the question of nudge techniques, right? And often this gets neglected because for a child, say 12 years old, right, playing a game on an Android or iPhone, all of this is understandable, but the way the architecture of any software product is designed is essentially a hook or a nudge technique. And I believe that it would really do bundles of advantage to the child and more so to the parent if something could be done about those nudge techniques. Because I see it's not just a question of verifiable parental consent and again boxing it onto the consent. Organizations are then kind of outsourcing their or abdicating their own accountability. Therefore, at a more product design stage, let's come to the practicals of it, right? At the product design stage, there has to be a need probably for an ethical impact assessment done specifically for vulnerable section. Under GDPR, they're all vulnerable section of the society, right? And children are vulnerable. So I'm not really getting into the age gating criteria. And I guess irrespective of in the time range as you were alluding to with 13 to 16, that debate apart, we need to probably delve, because if India has to make local products for the global masses and aspire for it, it needs to probably set a benchmark in doing something at a product level.
So let's get to that, because that also ties into, because there has to be behavioral data analysis to be able to do nudges, etc. And then that's banned. But I just want to close the loop on the verifiable consent. Is anyone there here who thinks we should have verifiable parental consent? I mean, the provocative question I always ask is, at one level, India doesn't want WhatsApp to get, Facebook to get WhatsApp data. And here, under the telecom bill, you want to give WhatsApp your Aadhaar. And here, we want your parents' Aadhaar to be given to multiple apps to allow them to use the internet. So either way, this is, like, just logically, it doesn't make sense. Varun, right?
So, yeah, are you asking whether or not parental consent should be in the
verifiable parental consent, and then under what consideration should it be there?
So, just on the first point, and this is speaking from experience with like other rules and regulations where these words are thrown around, like what does verifiable mean? That's a minefield. That will always be a minefield, and that probably shouldn't be there. But are we asking whether or not...
As they do in telecom, you'll have facial recognition processed by something called Astra, right?
But are you asking whether or not parental consent should never be there?
No, I'm asking about verifiability of that consent. Self-verification obviously doesn't work, right? How do you solve this problem? Because at some level, at some age levels, you still need parental consent. For some applications, you still would need. So I'm just saying, how do you break it down? What is, if you had to grade it, and maybe the two of you or anyone else who wants to jump in, we don't talk about this, what would you do at each age level? Are there laws that create that kind of a stepping up mechanism? How would you solve it? I'll just walk over. How do you solve it? Like, solve this verification problem for me.
I was getting a call. So. I mean, just to complete what I was saying, which is that if you have in such manner as maybe prescribed, you don't need verifiable. That's one simple point. But also in terms of verifiability, I think from the Digital Economy Act in the UK and the conversation around that, this was a big learning that came out that you didn't have any clear method to do this at scale. And so you would want to do it on a case-to-case basis and probably run trials to figure out where it's absolutely necessary. So for example, I mean, they couldn't even create this just for pornographic websites because you couldn't define what pornographic websites were, and then you couldn't figure out how that age gating mechanism would actually work. But just going one level below that as well, why consent is required is unclear, and I would love to hear from you actually about what you think the motivations are that are guiding the government's thinking around this. So is this a mechanism for some kind of other information to be collected? Is this sort of like a way that, you know, other aspects of services are like, you know, trying to be understood? That would be great.
Linking social media to Aadhaar.
I think Nikhil did say that we'll not go into motivations, but I do think that, I don't know about, you know, collecting other data, etc., but when we looked at the JPC, to me it seems it's a very paternalistic way of looking at how children should behave online. I mean, I'm sure we've all been in schools, and when social media was new, you know, teachers used to say, don't make social media accounts and all of that. If you looked at the JPC report, they actually had this one sentence in the report itself, which got published and the whole country kind of reviewed it. It said, just because children know what they are doing doesn't mean that they know they are not adults. I'm literally quoting, I mean, I'm some words here and there, but that's what the report said. So I do think that this is also kind of a lack of recognition and a lack of voice. We have not made the effort. So actually I have this something here. Ofcom in UK actually runs this survey almost every year to see that how is internet being used by people of different ages. It's mandated in their Act of Communications 2003. It places a responsibility on Ofcom to promote and to carry out research into media literacy. We define media literacy as the ability to use, understand and create media and communications in a variety of contexts. I have been to multiple consultations around this topic. I've never seen people, mostly people who come are people like us who work on tech policy, but there are people who work on child rights and children themselves. Like, they are also not represented. I mean, you can get some 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, we work with a few. They actually are very smart and articulate about what, you know, they think should be done. So I haven't seen that kind of, we haven't done that consultation. We've not even started scratching the surface of what it will take. And to your point, Nikhil, about you know, whether there should be a separate law, I think if there was political appetite, maybe it does make sense. But since that is possibly not, and we are all tired of, you know, just going through drafts and drafts of the data privacy bill, so maybe a set of rules which only looks at children's data is something that is more feasible, but we have to create space for it in this bill, or if this is going to get passed.
Anyone else on verification?
Yeah. Nick.
Okay. First, go on.
Me? Oh, all right. No. So this was.
You have the mic.
Yeah. Oh no, I thought you had turned to somebody else. Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to give a slightly more charitable reading to the verifiability part. I think the verifiable
This
qualifiers.
is the first Sorry, I can troll you, man. Go on.
Yeah. So this is the qualification of verifiable applies to consent, not necessarily the identity of the parents. So therefore, it's a bit like saying obtain consent in writing, as opposed to being in sort of ephemeral medium, right? So therefore there has to be a mechanism by which you can try and establish if there is an audit tomorrow that I did obtain consent. Not necessarily the verification of identity of parents. I think we are still reading it on the hangover of the telecom bill. Maybe that's what's causing that. So,
Tangesh?
I had a different point, but just to respond on that, in order to verify consent, you would have different mechanisms. Some of them can be on the platform, some can be off the platform. And invariably, most options will have to identify the individual who's giving consent. Otherwise, you could just say it's my parents' consent and there's a checkbox, so that sort of self-declaration may not work. So, which is why the concern is pretty legitimate.
So, but what you're looking for is the digital version of a signature, and then expecting people to do digital signatures or any other form of that kind of verification. You're probably going to end up doing KYC or something of that sort. You're going to do either a video verification or you're going to do an ID-based verification. Yeah. So I understand you can look at it more charitably, but practically, someone who wants to avoid liability is going to say, what's my most foolproof mechanism of not being hauled up for doing consent in a verifiable manner?
And when you're trying to build solutions like that, you're also creating more data channels, right? You didn't want to hold on to this data. Now you'll have another verifying or authentication software or a third party. So those aspects. But one of the things that I was just thinking of is reading this with the data principal's duties to not furnish false information. And that being an offense. So if a child submits false information, then would you hold the parent liable?
Or the child
any discussion
liable?
on that has happened?
I hadn't looked at it this way. Anybody? Thoughts?
I think the general understanding is that parent then becomes responsible because they gave the consent.
Yeah, so the data principal is now...
They didn't give the data, correct.
Data principal now includes the lawful guardian and the parent. So if the child falsely submits information without the information of the parent, are you now going to hold parents liable or the lawful guardian liable for that?
Hi, Malavika. I work in a civil society organization. So one of the main things that I understood, especially in this context for children, it would have been very interesting if we also kept up globally and also had some online safety regulations also on the side, because then addressing the question of the sort of harms limitations that are there would have been addressed through a legislation like that. One. Secondly, since we don't have that, I think it's good to learn from some of the experiences that I think UK is now currently going through it and they're working through the issues, but Australia has done a really splendid job with the kind of age verification issues that they had. So this similar discussion had happened over there when their online safety regulation was coming in, but that was a little more broad. But when it came to children and age verification for parents, they had a lot of similar issues. So they would accept date of birth, passport, ID cards, etc. And then they found out that this was just not enough and it was like they were not able to keep up. So then independent so you have an e-safety commissioner that's actually appointed under the sort of a regulator like that is actually looking into these issues. And then they actually came up with like technical standards for third-party verification, something like age verification certificate, which is voluntary. But if this is going to be as maybe prescribed, then we could think of a lot of technical standards for age verification for parents to actually solve this issue, because I don't see the concept of online safety in general for many vulnerable groups, including women, LGBTQI, are not discussed anyway. So if we are going to suddenly bring in a third-party stakeholder like children into the data protection law and then have all these conditions in, then I'm hoping that a subordinate legislation that actually addresses very careful technical standards, which then ties back to the non-compliance point. So if you don't give the right data, then you're in trouble. And then this also requires, by the way, a lot of advocacy effort to be there on the side, because that's the kind of initiatives that actually take place from a lot of platforms and services that I've seen functioning in many countries like Australia, Ireland, UK. Like, it's not just the legislation, they also have trainings for the parents. Like, they let them know that like, most of the time, ignorance of the law thing doesn't really work. Like, we need to like really put it out there also. I think this sort of systemic change is required when it comes to addressing verification and also harms. 2019 version had a detailed list of harms, but that is, like you said, not the kind of harms that children face. And that is also not even limited to like mental health. There's just so many other kinds. Right. Technology is evolving. There are a lot of online violence that itself that India is not able to keep up with. So I feel like even that needs to be looked at. Thank you.
How? So you start with safety. You want to move technical standards in the subordinate legislation.
Yes, I think that's a start at least for verification.
If you think there are safety-related provisions that need to come in over here, what would they be?
Sorry, can I come in here? Yeah. I do think that, you know, if we get into safety related provisions here, then it becomes a Pandora's box, and we don't have to solve all problems through this one legislation. Anyway, the government the buzz is that in Digital India bill that they are coming up, they will cover online harms, and hopefully they've also looked at online harms for children. But if they haven't, then anyway, that is a separate conversation we are having, and problems of content, etc. should not be looked at from this legislation, right? So we have to look at specific harms when it comes to data processing, tracking, etc. in this bill.
I agree. The clarification was that in the context of an online safety regulation, you have similar verification issues that were addressed.
Absolutely.
So something like that could come in here, and yes, the Digital India Act that's going to come in is going to regulate a lot of things. Hopefully does address some of it, and I see synergies between these two for children.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if this has been discussed already, but the CALOPA, the California Children's Online Privacy Act, has also required, you know, a fundamental redesign of the services themselves, right? So with you know, privacy by design and default missing from this bill, and obviously, you know, the limited provisions that we have here, this would be a key inhibitor in you know, having these services being imagined for kids. And back to CALOPA, they have required companies like Instagram, which was coming up with Instagram for kids, YouTube, its own version for kids, all of them, you know, have had to completely redesign and have a separate service altogether. So it kind of takes a radically different approach, where you're not talking about the same service being used and having an age verification there and checking if this, you know, kid's parents allow this kid to use it. In fact, what they're doing is entirely different, which is have a separate service for kids within the realm of, say, Instagram, which would be regular for regular adults, and for folks who are, you know, below the age of majority, whichever you consider it.
There are several services which have already done that. Yeah. They're doing that. Again, I go back to the point I made initially about certain services should be treated differently depending on the scale of the data that they collect and they process and the harms that those could cause. Can't be for everything, right? Every service can't build a separate app.
If I can just come in here, I think it also relates to the nudge point that you had made. So actually in the age appropriate design code, they do have specific recommendations around what kind of nudges you can't have on platforms. And therefore, I think the onus, because that actually shifts the onus to platforms, and which is what, even if you give consent once, is the parent going to monitor the child day in and day out? What are they doing online? Maybe they are engaging in some kind of, you know, behavior which is harmful. So I think the platform design is a very important piece, as you're rightly saying, but we have not made any space for it because we've banned everything. जब banned नहीं हो गया तो then you don't need any platform design intervention in that sense. You can't do much. So that is the problem. You are actually curtailing innovation in that sense. Even with age verification, a lot of innovation has happened because regulators pushed platforms to do it in a data minimizing kind of way. Even in the UK code, they've actually given examples of the platforms that would require hard verification and platforms that would require softer verification depending on the risk that children face online, which in our case, of course, there's no.
So just last question on verification for the lawyers in the room. Does the, effectively if you have to verify, then you have to verify everyone who's using the internet, and then to that extent, does that pass the Puttaswamy test? Is it necessary and proportionate to verify everyone? And then does that become a challenge to this bill? Anyone?
Actually, I think that's a leap too far. I don't think that, I certainly don't read it that way, even on this this
so
point.
Assuming you
so there,
read it
there are
that way.
verification. So there are, so the way in which you verify consent, right? Verification of consent exists even otherwise. So for example, so when there is a dispute before the data protection board, if the data fiduciary is claiming that no, this processing had been done pursuant to consent having been given, how the data fiduciary goes about proving consent, right? That's the same problem that we'll have here, and that, as he rightly pointed out,
we've had that discussion, Prasanna.
Right.
My question was specifically if everyone had to be verified in a verifiable manner, that then would that, and for something as broad as using the internet, and every service had to do that, would that pass the Puttaswamy test?
No. It will abjectly fail all tests, right? So that effectively means there is no right to anonymous speech on the internet, and that's a bridge too far for any court to take, really.
Fair enough. On the processing part, sorry, there's a point here. Yeah.
No, I don't want to hijack it, but just a question that comes to my mind at this juncture. We're discussing this, and it's important. Parents are also sometimes quite strange. They will upload the photographs of their kids on LinkedIn. Now, what if that happens, and the child says that this was done, and I had no inclination or proclivity to do it, it's my mom and dad who did that. So sharenting has become a kind of a in thing to do, or a fashionable thing to do. I'm just keen to hear the views of some of the experts and lawyers in this group. Can a child sue his or her parent in India?
On LinkedIn, so they should. I'm just kidding.
No, because this is serious, right? And sometimes this can probably, bring in more harm to the child than what the parent would have ever anticipated.
Yeah, it's basically what you're giving with all publicly available data being available to process, you're effectively giving Clearview AI access to your child's.
So it is done on the act
forever.
of the it is done voluntarily by the parent, and with no active involvement of the child whatsoever, irrespective of his or her age. In those situations, how would the law play out?
So I think right now we don't have any, the law as it stands right now, it doesn't address this problem. But if you do apply the best interests of the child standard, then you would actually have a provision to take care of such cases, such as sharenting. And in the UK, etc.
Such as what?
Sharenting.
Sharenting. Sharenting. It's a term.
Sorry, this is
Sharenting. So basically, a lot of parents make TikTok channels and YouTube channels of their children's daily lives, and their lives are documented 24/7. So as of now, this law doesn't take care of it. But in the UK, for example, there is a lot of conversation and a lot of pressure on TikTok, etc. because of this entire conversation they've had around protecting children online and the best interests of child, on platforms' responsibility to take down such accounts as well. So that is exactly my point. You are not applying best interests of child as a standard, and that is a problem in itself, and therefore you cannot take care of cases such as sharenting. So that's a good point.
Okay, thank you.
Learn something new every day. So in terms of the nudge point that you'd made earlier, I'm just wondering, what are the room's thoughts on behavioral targeting of children and processing of data? And I'm coming at it from a very different angle. Say, let's say there's someone who is, let's say there's a pedophile who's posing as a child, right? And there is no way to determine whether that is a child or not, except on the basis of, assessing behavior. But if they've registered as a child, how do you then solve that problem? Unless you do behavioral tracking. Let's take suicide prevention. How do you, like, or even in case of, let's say, Khan Academy that does profiling, or most of EdTech does profiling of children in order to target certain content at them. So what are we sort of narrowing behavioral processing or behavioral targeting too much to actually prevent? Are we restricting useful use cases here?
And Nikhil, sorry, just to add to your question, actually Instagram does that, right? For example, if they think, and if somebody reports that this person is probably showing signs of suicide, etc. So Instagram, for example, gives you a pop-up that are you feeling okay or something like that next time when you open your platform. So actually a lot of social media platforms have been saying that they use tracking to also have some kind of nudges or that help the child or whoever, the user, seek any kind of help. So it needs to be thought that are we leaving room for such interventions?
So what do you do now with the clause?
You can't do it now with this clause.
What do you do about the, okay, there's a point there, sorry. There's a mic here.
So under subsection 4, it is an exemption, and such an exemption was there in the earlier bills also, and it was based on, offering counseling services or child protection services.
Mic up, can't hear you.
Counseling services or child protection services. They've removed that, but I'm just hoping that whatever rules come up will include more detailed provisions so that whatever behavioral monitoring happens for welfare of the children. So I think it still can be done. Let's just hope they do it.
Or should this be moved to as may be prescribed, like everything else?
Yeah. Sorry, but I have a question. You said that in the last, and this is something that I've been wondering as well, in the last bill, yes, it said childcare and counseling services, but the example that I just gave, where Instagram or Snapchat has a feature, how would that kind of, would they get an exemption specifically for this use case on their platform?
So that's what I was thinking, that if maybe so this was very restricting, where only services which provide counseling services or child protection services, only they would be exempted. I am thinking that this comes from a good place from the government side, where they are thinking that maybe we can come up with rules which are more detailed and provide more exemptions to platforms which can result into beneficial results for children. So that is the point of view I am taking for now. So let's see.
I just wanted to throw, like, as a lawyer, not necessarily like just wearing a legal hat, like two spanners to throw in also here. One is on subsection 3. How do I determine if I'm directing behavioral monitoring or targeting or tracking to a child without tracking them?
Exactly.
So that's one doubt, because then that seems the section itself is undermining itself. And then just on subsection 1, see, it says before processing. Processing includes everything. Can this become a transfer restriction? Like, how many times do I collect consent? What all do I collect consent for? How many times can the rules be utilized to say that if you're transferring, that's a separate leg and you need separate consent for that? So I'm just wondering, because
you can collect that consent at the time of collecting the consent.
But
overall,
the rules
right?
can also demand that you need an extra layer of consent over and above that for certain high-risk operations that are likely to cause harm, such as transfers to certain areas.
Then you will need additional consent, which they did in one of the earlier versions of the bill as well.
That's
right?
exactly where I was coming from as well, right? Like, so if, because there's so many rule-making powers, we don't know about like how that could be interpreted. So that's just something else to...
How would you address it?
Just have two. Just have subsection 2, right? What you had pointed out earlier, right? Like, you can have subsection 2 and then allow like the law to be more flexible in terms of how it gives effect to 2.
No, so my point was you can have 2, but then on top of that you can prescribe rules that there are certain high-risk operations, certain so certain types of sites, let's say, so for example, you can take something like a TikTok or an Instagram, or you can say that for certain types of entities which would end up collecting a vast amount of data, you need either a separate app altogether for them, or you need to have, you need to get parental consent for those applications which end up collecting a vast amount of data, and you can impose separate restrictions on them. So
effectively, guardian data fiduciary comes back in some form, right? Like,
guardian data fiduciary comes back, except that it's not, it becomes a whitelist, not a typology. The guardian data fiduciary basically said anything that collects children's data will come under this. So so let's take schools. One of the conversations we had at that time was around schools. Schools collect health data about children as well. So that would be a separate type of regulation that are coming. They collect they profile children as well. Assessing and giving marks, etc. That's all a part of profiling. So, same thing with hospitals. It just becomes extremely difficult. Instead of if you do it on the basis of typology, as opposed to doing it on the basis of specific entities that you identify that will collect a vast amount of data, and that you leave to the discretion of the regulator.
does it make sense then to restrict this to some form of sectoral regulation?
Entirely. I mean, sectoral then would in this.
I don't think so. I don't think it should be sectoral, because.
No, when I say sectoral, I actually mean it should be left to the data protection regulator. Not a board, but to the regulator itself.
Which regulator?
The data protection authority, not the board. Give them rule-making powers, which we will get to.
Okay.
It's because you have robbed them of their rule-making powers that you're also facing a bunch of other complications, right? In terms of does MeitY have the bandwidth to create delicate legislation for every single aspect of this bill? They don't. So one problem compounds another, no? That's what you're facing. I'm just saying that it makes sense to have a whitelisting approach, or in this case, a sort of approach that restricts certain entities.
Negative list instead, right?
Negative list, yeah.
List.
So I have a point to make. In the third subclause, targeted advertising and behavior monitoring, and tracking, all of these things are included in one clause. So essentially, if an exemption is provided for tracking children, exemption will also be provided for sending ads to them. So I think both these things should be in separate laws, because if an exemption is provided for tracking, exemption should not be provided for delivering ads as well, because both of these things are completely different things, tracking and advertising.
As in they can be provided under separate clauses, you mean?
Yeah, because if an exemption is provided to the third clause, then the company also gets the rights to send advertisements to children.
Yeah, there has to be separated. Yeah. But again, so think about it this way, right? What kind of... So let's say that a child's using an edutech app, and it is determined through tracking that they would require an additional set of courses that they might need to take, which is a priced course. And within the app itself, you target an ad to them saying that this would be useful for your child, or this would be useful for you. What's wrong with that?
And that is why you don't need a blanket ban. That
Which
is
is why you
you
don't need a
need a
blanket ban.
risk-based approach. And that is why you also should not make distinction between types of services, because even on Instagram, for example, if they are seeing some ad related to some courses that they should do, and they are already kind of interested, they are following all those accounts. And
well, types of services is my favorite conversation around intermediary liability protection.
That is
so
true. And that is why I'm saying that we needed a risk-based approach in this case.
Go ahead. Go ahead, go ahead. No. Arjun, turn the mic on and then give, no? So just as a rule, don't switch the mics off, guys.
Hello, now am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Ranjana Kushwaha from Institute for Governance, Policies and Politics. So in the same line, I just want to highlight a case, Molly's case in UK, which was connected to digital self-harm, as we were trying to address the issue that there should not be a blanket ban. Similarly, you must have heard about the digital self-harm case going on in UK, which was recently concluded, where a girl named Molly, a 16-year-old girl, she committed suicide by following certain kinds of, it was in Twitter, she was also in Instagram, and she was following particular kinds of tweets and posts, which were basically related to, which instigated her to commit suicide by, posting some posts like suicidal thoughts, like I'm a loser, and such kinds of posts. So this is, and what I feel is the bill has completely neglected the current developments going all around the world, and also I totally agree that there is need of proper dedicated legislation for the children, because just this one section cannot address the complex problems that children are facing in this digital space. So this is just I wanted to comment upon. Thank you.
So I just had a response that, that what you're talking about is an exceptional situation. As in, it's not a norm.
No.
If we start regulating by exceptions, then, or one or two instances, I'm not belittling them by any way, but if you start regulating for exceptions, then you'll find 100,000 exceptions that you would build laws around, and then nothing would be workable. Just as a point of debate.
You are absolutely right that we cannot regulate according to the exceptions. But the thing is, when you are constantly, through algorithm, you are enhancing the particular kind of post which are, kind of asking person or to self...
which is completely fair. Like, algorithmic accountability needs to be there. As an example, about, I think, 2012 it was, that Facebook ran experiments with a 12,000 user-based data set or something, 250,000 maybe, where they were able to change the moods of people depending on what updates they showed them in the news feed. So, completely agree on accountability, on algorithmic accountability.
Nikhil, if I can come in here, let's look at Molly's case. I mean, you're right that we shouldn't look at an individual case and make a regulation around it. But let's look at Molly's case. From this bill, if Molly's parents gave the consent to be online, it's fine. Whatever happened, it happened. But if you had a risk-based approach where you had put responsibility on platforms, you can actually go to a platform and say that why was Molly seeing the same post over and over again, and why did you not account it for in the design? And that is the problem with parental consent, especially in a country like India where many parents are actually not as digitally savvy as their children. And therefore, I mean, even this case is a good example of why this would fail in achieving what we are trying to do through the bill.
Thank you.
Sorry,
yeah, hi. So I just want to quickly respond on separating targeted advertising and tracking and behavioral monitoring. Maybe the motivation behind keeping it in one sort of subclause is that you are allowed to target, you're allowed to take tracking and behavioral monitoring, or you're allowed to have targeted advertising only if you have a certain product that you want to target to children. So otherwise, why are you targeting children? Maybe the idea behind it, but we've already discussed the many problems of not allowing tracking or behavioral monitoring generally. But I think I was just thinking, if you were looking at suicidal behavior or mental health issues, why should that be isolated only to children? That kind of tracking should be there across the board for any age group.
Any closing points before we move to the next session, guys? Anyone? Any thoughts on? Do you have a list of? You had a list of things that you want done, right?
No, I think it was. I already covered that.
I know.
Yeah, but
okay.
If we can.
Anyone have a list of things? There any wish list from this particular part of the bill?
I think.
Anyone still awake? Okay.
Post-lunch session.
Post-lunch session.
Yeah. I think my only, request is, because I know that a lot of people in this room are going to send submissions. This is something that has been ignored again and again. And the government has caved into various kind of pressures for this draft of the bill. But this is one clause where the movement has been very, very minimum. And although if you look at it from a rights perspective, it should have been something which is a low-hanging fruit. And therefore, I do think that, it'll be good if we can all put this across to the government. And since we know that they are not in the mood of completely reimagining legislation, one of the things that they might be willing to do is reduce the age of consent and then create provision for rules which gives us an opportunity to unpack this very, very complex issue and make rules for children's, data protection online.
In fact, that's exactly it, right? The recommendation can be that age of consent should be reduced to 13, and the data protection authority should be directed to create rules based on risk, etc. So that language can come in, so it still creates a protection framework, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Got it.
Great.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Aparajita.
Thanks.
Government access to data. I'd like to invite Prasanna and Anushka on stage. You have slides? Okay, I was just wondering. Okay. You have like a small...
Hi. Hi. So I am Akshit back again, and we are going to talk about government access to data and the kind of exemptions that the bill grants, that the bill can grant to certain entities. So the bill states that the central government has the power to exempt any instrumentality of the state from following any provisions of the bill if it feels it's in the interest of sovereignty and integrity of the state, security of the state, etc. Two important points to note here. First is that the definition of what is the meaning of instrumentality of state is not clear. It could mean a lot of things. Maybe there are some legal precedents set as to what it means, but would it also include any organization funded by the government like a public university, etc., remains to be seen. It is also important to see that this exemption can be granted from all provisions of the bill, and is not limited to a certain set of provisions. The bill also grants the government the power to retain data for an unlimited amount of time under clause 18(4). The government also has the power to exempt data fiduciaries or a class of data fiduciaries from certain provisions of the bill, which could include private companies and entities collecting data of individuals. So the kind of exemptions that can be made for data fiduciaries and the class of data fiduciaries include things like issuing a notice for obtaining consent, additional obligations for children, and things like appointing a data protection officer and data auditor, and even right to information. So what kind of data fiduciaries can be exempted by the government, that is unclear. No details on that in the bill. And for how long, why this can be done is not clear as well. These things will be prescribed later. There are also certain exemptions for specified use cases. For example, legal rights, judicial and quasi-judicial functions for looking into any offenses or contraventions of the law. So for these things, exemptions can be provided for certain provisions of the law. The bill also states that the personal data of data principals not within the territory of India and is pursuant to contract with any other country can be exempted from provisions of the bill, which means that if any data principal is not within the territory of India and it has a contract with any other social media company or maybe a country, then those rules may apply and the Indian version of the bill will probably not apply. So these are the provisions. And as you can see, over the past few years, the kind of safeguards available as to how data can be accessed by the government have significantly narrowed down. In 2018, the bill said that the government can process data without consent for certain things like welfare functions of the state. However, these things were removed in 2022. These things have been removed in 2022. If you look at the 2019 version, it's granted exemptions. It said that exemptions have to be given in writing. The 2021 version said that if the government wants to process data without consent, it has to be just, fair, and reasonable and proportionate. These things have been removed from the 2022 version. And we only have that any instrumentality of the state can be exempted from processing data. So, yeah, thank you.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, okay, I can hear myself. Great. So Akshat has already covered what I was going to start with, which is basically what the Clause 18 does and what's happened over the years. So the only thing that I want to mention, in addition to what he's already mentioned, is that so he started at 2018, but let's remember that this entire process started in 2012 when the Right to Privacy Bill was being discussed by the DOPT. And at that time itself, there was conversation that interception of communication, which is basically surveillance, needs to be included in the bill. This was also echoed by the group of experts headed by Justice A.P. Shah in 2012. However, over the years, we've seen that consistently there has been dilution of protection. So I'm basically going to talk about how this relates to surveillance, because Clause 18 and Clause 35 in the previous one, there has been a lot of conversation about how it allows for surveillance. What I want to point out specifically here is that, first of all, the surveillance architecture in India is already very weak. 5(2) of the Indian Telegraph Act and 69 of the Information Technology Act and the rules that are under the two provisions, they do not meaningfully define the grounds under which or the manner in which surveillance can be conducted. There are no ex ante or ex post facto independent review of the interception directions, and it concentrates all the power with the executive. Now there has been constant conversation about the need for surveillance reform in India. And this is what the Right to Privacy decision also to some extent talk about, that there is the right to privacy in India, there is informational privacy, and we need to talk about how the state intrusion can be done. However, even after the 2017 judgment and conversation around data protection building up, surveillance was one thing that the government refused to take up. What we have seen is that even after constant conversation, surveillance reform has not been taken up. Now, looking at not just this bill, but at telecommunication bill, which is the one that now says that surveillance can be done of the newly defined telecommunication services. It does not put in place any safeguards. And now this bill, wherein civil society organizations have been talking about how government access to data can be regulated, government access to personal data can be regulated, this is a missed opportunity in my sense, that we still do not have any provisions which would ensure that government access is regulated. Instead, under clause 18, they have provided a lot of exemptions which the government can now give to state instrumentalities. What is interesting here is also that under 18, they exempt certain agencies, but under 86, 88, 86, 87, and 86, 88, and 89. They also allow that certain certain agencies can have deemed consent. So even if they're not providing complete exemptions, they can allow agencies which already have the data collected to share it with other agencies, because now they have deemed consent for maintenance of public order, in public interest, or any fair and reasonable purpose. So that means that essentially surveillance architecture is weak. There are no safeguards. There is no protection that the data protection bill will provide. It is exempting government agencies, and it is also allowing for essentially the creation of 360-degree profiles. So that is where we are now that this bill has come. So that's all I wanted to say.
Audible. Yeah. No, unfortunately, I'm going to start with some principles that we've enunciated. In fact, not just here. And I've been on the Media Nama panel for government access to data, following the Sri Krishna Committee bill, the 2019 bill, and now this, right? And at least when now conversations, at least the net after each of the discussions that we've had was that there are flaws, there are many shortcomings, there are many heartbreaks in many of the previous bills that we had, but at least the net was that something was better than nothing, right? But yeah, nothing is better than this thing, right? So that is how certainly I see it. As we followed that trajectory, as people may recollect, so the data protection discourse, I might be getting this history wrong, but at least in my mind, the history began in the context of the Aadhaar case, where the government of India, to appease the Supreme Court, because they were terrified of the Supreme Court declaring privacy as a fundamental right. A 9-judge bench, they were terrified of the impact of that, right? As history proved, they were wrong. I mean, there's nothing that has changed. I mean, but they were terrified of it, and in order to appease the Supreme Court and to perhaps try and prevent a judgment, they went and said they were going to constitute that committee headed by Justice Sri Krishna to look at privacy and have a legislation for it, and data protection was therefore that's how it began, certainly in my mind, and the discourse around, right? Even though there had been attempts earlier, AP Shah's committee, all of that, but a more sustained
Prasanna,
effort was all right.
We're low on time.
All right. No, so I'm not going to recite the entire history, please. So as we saw each of those, so we see from that 2018 version of the bill, so from privacy protection, the focus had become free and fair digital economy. So it's like privacy protection to sort of business protection. And then as it progressed, now it is sort of protection of the government from this onslaught of this right to privacy, right? So that's what we have. Because when we started, in fact, we had, all flowery terms thrown in. In fact, there was a civil society version of the of the bill that we worked on, where one of the principles that we said was the government was going to be the model data fiduciary, right? So in fact, that is in jurisprudence, we have that, for example, when government is the employer. That is why a government job is so secure, because government, under the law, has to be the model employer, right? So now, it's completely an inversion of history, where government says, now we are going to bring this bill, we're going to try and have everybody else comply with it, but we have all these room full of exemptions where we will not comply with it, right? And under the grounds under which they say they can exempt themselves, right? So all of these terminology, security of the state, friendly relations with foreign states, all of that. So all of that is basically a copy paste from 1902. Right? That is, a lot of corporate speak. You just, if there is a request that comes your way, you just add another email ID and say FYNA. That is Parliament really not doing its work, or the draftsmen really not doing their work, and say, what in the context of data protection is going to be so detrimental to the security of the state? What is the test? So that's the width that the legislature has to determine. It can't just copy paste the words from constitution. Constitutional documents are documents that give sort of directional or vision, sort of guidance in terms of vision. That can't be part of legislation, and this has been a standing complaint since even the IT Act. In fact, that's where this began. Under 69, you have these provisions of where all of these friendly relations with foreign states, security of the state, public order, all of those being maintained, and we've retained those, and we've now used that to exempt the government from application of all of these, right? So the net here is that, well, we should go back to the drawing board. We should junk this bill and come back and start with the principle that government ought to be a model data fiduciary. In fact, not even say data, I should say data controller. Controller is a more dispassionate term. Fiduciary gives you the notions of trust. All of that is not perhaps necessary. We can probably use more.
So I'm going to move to questions, Prasanna. Sorry, we're low on time.
Done. I'm done.
What does the phrase instrumentality mean?
Well, instrumentality, it comes from a certain, so under Article 12 of the Constitution, agency or instrumentality of the state, it's a test to determine whether something is a state authority, for instance. It's borrowed from that, therefore it's a vestige of that.
So does it include PSUs as well?
Yes, it includes PSUs. An instrumentality of the state. So the test is whether, for instance, the government has pervasive control. What is the nature of the function that the body does? All of that gets factored in determining whether something is an instrumentality of the state.
So then, does this bill create grounds to go to court and challenge it on the basis of Puttaswamy? Does the reasonable restrictions that apply to the state under Puttaswamy, are they also covered here, or are they completely overridden? For both of you.
I don't think they are, because as far as I understand, necessity and proportionality are something that have to be applied on a case-by-case basis, whereas these clauses, especially clause 18 at least, allows the entire agency or instrumentality to be exempted. So it's not why the action is being taken, it's based on who is taking the action. So in that situation, it's definitely not complying with the safeguards of necessity and proportionality, because you can't say that every action taken by the NIA or by RAW or by CBI is justified enough to violate privacy.
So are you also saying that then in that sense, exempting entire agencies is a violation? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it should always be case-by-case basis. I mean, I don't think it should ever be that entire agencies are above reproach.
Okay. The other thing was about what kind of purpose limitations should apply to government access to data or user data? What if you had to define, if you had to drill down deeper to what Prasanna was saying, how would you define the purpose limitation for the government? Prasanna, anyone else in the room?
It's again, it's a case by case thing. I don't think you can define it. I think, and also because see, with how technology is developing, especially with the new kind of spyware and everything, I can't tell you right now what they might come up with, how directed it may be, or how invasive it may be. So I can't really, you know.
Then how do you ring fence what the government has access to? How do you ring fence what the government can do?
Right. So in fact, those two questions are, kind of related to each other, right? So since Puttaswamy, we've had development on the reasonableness test, proportionality test, and more recently in 2020 we had a judgment where Puttaswamy did not articulate it in so many words. Now we have a fifth prong added to the test, right? So Puttaswamy, if people may recall, there are four-pronged test from any state action that infringes, or I should say restricts privacy should have a valid legal basis. It should be necessary, it should be proportionate, and it should also be in pursuance of a legitimate state aim, right? So those four-pronged tests. Now a fifth prong has been added to say that the statute should within itself have safeguards against abuse. So this is a marked difference from our earlier jurisprudence where we always, the state, something that kind of the chewing gum that the state had was that, mere possibility of misuse of a provision is not a test of constitutionality, it doesn't affect the constitutionality of the provision. So now this newly articulated proportionality test, I'm afraid, sort of gives us, I hope that gives that the new tools that we need to test this. And certainly, for example, if you have an exemption clause and there is no guidance at all on how that discretion is exercised in notifying these exemptions of entire institutions being exempted. So now that's certainly an absence of safeguard, and certainly it doesn't pass the test. And the lack of purpose limitation, Puttaswamy, each of the four judgments in Puttaswamy have held purpose limitation as one of the signal privacy protection principles. So
purpose limitation for the government.
Purpose limitation as privacy protection in general.
Right.
There is
so
no
the government
exemption.
has to be the model data fiduciary.
Model data
What
fiduciary.
are the purpose limitation what would you create if you had to limit?
Yeah.
What would be your purpose limitation?
No, that I need to apply my mind, because it's not. So the government seems to think that I copy paste 19.2 and that purpose limitation is satisfied.
Correct, but if
that
you're saying
not.
that's not enough, then tell me what's enough.
No, so it needs to look at what level of, for example, it may require a sectoral application of mine. Maybe for different sectors, you look at this is what really covers as national security. This is what covers public order, right? And what is that instrumentality of the state? Are you an oil company? Are you the police force? It differs accordingly, right? So therefore, there has to be some work done, and I'm not going to give the manifesto, certainly not for free.
So my thing is, how would you fix this? That's essentially what I'm asking, because how would you? I understand you can take the same provisions and you can copy paste from Puttaswamy and the Bombay High Court judgment and add those here. You want to go one level deeper. They're clearly not wanting to do that. How would you do it is the question.
Anushka is the adult here, right? So I am the rabble rouser. Right? So no constructive feedback.
Fix this bill or fix the surveillance architecture.
Surveillance architecture. That's a part of it, right? So I guess you'd start by defining what national security is.
Yeah, definitely. And see, in any situation, I think the most important thing is that like he said, there has to be safeguards, and these safeguards need to ensure that there is actual review of what is happening. For example, I think there was a 2011 or 2012 RTI which says that in a month or in a couple of months they're passing around 1100 to 1400 orders.
Correct.
How is a 3-person committee actively reviewing those orders? Like, is there actual application of mind that is happening when these orders are being passed? So that is the first thing that has to be there, that there needs to be judicial review or any other kind of review that they can come up with. I think it's judicial review is the way to go. That has to be there. Another thing has to be, if you put in place judicial review, obviously you will weaken the executive control that is there on surveillance powers, which is also very important. Right now it's the executive which can do everything. The other two are not involved at all, which is one of the most important things. Other than that, I think another thing was definitely, like you said, define national security, define public order, define public interest, define all of those in a manner in which it's not wide, it's not vague, it does not allow for any of these agencies to say that, oh, this also comes under this also comes under this. Like, there has to be very specific definitions, and it has to be tailored to the extent that we obviously there has to be application of mind case by case, but we need to structure in a manner where at least we don't have to go on a journey to find out if it's actually worth examining in the first place. It has to be ensured that it's not something that, for example, all these state governments, for example, and how they're talking about Pegasus, that, the earlier government used Pegasus on the newer government, and, all these kind of things, those kind of things should not be able to happen, at least in the country.
In fact, that was going to be one of my questions. Does this bill essentially enable Pegasus-like surveillance? Does it allow it? Yes?
I mean...
No. Some Vikram from COI, I don't know, but...
I open my mouth a little bit and Nikhil always hangs me.
So, because of the lack of a definition, as she was just saying, right, there are too many clauses here which allow the government to, collect and retain, and, Pegasus is really far. The other, I had just noted, every time I drive my car, go through FASTag. Now, I've completed my journey. Why should my data be retained? I walk through an airport. Now, GMR is a private entity. They would be recording and keeping my whatever, video recordings for ages. So as an individual, can I ask them to remove it each time I exit the airport? But coming back to Pegasus, yes, I think there are too many clauses where the government is empowering itself.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, because if you look at the telecommunication bill, the services it governs, it allows the government to do this. But the Pegasus-like power, they've not touched, wherein, spyware can be used. So it's not regulated.
Well, it would, I would say that it would come on this, and it would come under deemed consent. Because they have an exception so because it comes under deemed consent, they can do that.
Yeah, definitely. So that's what I am also saying, that because if you completely exempt certain agencies, then you're allowing them to do whatever they want, basically, right? So there is no review, there's no safeguard in place to stop them from doing it. So you are definitely allowing them to do whatever they want.
And this sort of legitimizes that action also.
Definitely legitimizes.
Saying that it's backed,
I would not go
backed by law under deemed consent.
I would not go as far as say legitimizes, because that's a positive thing. But because there's a vacuum, they can't come out. They can say that we did not do anything illegal because this is not defined as legal or illegal. So that's what I would say. I would not say it legitimizes it.
Post this bill, they would say it's legal because it's allowed by this law.
No, they trace the power to this. In fact, that's what we did happen with the 69 notifications. They traced the power. For example, in Pegasus, when parliamentary debate happened, they actually traced their power to Section 69 of the IT Act.
Yeah.
To say that is what allows us to do this surveillance. So that's they may very well trace the power here.
Even in that situation, what they said was all surveillance that is happening within the laws of India. They did not say that Pegasus is happening under.
They said also.
They did not come out and say that. All they said was all we're doing is legal.
So the specific phrase was that no unauthorized.
Yeah, exactly.
That no unauthorized surveillance is taken.
Section 69 and the Telegraph Act provisions give us the powers to do this. That is Vaishnav's
No, but the thing
comment
again there was that 69 and 5.2 talk about interception, but Pegasus allows for much more than interception. So, those powers are not there, they're not talked about in our legislation. So there's a vacuum there, is what I would say.
To go back to Nikhil, your question on what can be done, what are the purposes that can be, that can perhaps be. So that I think will be outside the scope of this bill. For example, I'm giving you an example. We have a petition in the Supreme Court now on search and seizure of mobile electronic devices. What are the manuals to be followed? So none of the state agencies have a specific search and seizure manual, particularly for personal digital devices. Despite Puttaswamy, despite so much hullabaloo about data protection that has happened over the last 5 years, none of them have. So therefore, we've asked the Supreme Court to lay down guidelines on that. One of the ways in which the kind of inquiry there that happens is that even for law enforcement, police, if they have to search or I should say seize mobile devices and personal digital devices, so there is generally a gradation of what is the nature of offense, whether you are seizing it because that is the site of the crime, the device itself is the site of the crime, or are you seizing it for information in the device which you want to use as evidence. So the guidelines will change depending on that. So therefore, that is as to what purpose and whether that purpose answers the Puttaswamy test, etc. All of that will come within other laws, not the general data protection law where we want the government to be subject to. There are other laws that have certain overriding effect for whatever reason for the state purposes. That can be tested separately, but there can't be an umbrella exemption for the state under this law.
For example,
That's the point.
I have a question, how will this bill be worked around with the CPIA, which allows for 75 years of data collection? How will that be if you're saying that you can't do that?
I don't know the CPIL. Could you explain?
So the CPI, this Criminal Procedure Identification Act, which was passed this year, says that if you're arrested, then they can take your biometric information and all of that and keep it for 75 years. Now, here, my question is, okay, if you're arrested and then you're convicted, and then you go to jail and your information is with them, still I would argue that 75 years is not necessary. However, if you're arrested and then you're found not guilty, does this mean that the data protection bill says that now the government has to delete that data and it has to go against what the CPIA is saying?
Because the purpose is served.
Yeah, because the purpose is served.
But there's no purpose limitation on
Yeah,
the
but the CPIA does not have it, and they have also exempted themselves from the purpose limitation. But there is a question to be asked as to why have they done this. They've not provided any justifications for 75 years there, for why they will not be under 9(6), I think here, which is the data retention clause. We don't know why it's going to happen, and when will they delete data, if they will delete data.
So my favorite question is around privatization of surveillance, but in a privatization in a different way, which is, are we now with this bill in a situation where private parties are collecting data which the government can call upon whenever they want without any restrictions through their agencies? as in there is no limitation to what they can ask a private party to give to them, and therefore, and also goes back to what's happening with NatGrid, right? NatGrid was supposed to be initially, I think it's supposed to be launched in 2020. December 2020 was, 2019 was the plan, then 2020. It's been in the works for about 10 years, 12 years now. Idea is initially to connect 21 public and private databases to a real-time dashboard. Phase 2 was about 900 plus public and private databases with real-time information on a dashboard. Phase 3 was about 1600 public and private databases. So included everything from airlines to banks to OTAs to credit card companies to what happens with your retail, telecom operators, all included, public and private. So are we in, is there any limitation, any restriction on the government asking, let's say, going to a fintech company and asking, hey, or going to an email service provider saying, hey, I want all the data? Any restriction, any limitation?
I don't think there is. I don't think there is right now. I don't think there will be after this bill. Like even with NatGrid was going to be operationalized, CMS is already there.
CMS is already there.
CMS is already there, and the ISPs and the TSPs have been complaining about everything that's happening. Airtel in its submission for the telecom bill has said that we have so many surveillance requests that we want them to share the cost of complying with their surveillance orders. Just imagine how much surveillance orders they are getting. That's just Airtel. So that's already happening.
But the whole point of CMS was that they wouldn't, that the operator
they
wouldn't
would,
even know.
they would surpass.
Operator wouldn't even know. I remember Mirandera saying this. I did a Google Hangout with him in 2013. And he was like, the idea is because then the telcos won't be able to check what the government is checking. And I was like, how is that a good thing?
Yeah, I'm not sure why or what kind of surveillance orders are differentiated here. Maybe it's so maybe the active interception, which is listening into calls, is something that is being done through CMS, which they don't need permission for from the telcos. But other kinds of like call records and all that, for those they are still reaching out to the TSPs or the ISPs. I mean, again, the question is also around transparency around all this, which we don't have at all.
Then there was also about data sharing within the government. So if you have agencies which are exempted and they take the data, is there anything that prevents one agency from sharing the data with another agency, or within the government it's spreading all around the country?
In fact, the National Data Accessibility and Use Policy that came, I think, in 2022, actively said that we want to create these kind of databases which will have all of the information in searchable databases for any government agency to access. So it's not that they are trying to keep it separate, they are actively trying to create these databases which will be searchable within the government so that they can access this
and
kind
Prasanna,
of...
you'll remember with the UIDAI way back when, they refused to share data with the police once upon a time.
Yeah, they went and petitioned the Supreme Court saying we want to protect the privacy rights of citizens. That's why we're not sharing it with the police. In fact, that was actually a petition that they filed in the Supreme Court.
Correct.
Right? No, but in general, this question of NatGrid and purpose limitation, all of this is important. I think the government has it because purpose limitation does not apply. What has happened is that purpose limitation is a principle, that's a genius principle to tie any sort of collection collation to a purpose. What the government does is, no, the collection is the purpose. That is why NatGrid. So it's like, that is the inversion. By not applying the purpose limitation principle for itself, what it has done this is general purpose. Databasing itself is a purpose. So it is not databasing for a function, it is databasing as a function. Right? So that whether this enables, every provision in this bill kind of screams of not just enabling it, it's effectively encouraging, exhorting the government to do that. Like that's the way this bill speaks to.
That's a brilliant way of phrasing it.
Yeah,
Thanks.
so I'm going to give you an example of something that happened today. So one person on Twitter said that the Chennai police stopped me and took my like photo and what is happening. So the Chennai police replied to them and said that no, we were just running you through the facial recognition to make sure that people who are out at night are not like criminal elements and nothing to worry. Nothing to worry is what they've written in that tweet. So basically, the presumption of innocence has gone for a toss, and presumption of criminality is how we're moving forward with this government, and that's what they're doing. Everybody has to be in the database, and everybody has to be, all information about everyone has to be accessible at the tips, and they just need to, if they think that anybody is doing anything that they do not agree with, which is where it becomes problematic, right? If they don't think that if the person is doing something that they agree with, that is when they will, be able to access anything, and then they will decide how much the action is legal, illegal, problematic, how much to, take action against.
Can I
Just
add one
to-
sentence? Yeah, sorry.
Who has one sentence? Sorry, which?
Yeah.
One sentence in there.
See, this presumption of innocence, if you recall, it was under this that the prevention of money laundering rules that made Aadhaar bank linking compulsory, that was struck down, saying you cannot start with the presumption that the entire population is a money laundering population. In fact, that kind of a mass presumption is now certainly unconstitutional. So how does that? So it's going to raise some interesting questions.
Even know where to start looking for the solution, let's say.
I can't tell you like a good surveillance state. It does not exist. However, better surveillance state. See, there is always going to be, we can say that this can be done. However, there is always going to be the government trying to take in more power. So there are all the safeguards that I've said, they do exist in other countries in some form, manner. If I've said 3, 2 exists somewhere, 3 exists somewhere, 1 exists somewhere. For example, UK has a tribunal which goes through each and every surveillance order. US has also a specific surveillance code, but if I tell you that US is the one to emulate for surveillance, all of you are going to laugh at me. So it's not like any, at least I don't know any country which is doing surveillance right. However, we can always talk about what would solve the problem. So I can't tell you which country is doing it right now, because I don't think there is any country which is doing it completely right.
This is also relevant because I think one counterpoint, and I'm not saying I endorse it, but a counterpoint to engage with is that intelligence collection is kind of like a race to the bottom, right? And the countries that you would want to sort of, I suppose, engage with in this informational warfare don't have to worry about these kind of constitutional constraints. So if we don't have a viable enough solution that both gives us speed and efficacy in intelligence collection, and at the same time has procedural safeguards and meets constitutional tests, till we don't come up with that solution, how do we move forward from problem setting, which is important, but also something we have seen happen in quite a lot of detail now for the last 10 years. So what would the next stage look like to you? And yeah.
There are some green shoots of it, and part of the reason, at least in my somewhat studied opinion, is this a certain lack of theorization on national security as a constitutional issue, right? So, but there is some developing literature there. Certainly in the US, that we now had a dissenting judgment very recently, where much like how differential privacy standards were applied to protect privacy, now there is a certain emerging standard of differential national security. So whether a certain act, for example, if a governmental act, you look at that act as a necessary in terms of if that act had not happened, what was the differential threat to national security? That had to be established by the state. So this may be a little bit of re-theorization of national security you're certainly right, and that we do the criticism, right? So then what is what is the model state, right? So I get that, but I think there is a certain theorization work that is left there.
I just one line of inquiry, and then just to complete that thought, data minimization is also simultaneously a good principle for higher levels of security. So the more and more you encourage data minimization throughout the system, the more and more you're reducing the amount of information that can be collected on your population by enemy actors. So is that the kind of theorization where you see value in us building out argumentation?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that's certainly a crucial part of the theorization that we do.
Just to go back to the first question that you asked right now, I think it's also very important to differentiate between what the government is claiming to do and what they're actually doing. If you're talking about informational warfare, which would keep us on track to compete with other countries, why are we then seeing that the most surveillance that is happening is of the citizens? People on the road, or for example, politicians or civil society actors, human rights activists, are these the people that we want to target when it comes to the informational warfare with other countries? No, right? So that's what's happening. While the government claims that we need all of this to compete with other countries, what actually is happening is that mostly it's human rights activists, politicians, and all these kind of journalists who are targeted by surveillance in the country, and not these terrorist elements or competing national interests.
I have one last question, then we have to close. How does the government get impacted if there is a breach or misuse of data in the hands of a government body? So you remember from Aadhaar that there were Excel sheets of citizens with their personal information, including Aadhaar numbers, name, father's name, mother's name, address, PIN code, gender, age, whether their caste, sometimes their, so what kind of subsidies they were getting. All of those government departments were actually publishing spreadsheets of this stuff. Does this bill address any of that stuff now?
Well, if there are a room full of exemptions that they've, there are many bodies that will not be impacted, right? They can carry on jolly well the way that they've been doing it, right? So that's having said that, if assuming there is a body that is not exempted, it is within the full rigors of this, there is a certain sort of regulatory control that you can say that this bill provides. But even that, if you look at the compliance framework, the whole of that collapses, right? So there is, I don't know if the morning sessions address this, the continuing focus on harm as opposed to injury, right? In law, there is this
nobody talked about this. Go into detail.
Okay, so injury is the violation of your legal rights. So when privacy is recognized as a fundamental constitutional right, the reason why it was actually recognized as, the Puttaswamy Justice Call's opinion very nicely details, is that the foreseeability of harms does not exist for privacy violations. Therefore, unless you protect privacy per se as a fundamental right, because of the harms being not foreseeable, you will not be able to get justice for your privacy violations at all. But since 2018 bill onwards, we've actually lost that, because now the injury is now shifted, the focus is shifted to harm, which is why in the 2018, 2019, 2021 versions of the bill at least provided for a framework of compensation, where again you had to prove what was the actual harm. Hello, but now I am bringing the case, but the harm may be caused to me some 2 years later because this thing is still out there, right? So that is why some of us wrote to the Sri Krishna committee earlier and then later also, that there can't be just compensation, but there has to also be an incentive for the person to complain to the board if there's a mechanism. So that incentive has to have damages like what under the law we call statutory damages, that include consequential damages, that include exemplary damages, in some cases punitive damages. None of this is there. If any other regulatory compliance, gratuity, right? People who are worked on, if your employer does not pay you gratuity, under the Payment of Gratuities Act, you can be awarded punitive damages by the authority. Right? There is nothing of that sort. The person who has to go complain of violations has absolutely no incentive at all. So the compliance framework here effectively exhorts the person who is aggrieved to give up. Because first he will need to first of all pass the 16 test to say that he was a model data principal in the first place. And then two, he does not have any incentive to go complain to the board. And that's how it happens. So if that is the case, and the government appointed board, if a government body is the person who is the perpetrator of many of these breaches, so what kind of justice that an aggrieved person will have, that's is not very hard to guess.
Any last comments? We've moved to the final session. Two over here quickly. Prateek.
I just want to add on to Prasanna's last point, right, about the lack of incentives for filing the grievance, because as we were discussing in the morning, there's also a penalty for a false or a...
That point's made.
Yeah, no, I'm just adding on to that. I think it's important to keep that in mind. It just adds the already large set of disincentives there are for anyone to go to.
Correct. There is no incentive for privacy, in fact.
I just want to point out a concern with the blanket exemption to the state. The state is the biggest processor of data. The state right now is the biggest processor of data, and it's processing data from across the...
Can barely hear you, mic like this. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
So I'm just wanted to share a concern. Right now, state is it's the biggest processor of data, and it's processing data of people from across the people from the village, people from the ground, grassroots level, and right now the threat against the data, I see that the biggest threat is of the privacy is against the state, and unfortunately, it all started with the right to privacy and Aadhaar and all. And we have a bill, unfortunately, it has exempted, there is a blanket exemption to the state. And I'm afraid that how it would evolve in future. And let's hope that there will be something fair and reasonable when the state is processing the data at mass level. There's something fairness and
Umeed pe
reasonable.
duniya kayam hai. Thanks.
Just one more question. In case of the data breach at AIMS, if such a case happens, does it come under the ambit of this bill, or hacks not included under the ambit? Can someone be held liable for a data hack?
Hack
incident?
Probably, but not aims for even...
No,
how would this bill handle the
liability
AIMS
for a fact
situation?
that, see, so long as all of these during an adjudication process, AIMS will have to establish that it followed the mandates of the Act to the T, and that there was no negligence or recklessness on its part. Right? So that's how an adjudication process will go.
Prasanna and Anushka, thank you. I know this was a short session and we could go on with this one, but I hope you guys are going to share your filings publicly soon so that some of us can copy from them.
Thanks, Nikhil. So I'll be doing my filing as part of the Article 21 Trust, of which I'm a founding trustee. And no prizes for guessing. We are going to recommend that please junk this bill. We're better off without this than with this.
Yes, so IFF is also going to send their recommendations, and we're going to make it public. So anybody who is interested is definitely...
I was thinking of doing a public drafting. I did that for the telecom bill. I think folks found that useful. Just put up...
But the thing with this one is that you have to respond with that in the MyGov website, so you will have to restrict yourself to like 6,500 characters for each section.
Correct. So
Yeah.
this time I will be brief. But anyway, you can always
Yeah.
draft it publicly so people can
Yes.
copy from it. I'm going to invite Rishabh to come in for the last session on the data protection board. And you guys are happy to hang on if you're interested in the data protection board.
This feels lonely sitting here then.
I'll join you.
So, wait, so do you want to just go through the
Very
provisions?
quickly.
Yeah, makes sense.
Arjun, super fast because Rishabh has to leave.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Arjun Banerjee from Medianama. So we'll just be quickly going over the data protection board as specified in this bill. So the primary functions of this board are limited to an adjudicatory role, and it will carry out functions such as determining non-compliance, enforcing penalties, and importantly, it can also order data fiduciaries to undertake measures to remedy the fallouts of a data breach. Then it is meant to be independent as per the bill, but there are various opinions on that. And it can act on complaints when it is received by any affected data principal. It's supposed to act when recommended by the center and by the government or the courts. And interestingly, it is also allowed to penalize data principals themselves for failing to adhere to any of the duties specified to them under the Act. In terms of who will exactly be on this board, its composition, that is left to be prescribed for later. And its chief executive, the person heading the board, will be a government appointed person, will be appointed by the central government. So in terms of its powers, what its powers are, they are limited as compared to its previous iteration as the DPA, the Data Protection Authority. Its roles are narrower. And mostly they relate to all the steps and steps of an investigating process, such as initiating proceedings, deciding how the disputes are to be resolved, imposing penalties, etc. So let's talk about how the board is different from the Data Protection Authority envisaged in the earlier bills. So it has a narrowed scope, like I just said. The DPA had a broader remit as compared to the board at present. The DPA included, it had an advisory role, and apart from the adjudicatory functions that are provided to the board under the present bill. In terms of grievance redressal, there is no provision to provide compensation to the complainants, the affected data principals. They can only impose financial penalties. And its composition and strength has been left to be prescribed for later, and its penalties can only carry a force of a civil court. There will be no civil court. There will be no criminal penalties. So that's it for the board.
Rishabh, your initial thoughts?
Yeah, so thanks for that. I think that's a concise summary of what the board is supposed to do. The board here is envisaged essentially as an adjudicatory body. Some people have, of course, welcomed that, saying that we lack the capacity to have a full-fledged regulator, and we should avoid having a mini state, as it were, carrying out rulemaking, legislative, rulemaking functions, adjudicatory as well as executive functions, which is not a position I necessarily agree with. I think now there are typically 4 or 5 functions that a data protection authority, as we've seen in Europe or in other jurisdictions, also does, and as was the case in the older versions of law, which is making rules, investigation, adjudication, and advisory and capacity building. Now, you generally need rule-making power given to an independent body like a DPA, because otherwise these powers just vest with the government, as we've seen in the case of this bill. And that's really problematic, firstly, because it's difficult for the government to make rules that limit its own actions. Of course, there's the whole problem with the possibility of politically motivated decision-making, particularly when you have state central governments both answerable to the same body. You also have the same issue of the government itself lacking capacity, while the DPA could, in theory, at least utilize external expertise and so on. It's also, I think, important to note that this version of the bill does away with any attempts at co-regulation. So, for instance, the 2018 and 2019 versions allowed codes of practice to be created in a consultative manner, possibly leading to better regulation making and improved regulatory certainty anyway. Then there's the issue of why do you need investigative power, and I think it's very clear, the literature is very clear, that just giving people information in the form of notices and so on and expecting them to protect themselves doesn't always work in the context of privacy. It helps to have an entity that looks out for your interests and can take action when they see that things aren't okay. So people are generally not well positioned to examine the privacy practices of companies in detail. This is huge information asymmetry. In one of the previous sessions, for example, someone had asked, how do you know if a company is not lying to you under Section 16? That is the purpose of this investigatory function of a data protection agency. Then why do you need these advisory powers? Again, this helps to clarify the law. It lays down best practices through guidance or public statements. And this is something you've seen which has been really, really important in Europe, which of course helps with regulatory certainty and clarity. Again, even though this version of the bill is shorter than the previous versions, there are still so many provisions which require interpretation. And the fact that you don't have a body which can actually lay down what these provisions mean with any certainty, except through case law, is problematic. It's also, I think, useful to remember that the Sri Krishna Committee report actually suggested a dedicated research wing within the Data Protection Agency, which was to help with capacity building and building up institutional knowledge over time, which is also done away with. Merely putting in place this sort of adjudicatory mechanism also is unlikely to work well, as was, I think, pointed out previously. Ex post facto decision making doesn't prevent problems from arising in the first place. So this is the whole issue that Prasanna was just discussing. This was also, again, specifically considered in the Sri Krishna report, which says that enforcement, where possible, should be front-ended. That means you should require ex-ante compliance by entities. So basically the aim is to prevent privacy harms, not just ex post facto determine whether you're liable for having failed to do something. Also to be kept in mind that restitution in context of privacy is really, really difficult, if not impossible in many cases. So for example, if your biometrics are gone, they're gone. You're not going to, put the genie back into the bottle, as it were. You've also got to remember that access to adjudication mechanisms is limited in India, and few people will bother filing a complaint and seeing the process through, even if the processes are digitized. Pre-GDPR, I've read some literature around this. There's some research which indicates that, which looked at the annual reports of data protection agencies in Europe, and indicated that there were a very low number of complaints being filed. Of course, this could be for a number of reasons, including lack of information about privacy harms, the inability to identify breaches of privacy. Also, importantly, again, there was no compensation mechanism at that point of time, and which is true even in this particular law. So just these fines being imposed essentially was not seen as sufficient incentive for enough complaints to be made. So that's also a problem here. You also have the issue with case law not leading to a sufficiently coherent body of rules about what you can and can't do. What will happen is fiduciaries are just going to differentiate each individual case on facts and say that this ruling doesn't apply to me. I have tweaked 2 words in my privacy policy, I've got consent, therefore my case is completely different. So you're going to have a lot of litigation just on these nitty-gritties of every privacy policies. Finally, moving away from a full-fledged regulator also goes against prevailing practice, not just in the EU. And keep in mind, EU is not one high-capacity jurisdiction through and through. There are different countries with different capacities even in the EU. You also have multiple developing countries looking to put in place data protection laws, all of which broadly have a full-fledged regulator. The next sort of broad issue is that of independence. I think this is pretty clear to everyone who's done any work in the space, so there's not really worth spending too much time on, other than, it's already been noted that the government can essentially appoint the entire board, lay down conditions for their appointment and removal, and so on. As I said, it's not ideal since the government's also regulated by this body that's likely to adjudicate against the government, and it can also accept voluntary undertakings from the government. So this obviously goes against established RegGov principles. You should have independent selection committee, conditions of service shouldn't be...
What is a voluntary undertaking?
You can say that I will no longer do X, Y, Z, please don't punish me.
As in, the government can say?
Any entity which has violated the law in some way can say, I will henceforth change my practices in a particular way. I will undertake to not do these things. Please do not punish me.
How does it impact sort of traditional judicial sort of undertake an approach to grievance redressal?
How does it impact?
In the sense, companies just say that and everything's okay? Like, how
And
does
yes,
it work?
and then the Data Protection Authority can say, yes, fine, we accept this undertaking. And that's where the matter ends. So it doesn't need to get adjudicated, it doesn't need to go through a long process.
But then can a user who's perhaps been aggrieved, can they go to court?
So they could go back to the DPA and say this voluntary undertaking
or
has
can
not
they
been...
can they go to a court? Taking that.
Presumably they could, though it's unclear, at least as far as I've read the law.
Okay.
But the point is, even if they do go back to the DPA and say that, look, this voluntary undertaking was not complied with, there are only two courses of action that the DPA has. Either it can then fine the person again, which is the only power it has, or it could possibly move in contempt, since it has powers of a civil court and so on. So that's a separate power that it could have. I think it's also useful to keep in mind that, I mean, we've already got case law on how tribunals, judicial bodies need to be separate from the government. So you have the Madras Bar Court, Bar Association case, for instance, which goes into this at some depth. Then just a couple of small miscellaneous points. It's unclear, for example, if the DPA can initiate or has this power to initiate proceedings suo motu, because it sort of seems to say that you need a complaint by person, central state government, or a court. So even in the case of, say, significant data fiduciaries where there's a requirement for audit by by data auditors, and it's presumably on that basis that someone then files a complaint, because otherwise you'll never know what's actually happening behind the scenes. You have to wait for a government to then go and file a report, because I don't see individuals necessarily going and reading every data audit report. Then finally, of course, there are problems with the ability to find data principles and so on.
So, quick question: will the government be able to? Will the board be able to hold the government accountable in any case? Can, let's say, I file a complaint against, if I'm a person whose data has been leaked by a particular government entity, can I go to the DPB against them?
Yes, you can go against a government entity. Whether the board decides against the government is a separate issue. And again, that's where you might actually see more problems arising in the context of, say, center-state battles, for instance. You can imagine a state government has done something, the central government then files a complaint, or someone files a complaint against them, but this is an entirely central government-based body which decides for the central government. You could have these kind of tussles also being played out at the...
So they can actually adjudicate on the government?
They can adjudicate on the government. Though, of course, there's a question of what's the point of a fine on the government then?
And what are the options?
Wait.
Hi, my name is Ashish and I'm from a research organization. You were talking about the options that Data Protection Board can take about the data fiduciaries, right? But when the government is found accountable and you are fixing the accountability for the government, what are the options for DPB to hold them accountable?
It can direct the government not to do certain things. It can...
Just the direction.
Or it can fine them, which is pointless.
Wouldn't that be overriding the act which basically places no restrictions on the government?
No, to the extent that there are restrictions, if those are breached...
There are no restrictions.
In
the bill, there are no restrictions.
And is that option of not doing or just promising that we won't do it again open for the government also?
It isn't restricted by the provision.
Thanks. I just want to note this very conveniently placed subsection, which is 2111.
Louder.
Subsection 2111, which says that if the board determines that non-compliance by a person is not significant, it may, for reasons recorded in writing, close such inquiry. So that's like a fair loophole of who are data breach, but I don't think it's significant enough, and therefore there are lots of options here in terms of what you can do in case there is a breach, and maybe for the government it might be useful to have this, because that way it will just be it's not significant enough. Maybe there's public interest in this thing, right? It's not significant enough for us to care about your data breach.
But can a person go directly to court, or do they first need to go to the DPB, and therefore then if they don't get justice there, then they'll have to go to court? How does this work?
There's no exclusion of the jurisdiction of courts as such.
You can't go directly to a court straight up, right? Go ahead.
It does say that.
It does actually. It does
23.
exclude civil courts jurisdiction. So you have to go to the board.
So you have to go to the DPB first.
Yeah, DPB first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Same point.
Yeah.
So there's a question about judicial overlap. No provisions are mentioned on how the board will interact or cooperate with other government regulators like CCI. What does this tell us about how the board is positioned to function within the government?
So, I mean, that is particularly relevant if you have a full-fledged regulator which is laying down rules and so on. There might be overlap of jurisdiction and so on. Here, it's an adjudicatory body. It's less likely that there will be direct, clash of bodies. But again, you could see some problems arising. For instance, if the CCI, now that it seems to be expanding its jurisdiction to also look at issues of data and how they affect consumers, for instance, and you have some order being passed there and you have something else happening here. So you could theoretically, have some practices which affect personal data being banned on grounds of competition, but allowed by the privacy board, for instance. So you might have some incongruence there, but I don't think that will be a significant problem, because if it's banned by one entity, it's banned.
Okay, so last bit about the constitution of the board. I know you have to rush. What should ideally be the constitution is the way they're approaching it right now, saying that there's going to be a chief executive and then everything else will happen later. Is that fine?
No.
Is there a construct that you're okay with, or anyone else have a thought on the construct of the board? Should it be a board, or should it also have, you've already said it should have rulemaking power.
Yeah, I've said it should be a full-fledged regulator and with functional separation between the rulemaking power and the adjudicatory power. And how these people should be selected, I think there's a lot of literature on this, starting from FSLRC downwards, in terms of having a proper selection committee, whether it's nominees, the Chief Justice, person from the opposition, person from the government.
If you had to choose between 2018, 19, 21, 22.
I would take 18 probably.
2018,
yeah.
Okay.
Can I add just one thing to this particular thing, and Partha here? I think in terms of this...
Can't hear you, Partha.
Yeah, in terms of the architecture of the board, or from an institutional design perspective, can we not look at some kind of horizontal layering? For instance, yes, the regulator does the work, but there can always be some kind of technical experts who can come in, who can provide that advisory for a short-term, long-term, whatever is decided, and help the regulators to demystify the regulation from a technology perspective. And because more so, it is an intersection of not just the law alone. Typically when we talk about the AI, and obviously we talk about big data and all of that, I don't think it's just the forte of just having a regulator who could look at the what part of it.
One of the previous versions, Partha, actually had that provision for appointing advisory groups, etc., etc. So,
and I think we can probably take a few best practices from the ICO. For that matter, many of those people in ICO, they are policy heads who come in and who are doing secondment to the ICO.
But again, so that again goes back to the question of what do you want the authority to be doing? Is it actually doing rule making? Is it doing capacity building? Is it doing awareness? Is it doing all these other things, or is it only doing adjudication?
I think it has to be a mix and match of both, a healthy balance.
But if it's only doing adjudication, there's less space for then external experts to come in, I would think.
And I think just to add a lot, Nikhil, just one more point to it quickly, is that when we are talking about a country of this size of India, I just kind of fail to fathom how one single centralized body would do justice. Why can't we have something at the state level, at least as well, or at least on paper to think about it? Just like the RTI, you have those information commissioners' officers at the state level and sometimes at the district level. I think we need to probably, we're just underestimating the problem, and too much of centralization doesn't really go long, it's not very effective, I believe.
It depends on whether you want to solve a problem or not. Which is, I know I said I wouldn't talk about motivation, but it really depends.
Yeah,
on
but
whether you
sometimes the cure is worse than the disease. So,
so for example, state level boards for adjudication makes sense, and a centralized body for rule making makes sense. That sort of a structure might actually work out.
Yeah. So I was hearing sometime Justice Sri Krishna, and he was saying, probably just like the Provident Fund, right? And the SEBI has been doing a good job at kind of educating matters. So there are sectoral kind of things. But this is one such area which will kind of intersect across, right? So I don't think it's just a forte of the financial sector or the human rights. It's a conglomeration of everything, and therefore there has to be a healthy balance between centralization and being nimble enough to do certain things at a decentralized level.
No, absolutely. I don't disagree.
Just closing, anyone else with any thoughts, comments? Go
ahead. I just wanted to share a thought on compensation. And I mean, I haven't developed this thought very well. I don't have an opinion yet, but it's just something I'd like to share. So, ideally, if there is, I mean, basics in tort law, if there is a damage, if liability is proven, then you award compensation, right? In India, we award compensation only for liquidated damages, which is damages that can be assessed and put a number to, broadly. The harm caused by a data breach may not necessarily or couldn't be very easily quantified. Keeping that in mind, and also given that not just tribunals or DPBs, but even the usual courts in India historically have not been as good at quantifying damages, I wonder if continuing with compensation, I don't know if it makes sense or not, but I don't have a view yet, so any thoughts?
I think Prasanna had spoken about damages.
Yeah, no, I think this is specifically about whether you should have compensation for breaches of the law. And I think that's largely a question of, are you incentivizing people to go to court? Or as the law seems to think, people will go to court just because to prevent certain forms of harm occurring to them, which is also a possibility. But as I said, there is some research in the EU which seems to indicate that compensation was a fairly significant factor in people not going to courts or not going to the data protection agency under the previous regime anyway.
So if you take a Schrems kind of a thing where he went to court, he went to the DPA first?
Yeah, you have to go to the DPA.
You have to go to, okay, so then that remains the same.
Yeah. So the question is, do you get money in your bank account because something has happened to you?
I get that. You're saying he went to court for the prevention of a harm.
Yes.
Can you go to the DPA, to the DPB here for the prevention of a harm?
I'm not so sure actually, because I think they will have to first look at the issue of that at that initial stage they do an inquiry and see if there's a significant harm.
No, prevention of a harm. Okay.
Yeah,
so yeah, just on this, because the only place where I could see a direct power to prevent a harm is under 23, which is in the event of a personal data breach, you can require them to adopt urgent measures. And my question was actually coming to, do you think that, okay, while rule making and the possibility of this body making regulations is a separate matter, at least should we think about the DPP getting back that entire regulatory pyramid which was contemplated for the DPA? So the ability to ask fiduciaries to suspend certain operations, that entire, like issue a warning, issue a notice.
So it can ask them to do certain things in case of a data breach, which is defined really broadly, right? Like it can issue directions to them. So presumably all those powers have been brought under that one provision.
No, but the point is it's not just regarding a breach, right? It could also be other violations of privacy.
But yeah, I mean anything that's a violation is defined as a breach in this law. The phrase data breach is not just a third party accessing your data.
Could you just read that out?
So a personal data breach means any unauthorized processing of personal data or accidental disclosure. Oh, there it is.
Data.
I mean, it definitely...
Disclosure, acquisition, sharing, use, alteration, destruction of, or loss of access to personal data that compromise confidentiality, integrity, or availability of personal data. So it's a whole lot of things, I suspect.
Yeah, but the
unauthorized use, for example, right?
The test of compromising CIA, that is still a fairly narrow test that has to be met, right? Like, so, for example, if you have a scenario where somebody is exceeding the purpose, that's not a breach. So, and
yeah, in that case, you're hamstrung, essentially.
Yeah, that's which is where I was coming from, that maybe that pyramid needs to at least be brought back so that in individual cases, some kind of precedent can be set where other parties see that in an individual case, the fiduciary was asked to stop, and then that has an effect throughout the ecosystem that other fiduciaries will really see that as being potential. So,
which version of the bill was that in?
All of them up till this one, like 2018 to this one, all had it. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty standard practice, I think, in other
Yeah, the pyramid is fairly standard practice. A lot of people had worked on it also. So,
any other comments, questions, closing thoughts?
No, I mean, closing thoughts is I think this is quite a bad version of the law as we've discussed throughout the day today. So, yeah, I'm really not sure where to even begin commenting on this bill. There's so many things I would like to see that are different. Yeah.
So, I hope all of you are going to do filings, not just. Sorry, there's one point there. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so just on the voluntary undertaking aspect of it, I feel like that's something we need to sort of mark, that it's been bought out of the Singapore bill, right? Like Lalit said about deemed consent. What they've done is they've very conveniently taken it out of that, but they've ignored, like, I mean, this might be just like mistake on their part, but there is like other guidelines set up with regard to voluntary undertakings. Because just having the current section on voluntary undertakings is likely to have this entire like misuse aspect, because there will be data fiduciaries who will be committing breaches and probably getting voluntary undertakings done in order to get away with it. But at least in Singapore, what they've done is that they've set out guidelines. There's these guide on active enforcement that Singapore just came out with in October 2022. And they've set out like what all needs to be there, like incident reporting, how I'm going to mitigate, how exactly I'll do all of that, whether I've done this before. There are like other various aspects that you need to meet in order for your voluntary undertaking to even be accepted. Here, there's nothing. It's simply the statement, the board may accept the undertaking, the board may do this, the board may do that. There's no set like standard for it. So voluntary undertaking is one thing. And the other aspect is more of a question, right? So like this bill, it's supposed to be a digital personal data bill. But the amendment to the RTI Act, it is not digital. Like there's no aspect of it that's specifically digital. What it's saying is that these sort of informations that we used to allow you to take before, like we used to get the right to ask before, you can't do that anymore. But there's no digital aspect to it. So isn't it like going beyond the scope of the act, right? So just like, okay.
Beyond the title of the act more than anything else.
On the voluntary undertaking as well, I think it's interesting that there's no opportunity of being heard to the person who may have brought the complaint also, which would be nice. I mean, if you're not, doing anything about it, at least hear the person and, give them a chance about whether an undertaking should be taken or not.
Also, one last comment. So 21 subsection 2, the suo motu power aspect of what the board can do, like how we'll deal with complaints and all that. This is something we found very interesting when we were discussing this specific section on how the board has the power to sit down and look at cases of non-compliance with section 16, which is non-compliance by data principle. But when it's regarding, let's say, the data fiduciary, there's no power of its own. It's when complaint is being made by somebody else, right? So when it comes to data principles, they will sit down and they will probably analyze whether you've violated some law and therefore I don't want to give you the right to, I don't know, access justice in this case. But when it comes to data principles, they don't do that on their own. If my rights are breached, I will have to personally go file a complaint saying, bro, take a look. And then on the other hand, it's the way it's skewed when you compare the rights and obligations. It's not just the wordings of the act itself, right? It's not like what they've said also is there in terms of the rights and obligations, but even the way the entire act is framed, it's very pro-data fiduciary and really not taking into account data principles at all. Yeah.
On that positive note, no, all I'll say is that please do your filings. This is kind of like a last chance that we have to try and improve it. I know I said I didn't want to talk about motivations, but the way I'm looking at this bill is I look at it as a negotiation. I'm not attributing anything to mistakes here. This is version 4. If you're still making basic mistakes by version 4, then I don't know what to say, but I'd rather attribute to malice and see this as a negotiation and see what we can get out of it now. Of course, that fails, then there's always somebody going to court on the basis of Puttaswamy. which is kind of the only thing we have left when it comes to privacy right now. So, but thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging on till this late. I know it's been an intense day of discussions. We weren't very sure whether we could do the whole day, to be honest. We used to do full day things. We didn't in 2018. Sometimes we did 2-day discussions. It's almost like I'm sick of discussing privacy now. Pass the bill and be done with it. But hopefully the next discussion that we'll have will be after the bill. But we're also doing something in Bangalore next week. So in case you have friends there, do ask them to sign up if you found this useful. Idea is to have more conversations and hopefully more submissions going in, and maybe something will click. Deepak Maheshwari mentioned that approach, saying draft a clause and give it to them. So if there are any of you who are lawyers here, please do that. I know many of you are. Thanks for being here, guys. There is still tea outside in case you'd like some. Thanks.